Hello. It's Saturday night, and I thought that I would rush and pour myself a drink while the intro was playing, and so I rushed and almost spilled everything. And yes, Abigail, I did deliberately put Digimon in the picture for Pokemon Day because I was being a troll. Like to stir shit sometimes. Now I'm stirring a drink with my own finger, as opposed to Gus Regan's finger. Cheers. Ooh, looks a bit like a urine sample, but anyway. Yum. Ooh, yeah, that's good. Excellent. Bonjour to you too, Abigail and Mr. Grant Gregory. Hello. And on Twitch, the Silly Quint. Hello. I hope everyone's had an acceptable weekend so far. And let's hope that we can cruise on into Sunday. And I don't know about anyone else, but, I'm going to have a little drinky. Brandon Evans. Hentai, yes. The big question. What I like about that question, making it the one word hentai with a question mark, the whole question, is it's probably a good, it's like an ink blot test for someone, because people could interpret the question many different ways. And what am I sipping on? This is a beverage I have made myself. It was a milk clarified cocktail. The original cocktail had a metric fuck ton of Angostura bitters in it, which is very unusual. Also had fruity stuff in it, pineapple and coconut and lime. And so it was an interesting bitter sweet cocktail, and I added it to some lemonade to make a big drink. Oh, Abigail. Both, I think that could be construed as both an apology for not dropping in last night and boasting you were at your lady friend's place last night. Nice, as the saying goes. Good to hear things continue to go well in that part of your life. It's excellent news, in fact. Yes, had fun last night. I stayed up to about 1 a.m. last night, which is, not the earliest, not the latest that we go on a Friday night, but because today isn't a date night, I get to have a second drinky night on the stream because I can recover tomorrow. And we'll see how that is. Yes, Abigail, #humble brag. Oh God, in Australia at the moment, trending #cabinet member. Yeah, the big story in Australian politics at the moment. Cabinet minister, that's the word, not cabinet member, cabinet minister. Someone who is currently senior in the Liberal Party cabinet raped a young woman 20 years ago, and people have basically narrowed it down to almost definitely one of four people, and one of them is the Prime Minister. So yeah. Silquin, do I get hangovers? If I drink too much, yeah. I try to keep drinking sort of moderate, or if it goes beyond moderate, stop before I get to the point where I'm going to be really sick the next day. I didn't have any sort of hangover today. Didn't feel. Oh, look, I reckon that's probably not completely true. I think my stomach probably felt just a little bit funny all day. That was the worst I got from. I did have a few drinks last night because it was a Friday night. I don't think I have ever had a really bad hangover, like nothing and the fridge is singing the song of its people. Excellent. I don't think I've ever had like one of those hangovers that people always complain about. They say they feel like they're going to die. I've drunk enough to throw up. Actually, not that many times, like across my whole life. I think less than half a dozen times. Hey, CWN, you here. What's up? We just chat. My new friend, we just chat about whatever we come up with. Braylon, you think I'm immune to hangovers? No, if I drank way too fucking much, I have no doubt I'd get a hangover. But kind of got to the stage where I can tell, like, oh, I can drink this much without having a really bad crash and a really bad day the next day. So I normally stay within that. You know, there have been occasions where I pushed the limit. Braylon, you woke up in a bathtub once naked. Big question is, was it your bathtub? Was anyone else around? And were they naked too? That was actually 3 questions. I said the big question. 3 questions. 3 questions. Among the questions. CWN, I friggin' hate beer. I don't drink beer at all. Do I drink liquor? Oh, you're fizzing. Siloquent, you were around and you were also naked. Well, that's a party then. CWN, I like cocktails. And that's my collection of stuff for making cocktails. So, and then people who are new to it often freak out like, oh my fucking God, what are you must be an alcoholic? You're like, no, you drink. I like cocktails, so I like variety. So I drink little bits of all of them at different times. Like the bottles last for ages. I actually stopped keeping a record of my bottles. And last year during lockdown, I wanted to keep track of how many bottles I was buying and how many I was finishing. And I did that. I kept a spreadsheet and haven't updated it for a little while. I think I have bought a couple bottles that I didn't add. And now I don't know if I can be bothered. It was really like, there was a 2020 thing, wanting to really know, well, how long does it take me to finish bottles? And the answer is a long time, unless it's a bottle I really like. And then it might go sooner. Like in about a month or something. Siloquent, the most expensive bottle I own, probably my absinthe. Like I don't buy super rare stuff, but just alcohol generally is expensive in Australia because of taxes and because we're at the arse end of the world. If you're getting stuff from anywhere else, there's shipping costs as well. But even locally produced spirits have a big excise on them, as in tax. Probably my absinthe is probably, and even that's only like, I don't even remember, it's like $130, $140. Yeah, I was about to buy a bottle of an extremely limited edition local whiskey that cost $120. Yeah. No, CWN, I think distilling your own booze is illegal, but I also think you can buy the equipment to do it. What am I drinking? This is okay. I mentioned this before. I made a cocktail that had a lot of Angostura bitters in it, like not a couple of dashes, it was like 1.5 ounces of Angostura bitters in it. And also had fruity stuff in it. It was called You're Not My Real Trinidad. I didn't name it that. Someone else named it that. And I milk clarified it, and then I added it to lemonade. So there's a little bit of alcohol in this. In terms of standard drinks, not that many actually, because the only alcoholic content I think was Angostura bitters, which is like 45% alcohol, but then there was some Amaro, which I think is only about 20%. Brayleven, no, never been to Lake Hillier, I don't think. Nevergale, I have not heard about the new Liberal Party. I'm fascinated as to what that may be. Because the old Liberal Party is not looking rock solid at the moment, quite honestly. This may be one, they've just been ignoring rampant corruption and acting like they don't have to answer for it. And Labor's so fucking ineffectual, they've never pursued anything. But this whole, the Liberal Party does not do very well with handling people being raped, might do them in. CWN, in the US, it's legal to brew it for yourself as long as you don't sell it. I think that actually varies state to state, but I'm definitely not sure. Abigail, the new Liberal Party is surprisingly more progressive than the Labor Party. Is this what someone's proposing? I'm just going to look that up. New Liberal Party. And this is in Australia we're talking about. newliberals.net.au. Economically responsible, socially progressive. Weird thing to do. Silly, what do you mean? My craziest drinking story involving me? There is a very funny video, and I'm not even sure if it's still on YouTube because it was on someone else's channel. And it's from about 12 years ago, where we had this big YouTube meetup in Australia and some international YouTubers came out here. And we had a practice run the day before the event for the venue where we were going to go drinking afterwards. And I got really fucking drunk. And because it was a really loud venue, to be heard, you essentially had to shout. I get real talky when I'm drunk. And so I got real shouty. And there's this video someone posted of when we were outside, like he wanted to see AC/DC Lane. So I was taking the AC/DC. And I ran up and like hug this guy and start screaming about, your shows are the best. And I sound like absolute shit. Mr. Grant Gregory missed a long one. That's what she said. Oh, we did have fun, actually. Absolutely had fun last night. It was good chatting last night. It was a good, like, chill out night. It was very good. And I enjoyed the beverages I drank last night. I'm going to drink some beverages tonight. It's a Saturday night. Can do it. I was thinking of doing a rum tasting. Does anyone want to see me? Because I've got 10 rums over there. Not going to compare all of them, but I was thinking maybe about 6 of them. Because I got this bloody Captain Morgan rum, spiced rum, for like my son was having some friends over the other day, and I said I'd make a punch for him, and I was just going to make a tropical punch with spiced rum and fruit juice. And then all his mates came over, and they all brought alcohol with them. And he said, "Oh, you don't need to make us a punch. There was like so much alcohol here." And so I didn't. So now I've got a bottle of spiced rum, which I don't have. So yeah, okay, Mr. Grant Gregory, spiced rum, serious rum people. And I'm not really a serious rum person, but they hang shit on spiced rums, and they say the flavors added to rums that are called spiced rums is usually to cover up the fact it's not a very good quality rum. Hellion, hello to you, Kirsten. And so, okay, going back to craziest drinking story, craziest, and it's not even that wild. I'm not that wild. Craziest online drinking story is, and it's from quite a few years ago, like 5 or 6 years ago at least. I did a live stream, and I was, because everyone was, for whatever reason, there was no one in my house. My partner was away at a weekend training thing. The offspring were at other parents' house, so it was just me. So I decided to go a bit rat fuck crazy and drink a lot. And I was watching movies while live streaming and passing commentary. And I fucking woke up the next morning and I'm in bed and I went, I don't remember how that live stream ended. I just don't remember. And so I had to sheepishly go on social media and ask people, hey, how did that live stream end? Because I don't remember, and that's actually quite scary. So there was the time people got to see me super red-assed. Oh no, Kirsten, you had a delivery disaster. Was that food or drinks? There is so much scope for disaster with deliveries. But yes, and also, Mr. Grant Gregory, to go back to your question about spiced rum, because I have some spiced rum there, and everyone always shits on spiced rum, but yeah, people like Captain Morgan. So I'm thinking I might do a taste test and put Captain Morgan next to my more serious rums, because I got some pretty serious rums over there. And give tasting notes, because I very rarely drink the rums straight. There's one that I particularly do like to drink straight, the Diplomatico. It's fucking nice. I had some snob going, it's got added sugar. And I went, your mum's got added sugar. What the fuck? And but it's really tasty, this Diplomatico rum. And that normally costs like well north of $100 in Australia. And I just happened to be in a bottle shop one day and it was like $25 off. And I went, fuck me. An expensive rum, $25 off. Yes, please. And so I bought it and I did not regret it. It's a really good rum. It's really tasty. So I'm thinking, this is my warm-up drink. I might do a rum tasting. I get my little shot glasses out. I think I'll put them on ice. I'll put a little bit of ice in each shot glass and do a side-by-side of about half a dozen different rums, including the Captain Morgan spiced, and give tasting notes and see what comes out of it. Which ones I like. But, that's usually first steps on the road to ruin, doing big tasting comparisons. And I'm thinking here of a recent video of how to drink on YouTube, where he made 42 Manhattans and tested them. And he didn't really think it through ahead of time. He didn't realize how shit-faced that would get him, just having little tastes of 42 drinks. And I think he had to visit hospital. Anyway, so first it was food that got picked up and just didn't arrive. Well, I hope the driver's okay for a start. But you had to come up with alternative dinner plans, I assume. I made meatloaf and potato bake for dinner tonight, which kind of makes it sound like I went to a lot of trouble. But it was pre-made meatloaf from the supermarket and pre-made potato bake from the supermarket. I just chucked it in the oven, and it was yum. So I just realized saying like, I made meatloaf and potato bake for dinner kind of sounds labor intensive on my part, but it's like I unwrapped the things, I put a little extra cheese on top and put it in the oven, and that was dinner. And it was yum, actually. Really quite liked it. I can show you the tray when I cut. Is it still there? Oh, okay, this is really gross. When I cut the meatloaf, all these juices looked like it wasn't quite cooked. So I sliced it up and put it back in the oven for 5-10 minutes. But yes, the juices that oozed out appear to have been saturated fat. Oh my God, look at that. Maybe I should save that and cook bacon in it. Ooh, I could make meatloaf I could do meatloaf fat washing. What spirit do I want to taste like meatloaf? None of them. None of them. I do not want a spirit that tastes like meatloaf. That was a terrible idea, and it will be put aside now. I have no idea why I came up with an idea that was that bad. But it was bad. It was a bad idea. Yes, thank you, Abigail. Horribly disgusting. Kill it with fire. Yeah, it is. It is. It's actually, and I didn't even realize it was like I cut open the meatloaf and it was like breaking a seal. I was like, oh, these juices came out, and then I left the juice in the tray, like, and yeah, it turned into that congealed fat. Not appealing. Not appealing. Although it might be nice to cook something in it. And I know not for you, Abigail. Worse than bacon liquor. No, everyone loves. Everyone who likes bacon fat washed bourbon. The two go together. It's very sort of Elvis thing. I always think that feels like a very Southern thing. Bacon flavored bourbon. But oh yes, that was your other delivery, of course, Kirsten, acquiring husband from the airport, which is nice. Nice that you're getting weekends together while doing the interstate work shenanigans. So yeah, because yeah, it would really suck if you were months apart. That would not be good at all. And I just hope you don't end up having that, and then I sound really bad for bringing it up. Oh my god, quick, dig yourself a hole, get out. No. But yes, there's the things I might have mentioned. I saw someone on YouTube make a cocktail, and they did 3 treatments. I've done each of these things individually. They did it all to the one thing. First was infuse it with tea. That is a classical thing to do with spirits. Infuse some tea into them, and I've done that multiple times. And they were doing a cognac, I think. So a black tea infused into the cognac, and then they fat washed it with butter, which literally involves melting butter, mixing in, and then freezing it and separating out the butter solids. So you get both some butter flavor and that sort of buttery consistency, like slightly more oily consistency in the drink. Changes the mouth feel. And then she milk clarified it. Which I thought was wild. It was like, okay, I've done each of those things individually, but she did it all for the one drink. A tea infusion, fat washed, then clarified. It was like, wow, that is going to town right there. Yes, Abigail, I need to remember to dig up when I'm at the bottom of a hole. Speaking of which, I reckon Scotty from marketing is going to be trying hard to remember to dig up in the coming days, because the longer he stays silent about which of his cabinet ministers raped that woman, the worse it's going to be. And he's going to handle it really badly. Kirsten, you got an outfit to wear to Mardi Gras. Nice. So yeah, an all-round successful day until the dinner didn't appear. God damn it. Mardi Gras party time. And I suppose, I mean, yeah, there's no virus around. You can have a big old street parade for Mardi Gras close to normal. I haven't actually seen any details. I'm going to look it up. Mardi Gras, Sydney, restrictions. Sorry, the first summary from the official Mardi Gras site. Practice social distancing. Stay 1.5 meters away from people if possible, and don't have close physical contact with people you don't live with. Have you been to Mardi Gras? It's like, so there's a seating thing. Remain seated in your allocated seat. Limit movement around the venue. I love this. Physical distancing. Stay 1.5 meters away from other people where possible. Avoid close contact with people you do not live with. Queue where indicated. Don't congregate. Observe all lift limits. Refrain from activities that could contribute to the spread of COVID-19, including handshakes, hugs, kisses, sharing food, utensils, and cups. I feel like the person writing that guide has never been to Mardi Gras. Kirsten, you've got an entirely sequined jumpsuit. That sounds absolutely fantastic. I love it. I couldn't find anything specific about the parade. Stay home if you're unwell. Stay home if you're awaiting COVID test results. Wear a face mask. Yeah. Are there any formal restrictions on the parade? Here we go. The parade. Parade and festival will look different in 2021. Allow us to come together. It's up to us to keep safe. Okay, still not making it clear. Is it allocated seating to watch the parade? I don't know. Going to be held at the SCG and will be seated-ish. So the parade's not going to be down Oxford Street. Is that what we're saying, Kirsten? The parade is all within the SCG, which kind of makes sense. Chris, the thumbnail of Digimon was your favorite anime. Oh, I was just being a troll because it was Pokemon Day. And wasn't it great with all those little Pokemon running around, only saying the same thing all the time? Exterminate, exterminate. I wash my hair and it's really fluffy and soft and fine, and I can't do anything with it because I didn't put any product in it. So I'm going to be doing this all night because it's just fluffing around. Chris, that's what your girlfriend said. I did that to troll. I did. I really did. Mr. Grant Gregory, that's the vibe I'm getting, that there's not going to be a parade because they decided it's too unsafe. I think from what Kirsten's saying, you buy tickets to go to the SCG and you have a seat and the parade goes around the SCG. Silicon, if I won the lottery, what's the first thing I'd buy? I'd be real fucking quiet if I won the lottery. I wouldn't buy anything outrageous. It obviously depends like how much winning the lottery is, because that can be anywhere from, $1 million to $100 million. So it depends what we're talking about. But I'd be real quiet. Wouldn't significantly change what I'm doing, but I would be looking for a house. I would be looking for a house. And actually, probably on the down low, if I won lottery, I would probably buy some really expensive alcohol or just a lot of alcohol. And I'd be looking for my dream home that had a whole room that would just be my bar. And I would go to fucking town. Ooh, the Archies will be in a fancy box. Nice. Because, of course, you're an official partner of the Mardi Gras with the tastefully named pre-bottled cocktails. What was the one? Who's Your Daddy? I'm trying to remember. Yes. Cocktails. What are they called? The Mardi Gras cocktails. A Big Daddy, that's right. Big Daddy and X on the Beach for the Mardi Gras bottled things. Shannon, hello. Abigail, yeah, that's a good call. If you won a fortune lottery, wouldn't tell anyone. Pay off mortgages for friends and family. Yeah. I would spend a bit of time trying to think of good things to do with it. I would be really looking for ways to spend it rather than hoard it. And, some of the things might be education projects. Some might be filmmaking or TV. I'd be particularly interested in working to bring stories of the frontier wars, Australia's frontier wars, to the general population. So want to find good people to do that. Oh, okay. Yeah, no, Shannon, no. Saturday night. I want everyone to jump in, actually. Let's do it. Angry. Shannon, after much pain, has finished his PC and wants to show us. Big Daddy's the bestseller? Oh, nice. I mean, it sounds pretty good. So anyone interested in joining the stream, that is the link you can click on, and we can hang out and have a chat. And Grasshopper wants to show off the new PC. Oh, and Safi, you were doing rugby today. It was fun. Nice. Yeah, well, Saturday night, every second Saturday night is date night, Safa. And today's the Saturday that isn't date night. So here I am. Yeah. Shields is so white. I'm not altogether sure what that means. Okay, Grasshopper. Hello.
Good evening. How are we?
Good. How are you doing?
Oh, so much happier. So much happier.
Yeah.
It's good to actually be back on a computer as opposed to my laptop, which is old and falling to pieces. But no, it's there's just two tiny little things left to do before I move the PC back inside. Hence, we're out in my workshop at the moment.
Okay.
But this is the finished product, and I am so very happy.
Hot damn. Look at that pure sex. Look at that.
So yeah, that is full. That's the horizontal mount for the GPU that I've been wanting for ages. The vertical mount, sorry,
Yeah.
for the GPU that I've been wanting for ages. That's a radiator down the bottom there, another one up the top up there, and they both go to this front panel just here. And at the front of this front panel, you can kind of see that's actually my water block as well.
Ah, okay.
And that little fan there tells me how fast the water is coming through my system, which I can adjust if I want to. And that is, you can't see it there, but behind that silver plate is where the pump is. And that's pumping water throughout the rest of the system. That big block just there, that doesn't just cool my CPU, it also cools all of my what are known as VRMs and a bunch of other things as well. So I can actually push the overclocks a bit higher. That is the new video card cover and mount, so that it mounts kind of facing you as opposed to kind of plugging into the computer horizontally. All cable sleeved, and that's all soft tubing that's in there. And so that is 1, 4, 7, 10 fans.
Nice.
And so the last thing that it needs now, is on the front of the case. I didn't show that part, but on the front of the case, there's a bunch of USB 3s, and my motherboard's only got a header for one USB 3. So I bought an extension card that plugs in behind the video card. You won't even be able to see it, and plug those USBs into that, so that way all of my USB 3s on the front also work as well.
Yeah.
So yeah, that was a very good friend of mine by the name of Paul, who knows more about building computers than is humanly possible at times. Yeah, it was mine and his handiwork, and it was a hell of an undertaking, but I'm absolutely thrilled with the result.
Nice. That looks fantastic. So after this question, what if you want to use it at night with lights out? Can you switch them off?
Absolutely. Yep. 100%. So the color effect that you see there is me literally telling all of the LEDs just to kind of go random colors and just sparkle all over the place and whatnot, which is just to make it look really fun. But you could set it to solid colors. You can make it kind of strobe on and off. You can make it kind of breathe and get brighter and breathe and get dimmer and all of that. You can turn them on and off. You can do different colors for different aspects and all of that sort of stuff. And yeah, there's all sorts of different things that you could do with it.
Yep. Cool. Yeah. Mine's the case Abigail put together for me is much simpler, but yeah, it has similar controls. There's a little button, and you can. There's about 50 presets you can go through, ranging from various solid colors to various cycles. So you have a bit of fun, or switching them off. Yeah, you can actually switch them off.
Absolutely, yeah. No, it's one of those things. Like, part of me loves setting it up for gaming. So I'll turn all of the lights off, and I'll hop into a game that I'm playing, and the lights will flicker to the sounds of the game. And
nice.
There's something oddly engrossing when that's actually happening in the background.
Definitely. Hello, Abigail.
Hey, beautiful lady. How you doing?
I'm good. For some reason, you're both and me on the screen are completely blank, and I don't know why.
Okay, well,
I assume you can see me though.
Yes, we can see you.
Yes, I can see you with the cat girl headset on. So,
and I also love the color of the lipstick as well.
Oh, thanks. It smells like bubblegum as well.
And it looks like purple.
Ooh,
like
nice.
it's a not a very dark purple, but it's a beautiful thing.
It's a light purple. Anyway, I am going to try refreshing this StreamYard and see if I can get the picture of you both back. Because I want to check out this PC. I want to check out the PC. I missed the tour.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah. So I'll be back in 1 second.
A couple of times. it's
no worries. I'll offer you, Abigail, the typical IT fix. Have you tried turning it on and off again?
Yeah, I think that's borderline what she's doing with a refresh. But yeah. Oh my god, my fucking work laptop, because I've got to get into the work network, so I've got to have a Citrix thing to authenticate and shit like
fucking
that.
Citrix. God, I hate Citrix, but yeah.
My god. They call it Go Connect, but it's fucking Citrix. And and look, 9 times out of 10 it works. And then there's the one day where it connects and goes on and goes, why is it not connecting to anything on the network? And so you haven't got internet. Of course I've got fucking internet. I've always got fucking internet. I'm going, no, you've got, well, there's an internet connection, but there's no I'll get fucked. Restart however many times it takes to and it's the classic joke. Switching it off and switching it back on is what gets it to work.
For 3 years, I was the sysadmin of the Citrix network for the Defense Force.
Hey, it works.
Hey, Abigail, welcome back.
Hair up and hello.
I'm loving the multicolor of the hair as well.
Yeah, it's a good effect at the moment. It's like
looking nice,
like a bit fiery. I need to wash it, but
Are you just dressing up to impress the girlfriend these days?
We're not technically girlfriends.
Okay.
A friend who's a lady.
We're just hanging out and having. Yeah, we're just hanging out, having fun. Nothing serious.
Well, so long as you're having fun, that's the main thing, of course.
Yes, very much so.
So you didn't get to see the reveal, is what you were saying, Abigail?
Oh yeah,
I saw the picture. I saw the picture on Facebook, and I thought, wow, that's a lot of blue.
Yeah.
Here you go.
Wow, that's a lot of blue.
Yeah.
I'm loving the pulsing effect as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
nice.
it's
Vertical GPU, water cooled. Oh wow,
Yep.
Is that a custom loop as well?
That is
It
a
looks
custom loop.
like a custom loop. Yep.
This front distro plate is.
Oh,
that's
cool.
my reservoir.
That's the reservoir.
And the pump is just
Nice.
behind that silver part just there. So,
Yep.
and that's a flow indicator just there as well. Hey, Shieldsy.
Yep.
And
is
yeah, so
beautiful to behold.
thank you.
What the hardware in it is the same hardware that you mentioned a while back. Yes.
For anybody that may care at all. Hey, Grant. For anybody that may care at all, it's a Ryzen 9 3950X.
Hey,
you can pull it out and send it to me.
It is 64 gig of RAM running at 3600, an RTX 2080 Ti.
64. Jesus.
Yeah, and I use up almost 40 of it. A 2
what
terabyte.
What are you using it for?
VMs. I run a lot of VMs for work.
Yep. Yeah. No, that's fair.
And I've got a 2 terabyte NVMe, which is a PCIe Gen 4 NVMe. But what you can't see because it's all hidden behind is I've got 4 terabyte West Digital black drives that are rated, and that has one. Like I've partitioned it into 2 drives. One of that is my Steam library because I want to keep that local, and the second one is all of my work stuff. And you can't see, but to my left is my NAS that I use for everything else in terms of storage. So yeah, but that was brought on by the need of a new case because the old case, the front USBs worked intermittently at best. And the USB Type-C on the front of the case stopped working altogether. So I was like, I need to get a new case. And I did a bit of research and found this case here, which is called the Lee & Lee 011 Dynamic XL RAG Certified Black Edition. It's a fucking mouthful.
They make good cases.
What power supply you got on that?
It is a fully modular 750 watt Cooler Master.
Cool.
Yep.
Which rating is it?
80 plus platinum.
Cool.
Platinum. Yep.
Excellent. Yeah.
Especially if you're running it, because I didn't get this.
Sorry, go ahead, Grant.
Is it blue?
Sorry, say that again, Grant.
I said, more importantly, is it blue? Because I didn't.
There's a bit of blue. There's a bit of blue.
Is it blue?
There's a bit.
Okay, good.
There's a bit of blue.
Because I know they do the multicolored ones, so.
Mm-hmm. All right. What color would you all like? Tell me a color that you want to see it as.
I like purple.
All right.
Stucco.
All right. I'll make it purple. Give me a second. I'll just need to bit up the program.
Cool. Also, did you mention CPU, GPU? You did mention GPU. I just forgot because I don't know what Radeon GPUs are like.
It's not a Radeon.
Yeah, you said a Ryzen 9.
Oh, it's a Ryzen.
Yeah, it's a Ryzen 9 3950X, and the GPU is an RTX 2080 Ti.
RTX 2080 Ti. Oh, they actually are still quite expensive from what I've heard.
Well, I've had that. I got that end of 2019, November 2019. I got it.
Sure.
All right. Now.
Still quite a good graphics card.
Oh, I love it. Okay. Now.
It's a phenomenal graphics card.
Yeah.
All right, here we go. I've got it all lit up purple for you, Abby.
I wish my graphics card was that
bad. All right, Abigail, here you go.
Hey, so much purple. I
Looks
like it.
Pink.
Abigail approved.
It is a Dr. Abigail approved?
Dr. Abigail approved.
That's the downside about light. It sort of doesn't get exactly on the right color.
Well,
the webcam isn't doing it.
Yeah,
justice.
that's what I meant. Yeah.
Yeah, the webcam doesn't really help, and there's a see, they've got this whole new thing to control the colors as well, and now I'm having difficulty finding out like all of the brightness adjustments and all of that sort of shite. And yeah, it's you need to take a bloody university course in just how to run the RGB in these things now. It is absolutely
RGB. There's a lot of work to be done in the RGB connection space, because there's different formats from different manufacturers, and the software isn't standardized. It's just, it's a bit of a mess at the moment, and everyone knows it.
Isn't it ever? All right, I'll just leave that as it is. I'm still there's see, it used to be that you just used a program called AuraSync, and AuraSync was a very click and use type program, and it worked fine. But now they're using this bloody Aura Creator Suite, they call it. There's two different programs, and like they've got like 11 billion options for absolutely everything that can ever possibly be done inside of it. And as a result, the simplistic, I want to increase the brightness, I want to decrease the brightness, I want to change the color, I don't want to change the color, those things are actually more difficult to find now. So the offshoot of them trying to... What does Grasshopper think about Windows 10? Is it a complete broken mess? Safa, it depends on what application. So Windows 10 Home, in terms of basic everyday users, I find to be 98% effective 98% of the time. When it comes to professional environments and networking, Windows has been broken since Windows 7.
They decided
that's one thing I would agree
I mean, they
on.
limit the speed of they limit how much RAM, network speed. It's ridiculous on the Home editions.
Yeah, no, they the Pro editions of Windows have got all of these things to try and like help it work inside of corporate networks and all of these sorts of different things. And they basically tried to reinvent the wheel, because back in the Windows 2000, Windows 98 days, which also do work with IPv6, which is the newest type of networking out there, it worked. It was literally set and go, and it just worked. You didn't have to muck around with anything. But under a Windows 10 environment, you need to fiddle with so many things in order to make it work inside of a corporate environment in terms of networking. It is an absolute nightmare. And Safa also asks, what is Citrix?
User friendly.
Yeah.
So,
Satra, go ahead, Abigail.
When I need to do anything networky at home, it's usually just file sharing between my main PC and my work PC that I do, like fixing stuff on, or my laptop or my son's computer if I want to share movies and stuff. I always use third-party software. Windows networking is just the worst. I always use those third-party stuff. Like BitTorrent Sync is really good for that.
It does. It works quite well. Yeah.
Just the fight to do the simplest things is joining two computers to share is a pain.
I know.
It is a pain.
Yep.
Windows networking
they can see each other.
Great.
They know they can see each other, but you can't see that they see each other. It's like, hey, you going? Yeah, I'm over here. Wait, I can't see. You know that you're blind. There's a black wall in front of you, and it's the middle of the night. And they're like,
the most common thing is that you go into My Network Places and you can't see any of the computers inside of My Network Places. You can ping them and you can type in their IP address manually and connect to them, no worries at all. But you just can't see them in My Network Places. It's things like that is just constantly happening. And it was
it's like hitting your head on the keyboard.
Yeah, no, it was the invent of Windows trying to do what they refer to as home group. Which is Microsoft basically turning around to people and going, you don't need more than one hard drive. And absolutely everything that you want to share over the network, you need to also share with us. And everybody that wants to be able to access that information over the network also needs to be able to share with us all of the information that they're getting from you and all of the information that they're also choosing to share over your network as well. And it's literally just a metric fuck ton of spyware coming in to screw things up. Which is always the way. Safa asked, "What is Citrix?"
Well, I mean, it's the reason QoS has always been.
You're getting all this angry. there'll be a test on it later.
Yeah, I was about to say, the tone has been set for the evening. Hello, Inner Deviant on Twitch, who's just coming. Yes, it is Max computer nerdery tonight. We always nerd out about something. Tonight it's computers.
Well,
Indeed.
you don't want to get me started on Macs because they are actually the worst. I have nothing against people who use Macs because I have friends. I have friends who Macs are the perfect solution for, and I'll give them that. My grudge with Macs are the way they force you to do things their way, and they purposefully make them hard to repair. To the point, to massive proportions, like they're designed to not be fixed.
Yep.
They say they attract a premium price, and yet they use the shittest components they can possibly find. And the company itself, not only are they fighting right to repair, but they also like actively encourage tons and tons of e-waste through their policies.
You know, it's really funny to
I mean, but
they're the worst.
The cases look good, though. You've got to admit the cases look good. So.
No, they don't.
I mean, it's
no, they don't.
No, they don't.
Give me my RGB on my PC any day. Look at that shit. Compare that to a Mac. Like I dare
that's
you.
pretty.
Like,
It is.
yeah, like I got my 2080 Super and my RGB, and I've only got 30. And compare that to a Mac. I'll take the RGB any day.
No, the thing
hi Nettie, by the way, and let me know if you want to join as well, Nettie. I'll put the link back up.
The thing that makes me laugh is people who are now complaining, like they have never said boo to a goose about Apple being against right to repair and doing everything they can to make it impossible for people to repair their iPhones, repair their iPads, iPods, Macs, etc. They've been doing that for years. Nobody says boo to a goose. But the moment that Tesla starts to do the same thing, all of a sudden everybody's like, Tesla's anti-right to repair. It's like, welcome to the party, pal.
Yeah. Apple has actually launched lawsuits against people who had businesses repairing Apple products.
Correct.
The worst one. The worst one
was
John
Microsoft
Deere
as well.
John Deere's
John
doing
Deere.
the same.
My
lord! Stopping
Shieldsy.
farmers repairing their own vehicles.
Yeah, no. Let me just talk about this very quickly. About 18 years ago, we bought a John Deere ride-on lawnmower because I live on an acreage. And it was about 10 or so years ago, my brother, not paying attention while he was riding on the ride-on lawnmower, picked up a piece of metal that was in the ground and put it straight through the bloody side of the cutting circle on the bottom of the mower. And it was repairable by somebody who had some welding knowledge. Like, it didn't need amazing, back to brand new type conditions. Just a bit of welding knowledge was all that was required. And taking it to a bunch of welding places and mower places, they wouldn't even let me bring it up onto the driveway. They're like, no, it's a John Deere. I ain't touching it. Because if they find out that I touched your mower, they're going to sue me. And I ain't going to even come close to it. I ended up finding a place that I will not mention that ended up fixing it for us. But before that, I had to take it into John Deere themselves. And John Deere took one look at it and said, we can't repair that. We need to replace this part, replace that part, replace this part, replace that part. And it was the cost of a brand new ride-on. So that thing would have gone out to a tip. They would have given me a brand new ride-on. But when I found this other company that was able to, that were like, we'll fix it, just don't tell anybody that we fixed it. They fixed it for like $350. And it took them 5 days. And it's been working immaculately ever since. And it's just, there's so many.
It's the exact same policy of Apple. You take in a simple problem, and they'll say, "Oh, it needs a new motherboard." Like, $5 fix. Yeah.
No, there's a reason.
It's ridiculous.
There's a reason why. Like, I've got you can't see it, but over to my left, I've got a big box full of old laptops. And the reason why I keep all of those old broken laptops is because the newer ones that are coming in, a capacitor blows or a transistor blows or whatever, and their hard drives are now hard soldered onto the board. So you can't just unplug and plug in a new one. Their RAM is exactly the same bloody thing. So you can't even upgrade their RAM for them. But when these things blow, that's it. There's not enough people out there that know how to detect where the problem is and then resolder that component again if they could find it from somewhere else. And it is a technique that I have had to teach myself, and I will gladly admit destroyed many a motherboard before I figured out how to do it properly. But after I figured out how to do it properly, it's one of my main money makers, is people coming into me with laptops that aren't designed to be fixed and me fixing them.
Yeah. What's what Annette's saying, that a local computer repair shop won't look at the laptops, just says, no, can't be repaired. And it's actually a simple problem, but they're just like, no, it's more trouble than it's worth.
Yeah, it is.
That's the reason. The reason when I look at laptops, I go, which ones are fixable or repairable or upgradable?
Absolutely.
And those are the only ones I'll buy.
The one thing that I have got to give Microsoft is on their new Microsoft Surface, they showed it off showing that it was completely repairable. And they showed how easy it was to open it up and get into it to replace components and all of that. I give them full credit on that one. But yeah, no, Apple, John Deere, Tesla, and so many other companies out there are doing everything they can to stop people from repairing their equipment because they make no money out of it. And that's literally all it is.
Well, Tesla go one step further. If you don't buy the fast charge option, you'll never get the fast charge option. It's a software thing, not a hardware thing. And if you ever try and fix your Tesla yourself, they will disable a bunch of features, including fast charge.
So
forever.
the main thing,
and they do it remotely. It's ridiculous.
The first thing that they disable completely is the fast charge, which apparently you can get back if you're willing to drive your Tesla into a Tesla certified repairer and pay God knows how much money for them to re-enable it. All of that being said, though, there is a guy on YouTube who is somewhat infamous for repairing Teslas against Tesla's express wishes, who has managed to get copies of the firmware of their entire software package for the cars, and he's handed that off to hackers all around the world saying, if you can make it work, let me know how, and I'll roll it out to everybody that wants it, because screw Tesla. I want to meet him and give him a gigantic high five and buy him a beer, because that's fucking awesome.
Yeah, there's a really good short story written a few years ago by Cory Doctorow called Car Wars. He's very good at doing speculative fiction about the directions of technology. And this was about bullshit from manufacturers about electric and self-driving cars and a few maverick people who hack them and whatnot. So then terrible things end up happening. Some pranksters work out a way to spoof the anti-collision thing on self-driving cars to make the cars keep accelerating. And it just ends up with this line of 100 cars in a feedback loop where they keep accelerating until they eventually fail to take a corner and they all crash. And there's one where a totalitarian government insisted on a backdoor to the operating systems of the self-driving cars. And when there was a big protest, they just took over all the cars and ran over the protesters. And then there was one where a malicious hack basically made all the cars drive away. And there was this great scene in the story where, like, the kids at high school, this one guy who'd been hacking his car, they come out of school and the car park's empty. All the cars have driven away except for one car, because this guy's been hacking his car, and he's just trying to look real casual, whistling as he hops over to his car and gets in it and drives away, because it's super obvious he's been hacking the car because it's the only one that's still there. I like Inner Deviant has been doing songs for us. The gang's all here. Leave your worries at the door. They aren't going anywhere. Is that an actual song, or did you come up with that one yourself, Inner Deviant? I like that.
No, it's I love getting in and fiddling with firmware of all sorts of different things. I've, jailbroken the iPhone. I've done all sorts of different root hacks on Samsungs and all of that sort of stuff. And you can unlock a fair amount of potential inside of them. It's amazing how much manufacturers try their level best to lock you out of. But the part that I've always found really entertaining is what NVIDIA just did not long ago and what Sony did when they first released the PS2. Sony turned around on the release of the PS2 and went, everybody hacked the PS1, and we don't think that people should be allowed to hack their PlayStation systems. So we've made the PlayStation 2, and it is completely unhackable. Before the PlayStation was released to the market, hackers figured out how to get past it and released those schematics online. Just don't ever throw down that gauntlet to the internet because you are going to lose.
Never say unhackable. That's like Titanic being unsinkable.
That's it.
I bought a little thing that plugged into the memory card slot. It was about that big. I bought that before I had my PS2, and I put it in, and I could burn a game from my DVD burner and just throw it straight in, and it was perfect.
Yep,
yeah.
Nice.
It's the very first thing I bought. Yeah.
So you're all being nerds about computers. I'm going to be a nerd about rum. I'm just going to have 6 different rum.
Oh, I want to show you. The blackberry rum that I bought.
Oh yeah.
It's the blue bottle. The actual rum is clear.
Okay.
Sorry, gin. Sorry, it's gin, not rum. Gin.
No,
whatever.
Gin rum. Same thing. Gin rummy.
Yeah.
It's
right. So it's absolutely unbelievably tasty and delicious.
Yum.
It's it's so good. Next time I'm over your way, Angry, I'm gonna bring this. I'll let you have a taste. It's from England. It's
okay.
Yeah. That's all I know about it. It's from England.
Cool.
It's called Whitney Neal. I saw it in
the superfoods of rum.
I saw it in my local bottle shop, and I thought, I want some.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sarah's asking if I have purple shiny rum. I could have. I've got the butterfly pea flower extract that I could add to one of my clear rums, and that would change its color. And then if you added citrus to it, it would change its color again. But
Safa asked earlier, what is Citrix? Citrix is a layover of Windows that's installed in professional environments to give unprecedented types of remote access. But it is incredibly temperamental, to say the least, is the easiest explanation for it.
it's a pain in the ass. That's the easiest explanation for it.
Yeah.
I've never had to use it, thank goodness.
It's not
I was a system admin for it for 2 years for the Defense Force, and that taught me 2 things. Number 1, I would never make it in the Army. Number 2, I fucking hate Citrix.
Oh, Nettie's just asking how long have I had a fringe. It's because I washed my hair and didn't put any product in it, and it's just flopping everywhere.
Yeah, I was going to ask. I was going to ask about that.
It looks like you've got a comb over.
Yeah, I know, right? I look like a freaking comb.
It looks like you've got the Donald Trump going on.
He's bald.
Yeah. So I might put. It's been annoying me just flopping in my face
As someone who
all day.
loves to comb over, I thought the same thing.
No, I might put some product in it tomorrow.
Suffer says, I'll be scared when 5G cars be hacked, percentage crashed. So 5G
Cars are hackable now.
Absolutely.
And more to the point, there's no car that's going to run on 5G. 5G is a bandwidth, not a
operating system.
Yeah. So
it's a protocol. It's like 4G is a protocol. It's a
Alexander Dale says that Samsung are doing the anti-repair thing with their phones too. Yes, that is completely correct. They're just basically taking a page from Apple's. They're just taking a page from Apple's book. Is it because of the brand then? Because the laptop is Dell? And that where the laptops are concerned, a lot of laptop manufacturers are making the non-repairable laptops now. It's ridiculous.
Yeah,
it's a thing
that's
lower.
It's peak capitalism.
It is. It is, because you could buy the laptops nice and cheap, but the offshoot of that is that the laptop costs you $300 to buy now, but it's completely irreparable by most people. There's a guy on YouTube. The guy himself is a bit of a dick, to be honest, but what he does in terms of repairs and right to repair, and that is very admirable. His name is Lewis Rossman, and he made a name for himself.
He's a shit person, but he's a great engineer.
Yeah, 100%. He is.
Poor Rosso.
He's got a lot of videos about right to repair and stuff like that that are very, very poignant and definitely worth a watch. But he's the kind of guy that, like, it's like Hitler had some great ideas. Like, he was all for healthier living and quitting smoking and stuff like that. But it doesn't stop the fact that he was a complete scumbag of a human being. I wouldn't go so far to say that Louis is a complete scumbag, but he is.
In all fairness, he didn't do any tests on animals. Yeah.
Look, the best.
I mean, if you want to see his crazy stuff,
Hitler
look at his
or
alternate channel. Yeah.
Look. At the end of the day,
Hitler has a channel.
Not a YouTube channel, no.
No, at the end of the day, the best thing that Hitler ever did is that he killed Hitler. That's the best thing that he ever did.
You just leave the opening there. Hitler had some great ideas. Yes, you were talking about the Jewish problem the other day. And I had my suspicion. And I tell you what, serious rum people shit on Captain Morgan, but it smells really nice. And I think it's got a fuck ton of sugar in it. It tastes really vanilla-y. And
yeah, no, a friend of mine,
the cinnamon and vanilla is all.
She loves a spiced rum, but I can't remember what the name of it is. But I love the smell of it.
Well, that's the thing.
Dragon's
and that's
breath.
what serious rum people say. They're covering up a shitty rum with all these aromas and flavors that they add to it. So I'm going to rinse my palate.
I look at that saying, well, if you have to put seasoning on your food, then it's just a shitty product. I mean, you use your seasoning and your flavors to enhance what you've already got.
That is my argument against spicy food. People who like chefs who only make spicy food, I think are probably shit chefs because their food is probably really bland unless it has tons of capsaicin in it.
It's why I actually kind of stand against a lot of vegan food. It seems that where vegan food is concerned, to say whether or not it's tasty is really dependent on the fucking spice level that's in most of it.
Yeah, I've encountered that a lot.
Yeah, look, I mean, things like cayenne pepper, for instance, a little bit of that inside of all sorts of different dishes can really help to enhance a flavor. You get I can't eat chili. I cannot. I don't have the palate for it. But one small chili in large bolognese and stuff like that can really help to amp up the flavor. But those that are like, oh, I'm going to get this one chili, but it's a Carolina Reaper or Scorpion Death Pepper or something like that. It's like that isn't taste. That is not taste. Yeah. That is fire on the tongue and a bragging right to turn around and go, I put this pepper into my chili and oh my God, aren't I tough? No, you're a fucking idiot. I'm sorry.
So you've seen my video then of me trying to do that and crying. Yep.
Yeah. I noticed Kirsten saying Captain Morgan's not actually called rum in Australia. It's a cane spirit because it doesn't meet the definition of rum. I just looked. It doesn't say rum anywhere. It's not Captain Morgan spiced rum. It's Captain Morgan spiced gold. And then in little letters under that, it calls it a spirit-based drink. Wow. So it's not legally rum. It isn't legally rum.
Learn something new every day.
There you go. I literally just learned that. But this is a famous brand, Plantation.
Oh well, I'll just throw some paprika in my inner circle then. There we go.
Paprika is a really good spice to use in various places.
Paprika is not spicy.
I use smoked paprika because I know, but that's because I like it. I use smoked paprika.
Paprika on popcorn is amazing.
Yes. Thank you, Abigail. Yes, it is. It's delicious. No, it's one of my favorite dishes. Like I've always liked creamy type soups as opposed to base type soups. And one of my favorite soups, like most other people, I would guess, is a good chicken noodle soup. So I decided to modify my chicken noodle soup recipe by making it creamy and adding a bit of. I made up a lovely thick bechamel sauce with it without using cheese. To mix through the rest of the sauce to make it lovely and creamy, and it was really delicious. And a friend of mine, she was eating it and she was like, "This is delicious, but it, like the pepper amount that's in this is good for cracked black pepper, but it could have more of a bit of a peppery bite." So she just got the tiniest little bit of cayenne, like a little sprinkle with the fingers, into a bowl and mixed that through. And now I add cayenne to that all of the time. It gives a lovely earthy boom of flavor, and it burns the tongue just a little bit, but it's a pepper burn. It's not a chili burn, so it goes away in a couple of seconds. It's fine. Those sorts of uses of spices, I'm 100% for. But those that like the First We Feast guy on YouTube that does the Wicked Wing thing.
Yep.
And different levels of intensity on the sauces and all of that sort of stuff. Like when you're getting up to like the one that everybody eats and goes, "What the fuck just happened to me?" is the bomb.
The bomb.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah.
Oh,
no taste.
Sorry.
Pure capsaicin.
You had me lost for a second. Yep. Yeah, it's capsaicin.
Yep.
It's capsaicin
Yeah.
sauce. Purely stupid. That's all it is.
Yeah.
It's you get bear spray. You spray what you're eating. You put it in. You open your mouth. You spray it on that. You spray it everywhere else. If you haven't died, then you pour it on yourself. That's how it is.
Yeah, no, I look at that and I'm just going, that isn't like, okay, I understand that as a premise for an interview thing, and it's a bit of funny and all of that sort of stuff. I'm okay with that. But the people that do this as a matter of like trying to display their manliness, like it just displays to me your utter stupidity.
Yeah.
Because
I'm just going to display my age for a second. Silicon is using slang I don't understand, saying I look chopped right now. I literally don't know what that means. That could mean a number of different things. But I just had this one. This is an experimental.
I think you're probably a little bit more sliced to diced than chopped, in all honesty.
I think chopped is like tired, stoned, or drunk. I think.
It could mean that. It could mean this is fun. Some Australian people imported rum from Trinidad and Tobago and then infused it with coconut. This is fucking glorious. The marketing for this one made me buy it. How they described how they did it, as soon as I read it, I said, I have to buy that.
It's just got an X on the fucking bottle. All it needs now is just a skull and crossbones.
Yeah.
Oh, and thanks to your recommendation, I got myself some
Cappy soda. Yes.
Yeah, it's really good.
What's Cappy soda? What's the difference between that and normal soda water?
It's Australian. It's this. Well, sometimes it's just normal soda water, but they have these ones that are very lightly flavored. Like this one's grapefruit and rosemary. What's yours, Abigail?
Just soda.
Just soda.
Let's see. Yeah, I don't think it's flavored. Can't see anything on it.
That little strip around there, it doesn't say anything about flavor. That red strip.
It says all natural, all Australian, family owned.
Yeah, so that's just going to be straight soda, but they also do these flavored ones that they're really lightly flavored. They don't put any sweetener in, no sugar or artificial sweetener. So it's about this bottle's about 1 calorie, and it's just got this really nice light flavor. Abigail's going straight up just unflavored soda, but they make.
I mean, she's a monster. Nice. You can't just have unflavored soda water. Yeah.
I love unflavored soda water. I attribute my soda stream and just tap water to quitting Coke. Because
that's a good call.
I drink liters of it a day.
That's just proof positive that you.
Okay, sorry, I went in a complete different direction when you said Coke. Sorry,
So many GPs of mine have gone in that direction.
Yeah. All that proves is that you're a crazy person.
I get the fizziness. You feel it in your nose. You drink a lot of it, so I got that reference. That's why I thought you were going with. I went, I don't think that's what you meant.
No, it's I don't know what it is. Like, I like water, but I hate soda water. I
had that problem for the longest time. No, the bubble.
Dude.
Something about the bubbles and no flavor.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, okay.
For the longest
I
time,
think it
had a
tastes
problem with
Awesome.
tastes way better
Yeah.
than just
it.
normal
It
tap
changes
water.
the taste. It definitely changes the taste.
See, the reason why I always drink iced tea is because like water in and of water in and of itself is flavorless, and as a result, like it's not. It's enjoyable if you're really hot and you're really dehydrated and all of that sort of stuff. But as a common drink to have, it's just kind of boring. That's why I always make my iced tea, because it is mostly water. I make my own iced tea syrup, and it's like literally about that much in the bottom of the bottle of a 600ml bottle, and there is a metric shit ton of sugar in making the syrup, but that 600ml bottle has got less sugar than a 375ml can of Coca-Cola, which is what I used to drink like a fucking demon back in the younger days. And I literally attribute me making my own iced tea to quitting Coke. So I can understand the whole soda water helping you to quit Coke. I still say that you're a crazy person for liking it, though.
That's fair.
Let me rephrase that. Crazier person. Sorry.
Yeah.
Okay.
Look at this sexy bottle. This is the one I bought on our day out, Abigail, and I bought it just because it was a Cuban rum, so I could show off on the internet, because Americans aren't allowed to buy Cuban rum.
Is that the one you bought at the
Dan Murphy's?
Yep. Okay.
On that day out, 15-year-old Cuban rum, really sexy bottle. It's got this really nice base on it and everything. I'll be really sad to throw that out.
Eleanor just poked her head out and she said to say good night to everybody and to send her love to Abigail.
Night, Eleanor.
Yep. Good night. See you later.
Abigail. Actually, Eleanor asked, Eleanor asked, did you get her Valentine's message?
I think I did. That was a while ago.
Yeah.
I mean, it probably would have been around Valentine's Day, I reckon.
Yeah. Like, I don't remember last week. Like, I don't remember.
So
I think I did.
My wife suffers from migraine disease, and so many things can trigger off a migraine for her. And one of the things that can absolutely trigger off a migraine for her are smells and aromas. So I can't wear deodorants. I can't wear colognes. I've got to use
the flower.
So the flower that I got her for Valentine's Day was a little stuffed toy flower thing. And I got that for her. And she was like, "Oh, that's so lovely." And I'm like, "Yeah." So and she was like, "But who like I've got this Valentine's flower, but who can we wish a happy Valentine's Day to?" And I went, "I know one person that'd love to get a Valentine's message off you holding onto that flower."
I did appreciate it a lot, and it explains why she's holding a plush flower. That's great.
So,
yep.
Yeah. No,
so yes, I did.
The moment that I said that Abigail would enjoy that, she goes, "Yes."
Weird trivia.
Oh, the day we actually meet up, like, it's gonna be on for young and old.
Oh yeah,
great.
I'm going to introduce you two and then walk away because I'm not going to survive that.
I was going to say, with smell sensitivity, weird thing that I read. Probably everyone knows that a common side effect of COVID is completely losing your sense of taste and smell. And for some people, it doesn't come back, or not for a very long time, like months. Some other people, the sense of smell and taste comes back, and it's totally fucked up. Like, it's reverted. They can't eat anything because food smells like garbage. But literal garbage and shit smells really attractive. That's an actual thing.
Wow.
Yep.
Oh my God.
So that condition is actually
you're going to get a lot of people. Oh, sorry, you go.
Sorry, that condition has actually got a name. It's called synesthesia.
That's literally what that's like.
That's not technically
what synesthesia is something else.
That's
hold up.
Synesthesia is seeing colours. Tasting colours.
Synesthesia is an input incorrection. So you're seeing like sound, or you're tasting colours, or you're hearing something weird or whatever.
Your brain just mixes up sensory information to different parts
but the the term of synesthesia is in regards to the brain having that incorrect assumption of that taste, of that smell, and the way that it's processing it. So you smelling shit and garbage and it smelling like lovely is still a form of synesthesia.
Yeah, it could be, but
I thought it was
apparently
called
it's like
synesthesia.
all these
Okay,
people are losing weight because they can't eat anything because anything but the blandest
we lost
food
Angry.
smells hot. But if they happen to have young children, nappy changing time has become a treat, and they really enjoy nappy changing, which is weird.
Okay.
Sorry, it's also
but
Silicon had the Rona.
On
their
the
sense
plus
of
side,
taste
there's
and
a lot
smell.
of homeless people that have now got dates because of the inability of people to smell them.
People who used to have the Rona are really finding homeless people who don't wash attractive. That's good. Yeah, Silicon said they had the Rona, and 2 months later got about 40% back.
Sorry,
don't talk over me. It's my fucking live stream. I'm talking.
I'm sorry. I just wanted to correct myself.
Yeah. What did you correct yourself on?
The synesthesia was incorrect. Sorry, it is called parosmia.
Yep.
There we go.
Okay. Cool. And I also wanted to answer a question from Inadeviant. What's the name of the Cuban rum? It is bizarrely named Santissima Trinidad. It's not from Trinidad. It's from Cuba. But for some bizarre friggin' reason, they put Trinidad in their name.
And is that a rum?
That is a 15-year-old Cuban rum, and it's the one I'm drinking now. And I think I have educated my rum palate, because rum can be a little bit challenging when you first drink it. And I'm really enjoying drinking these rums straight. This one, it's probably got added sugar because it's quite sweet, and tastes a bit like honey. And of course, they're all sugar based. Like Abigail, when you were asking the other day, what's the big difference between gin and
rum? Yep.
Rum. Gin is a grain-based spirit. Its base is a grain. Sugar is the base of rum. They make it from molasses, so it's not grain-based. It's sugar-based.
If you lovely people just excuse me for 1 second, I'm going to go refill my IC bottle.
Sure. So I'm confused about one thing.
Yes.
The distillation process, or rather the fermentation process, is basically converting sugar into ethanol.
Yes.
Whether it's from grain, from sugarcane, from whatever source. I used to make it from mandarins. So how is it different from using the sugar from grain, rather than sugar as just molasses?
Because gin you add botanicals to, and as a rule you don't add botanicals to rum. Gin is distilled to be really comparatively pure and clean tasting, whereas rum, the base is molasses. It's not sugar. They boil down the sugar into molasses and ferment that, and then distill that.
What's the difference between sugar and molasses?
Sorry?
Okay.
The base flavor of molasses is really different to the base flavor of distilled fermented grain. You're absolutely right. Okay. It's the action of sugars that does the fermentation at the base. But when different sugars taste, the simple answer is different sugars taste different.
Yes. Yeah. Okay.
And also gin you add botanicals too.
Sure. So
also molasses is gross.
Molasses can be pretty actually.
I'll take your word for it. I've never had molasses that I like, so I'll take your word for it.
Commonly, when people describe rum flavors, particularly if it's a pot still rum, they say funky, and they start saying it kind of smells like rotten bananas. The fermentation actually, and you don't get that from, say, gins. But commonly for rums, people will say it's got this overripe fruit smell, even though those fruits aren't in it. It's basically the fermentation of the molasses is producing a similar aroma to the sugars in overripe fruit.
Okay, no, I've never done any sort of rum myself. I guess the caramelization of the sugars and everything will definitely change the smell and the flavor of it all.
Oh yeah, I mean, there's a million tricks they do in the distilleries. Another big difference between gin and rum is aged in barrels and absorbs flavors from the barrels. Gin is not aged in barrels. Gin is distilled then bottled. Although there are some special gins where, as part of to make it a bit different, they will barrel age it for a while to get a character. But generally speaking, that's another big difference. The rums and whiskies are aged in barrels and they absorb flavors and colors from the barrels, whereas gin's just distilled, then bottled. And what's Kirsten say? Sugar from molasses is easier for yeast to eat. Sugars in grain are harder to convert. So the actual process works differently, even though it's, converting sugar to alcohol.
Yeah, that makes more sense. Yeah. Less energy, higher yield, more energy, less yield. Yeah.
Okay.
Braylon saying, "Can I give you?" Yeah, I'll give you a toast. I'm about to have this one, which rum snobs really like, Flor de Cana, because they don't add sugar to their rums. So rum purists think that's good. It's I love it. 7 years slow aged. How do you slow age something? It's just going to. Is there a temporal disturbance in the Flor de Cana distillery? Where some stuff ages slowly?
So what you do?
No,
is
you distill it in a TARDIS.
No. All you need to do is increase the gravity, and that slows down time.
There's a gravity well in the Flor de Cana.
Yes, you distill it in orbit around the sun, or you can just put a bunch of osmium underneath.
Closer to the Earth's core. Yeah.
Yeah, well, ironically, that you get less gravity because you've got a whole bunch of mass above you, closer to the core.
Braylon wants me to give a toast in my Irish heritage. I know a whole bunch of Irish toasts. May the best day of your past be the worst day in the future.
I was going to say, if we're talking to Irish,
in heaven, half an hour before the devil knows we're dead. Cheers. Instantly you can taste, I think all the other rums I drank have added sugar. It's not a bad taste, but the first taste of this Flor de Cana, you go, oh, okay, yeah, this doesn't have added sugar. All the others do. They're all sweeter than this. But still not bad. But I tend to mix rums rather than drink them straight anyway. But as I was saying, I think I must have educated
the only rum that I can drink straight is something like a rumba or a coconut rumba or something like that. I'm no good when it comes to rum. So.
This one, Plantation's pineapple. Oh my god, that was nice. And it really, it's like I think, like I said, I've educated my rum palate. It really tasted like pineapple, and this one really tastes like coconut. It's like really good.
Hello again, lovely people.
Hello. Well, I think Kirsten's answering slow age. Oh, slow aging is keeping it cold. Okay, that's what that actually means. Because heat has a very big effect on the aging of spirits. Raylan thinks, Connor, if you can't come on here, come on her. Oh dear. Okay.
Lovely.
So if I may, could I propose a toast honouring my Scottish heritage? Yeah. My strong Scottish heritage. I've had to look this up. So here's to the smile of the lassies we love. Here's to the friends ever faithful. Drink to the heart so loving and true, and never may we be ungrateful.
Cheers. Or slonche.
And then headbutt each other or something.
Just be completely Klingon.
Let's headbutt each other and go to war with the English.
Yes.
Yeah.
Actually, interesting topic that I was having a discussion with a bunch of people about the other day, and I'm pretty sure that I know what your guys' take on it will be, but it's an interesting topic nonetheless. Sex positivity. being taught to young men and women as opposed to, being ashamed of having sexual urges or practicing your sexual urges at all. Teaching, our teenagers that are going to have sex regardless if we want them to or not.
Preteens.
Yep.
Yeah.
They're going to have sex. Yep. Teaching them that no, sex is fine, sex is good. These feelings are completely natural. It's okay. But here's, the ideas around consent, enthusiastic consent. Here's the ideas around using protection, and here's how you can practice these sorts of things safely, and making it so that if they do go down that path at a young age afterwards, because one of the big problems is that a lot of people feel shame and guilt and horribleness for going through that. And there are some people out there that try to argue that if we had a more sex positive environment for all of our kids, that we would have much higher rates. This is their assertion, not mine. They are saying that we would have much higher rates of unwanted teen pregnancies and STIs. Discuss.
There's no data for that whatsoever.
Sorry.
Quite the opposite.
What we do have data for, conclusive data.
There was a lot of cutting.
The American states that teach abstinence only for sex education have the highest rates of teen pregnancy and the highest rate of STIs in the US. That we have actual certifiable data for. So
they're also the same states that also disagree with contraceptions as well. So I mean, there is also that to play into that. So like that, you've got that one side of things where you're saying, no, kids, you can't do that. This is bad. And also, if you do, there's nothing that can stop you from
exactly. Yeah, no, because their education
that's the reason why.
Because their education is abstinence only. There is no education on contraception, how to use condoms, how to use diaphragms or the pill or something along those lines.
It's also important because kids have such prevalent access to the internet, and porn is a thing that younger and younger kids have access to. Dispelling the myths from that pornography has is super, super important.
Absolutely.
And so a really sex positive sex education is vital for that.
Yeah.
So I don't want to toot my own horn. I've got two now mature age goddaughters whom I love to tears, but I had the birds of the bees talk with them because their mum was not going anywhere near that, and kind of left that up to me, and that was fine. My discussion with both of them
sorry guys, my headphones are just dying. I'll be back in a second. I do want to talk about this. I'm going to duck out and I'll be back in like 2 or 3 minutes.
Do what you got to do, mate. I had the discussion with them, basically saying that this is a normal, natural thing, that if they have those urges, if they have those wants, that's nothing to be ashamed about. I explained to them what the purpose of masturbation is, for instance. A very uncomfortable topic to have a chat with a 14-year-old girl about when you're a fully grown man, but got through it and did that. Had the discussion around what consent was, especially enthusiastic consent. Had a discussion around all of the bullshit things that young teenage guys love to try and pull in order to try and get a girl to give it up. So had a discussion around all of that bullshit, and basically left the door wide open that if it were to happen, that if they had any questions, if they had any regrets, if they had any concerns, that they could come and talk to me, or they could come and ask their mum, who could get in contact with me. They wouldn't be yelled at, they wouldn't be screamed at, they wouldn't be in trouble, everything would be fine. All of those sorts of different things. Both of my goddaughters have had incredibly terrific experiences with their partners because they were never forced into unwanted sexual experiences. And I know that these two don't mean that the entire rest of the world should be the same. Yeah. But I'm saying that if me as a person can have that discussion with 14-year-old girls, to be very clear, I was super fucking uncomfortable. But if I can have that discussion with 14-year-old girls, fucking parents should be able to as well.
Yeah.
Yeah. I've had a similar experience with my partner at the time. Her other partner had a teenage daughter around the same age, and she sidelined me with a bunch of questions that I was like, oh, shouldn't you ask your dad or your mom or your stepmom? But apparently it was me who she felt more comfortable with, and yeah, super uncomfortable.
Yeah.
But also, like, because I was like a total third party,
Yes.
she felt like she could trust me on that
I think-
and not
yeah.
feel judged. So kudos to you.
I do think that's why my goddaughters were okay with talking to me about it, because they knew that after the conversation was finished, I was going home. They wouldn't need to see me in the corridor afterwards and have to kind of have that. We just had this really awkward discussion phase, you know? So I think that definitely helped a bit. But like
so
when they...
What prompted this line of discussion?
Little backstory to that. My eldest goddaughter was using the same computer as her mum. Her mum is completely IT illiterate, 100% IT illiterate.
Okay.
The computer started experiencing all sorts of different problems. Every time she'd open up a web page, 11 billion ads would pop up and all of that sort of stuff, and she had no idea how to fix it, so she brought it to me.
A real number.
Yep. When I was going through... It's my number, and I love it. When I was going through her computer trying to get rid of all of this shite, saw some of the internet history. One of them came up, and it was my eldest goddaughter having a discussion with somebody who was grooming her. Now, to be very, very clear, I did not do my level best to invade my goddaughter's privacy. It was during going through this that a picture that she had sent to this groomer was a part of my goddaughter that I'd never wanted to see, ever. And when you see that, it is going to draw your eye to the screen whether you want it to or not. And it was very evident who he was and all of that. So I took all of that information and gave it to the appropriate authorities. I then got rid of all of that, because I also, when I handed over that information, to be very clear, I also deleted all of the photos that she sent, because she can get in trouble for that, which I think is fucking pathetic, but it is true.
Yeah.
Basically it was then a case of somebody needs to sit down and have a chat with her about it. And her mum understood everything that was going on, but didn't possess the ability to turn off her emotions in regards to it, to have that discussion in a fair, impartial, and honest manner, because she was so upset and so frightened and so angry that she basically emotionally switched off and begged me to take on that aspect of the conversation. So I did.
Okay.
And that's what prompted that discussion. It was very, 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 very uncomfortable.
Well, my friend Eva, who I made heaps of videos with back in the day before she moved to Queensland, she's published a book called The Teen Girl's Guide to Getting Off. And it's, it's radical sex positivity for teen girls. And apparently she's in discussion with people who are going to adapt it for TV. I'm assuming they're going to try and sell it to a streaming service rather than one of the free-to-air channels. But
good luck with that at a Catholic school, Grasshopper. Safa, Catholic schools, what they teach their kids, in my opinion, is tantamount to child abuse.
Absolutely. Having been through Catholic school, yes.
But more than that as well, most Catholic schools are private schools. So the only thing that I've got to say in regards to that is private schools should not be getting any form of government funding whatsoever, period. But as it is, they get more fucking government funding than our publicly funded schools, and that is pathetic.
Yeah, it really is.
Criminal.
Oh, Braylon was asking.
No, it's private how much they get. That's the reason why they call it private.
Braylon on Twitch is asking, are these people, which I assume means everyone else on camera, Are these people your friends or more like your colleagues? These are my internet pals, and we come on and chat and have fun.
And eventually, I will be heading down to Melbourne so that I can actually meet Angry face to face, poke him in the belly, and give him a hug.
That sounds like a fun day. That sounds like a fun day.
I'm from New South Wales, so it's very rarely that I'd actually want to travel to Victoria. But I mean, if I ever did, I would love to hang out with, all my new Victorian friends. But yeah, I wouldn't do it on purpose because
I still don't know why last January I had to go from New South Wales to Victoria and back again to ask me.
Grant, I
can't imagine living anywhere else.
Without giving too much
Melbourne
away.
is the best.
Sorry, I don't mean to cut you off there. Without giving too much away, Grant, whereabouts in New South Wales are you? You north or south?
Let's just say that if there was a place between Sydney and Brisbane, but a lot more inland, that's where I am.
Okay, so north. All right, cool. Okay,
yeah,
cool.
Bloody northerners, I tell you, they're the worst.
No,
that's how it is. Already labeling me.
I am thoroughly Southwest Sydney. So
okay, here's the thing. You got to understand. I grew up as a Westie. That was me through and through. I was a Westie until my final years of high school. I got myself in a bit of trouble, and I made the choice to leave and go somewhere a lot less populated. And I've been here for 20. Jesus Christ. Oh my god, yeah, 20. I've been here a while. Oh my god, yeah.
The inexorable march of time.
Yeah, no, it's coming up to my 20-year reunion of school, which didn't even realize. Graduating, so yeah.
No, the last time that I was in Queensland, I visited my mum, who literally lives in the middle of no and where. And then went across to the Sunshine Coast to visit my nephews and nieces, and lost a $5 bet with my 12-year-old nephew, little shithead.
How did you lose a bet?
Oh, he absolutely destroyed me, and it was hilarious. My wife couldn't breathe for 3 days. She was laughing that hard. We're out the front, and he's come running up to me. He's, Uncle Shannon, I want to make a bet with you. Okay, then. What's the bet? He goes, I'll bet you $5 that I could jump higher than the house. And I looked at him and I went, okay, then. All right, you're on. $5, you're on. And he goes, okay. And he jumps like this far and then looks at me and goes, now it's the house's turn.
Yep. Circa, still that one.
I was bought in hook, line, and fucking sinker.
I had a similar situation where it was I was standing across in the kitchen and I was having a cup. I just finished my orange juice and it was a plastic cup. And a friend of mine said, "Oh, I'm gonna throw this egg and it's gonna land in this cup. And if I don't get it, you'll get $5." Sort of thing. And he just pegged it at me. Hit me square in the head and then handed me $5 note. It was the inverse of your story, but yeah, I felt the same humiliation that you felt on that, just from the same sort of thing. Except I actually, technically, my humiliation was monetized.
No, well, actually, there was another offshoot of that I saw some of my friends do to each other, which I thought was absolutely hilarious. Where two friends made a bet with each other, where one of them turned around and said, "I bet you any money that you want that I can crack an egg on this other guy's head, and he'll stand there and let it happen." And he was like, "That's no way." They put like $20 down. And he turned around to this other guy and he was like, "You've got the cup. Okay, cool. I'm going to throw this egg into the cup, and if it makes it $5, blah, blah, blah." And he was like, "Fine." And he holds the cup and, of course, just pegs it straight at his head, hands him $5, walks over to the other guy, goes, "Where's my 20?"
Yeah.
So,
I wouldn't do that to a stranger, but I mean...
Yeah.
Yeah.
It'll be the version of going up and whispering in the person's ear, says, "I'll give you $10 if you let me crack an egg on your head."
Oh God, sorry. I've got another sort of tangent sort of story. A friend of mine used to do to taxi drivers. He would go up to the first taxi driver and says, "I have no money. Can I get lift home? But I'll give you some sort of oral pleasure." And then, like, get the hell out of it. Get out of the taxi. So he'd go to the taxi behind it, and he'd say the same thing. And he'd go 3 or 4 taxis back, and he said, and then he'd hand the other bloke, $20 and say, yeah, can you take me to Salisbury Street, sort of thing. And then he'd drive off, and then all of a sudden, all the other taxi drivers are like, dude, what are you doing,
Hang on, say that again.
So he would go up to the first.
Follow that.
Like, so there's a row of 5 taxis, and he goes up to the first 4, and he's like, "Take me here, and if you do, I'll give you a blowjob." They're like, "No, get the hell out of here." But in the last taxi, he hands the guy actual cash money and says, "Take me somewhere." So the guy hops into his cab and he drives off, and all of the other cabbies are like, "Hang the fuck on a second."
They think the 5th driver accepted the blowjob, basically.
Yeah, that was the joke. But what you would do is the main part of the joke is you would keep doing it until you got like an older woman to do it. That's what he would do. He'd do that, and if he got an older woman, he would do that, and everyone's like, "Wait a minute, what was the taxi?" He's like, "No, it was just a normal taxi." And then all of a sudden, people are like, "Wait a minute, what?" It was quite funny at the time. The problem was, it got back to him at one stage when he tried to get another taxi, and legitimately he dropped his wallet. And so all of a sudden they're like, "No, get out! No, I'm going to leave you across the side of the road," because they thought that he genuinely did some sort of sexual act. So when he said, "Oh shit, wait, stop! I haven't got my money," he's like, "Get out! Just get out!" And I was also in the back seat of the car. So
why wouldn't the taxi driver accept the blowjob? That's the part I don't understand.
I'm not a taxi driver. I don't know if there's a taxi driver code of conduct. Maybe they've checked the box saying I will not accept this as payment. I don't know.
Well, Uber drivers definitely would.
I mean, I wouldn't pull it off now.
Too many.
Never do that.
Too
sort
many
of stuff. Now,
Uber driver stories. But and Uber delivery people, I've heard way too many stories about that. But
we don't have that where we are. We're too rural.
Okay.
They tried to say, "Oh, you want to have Uber Eats up here?" And everyone's like, "No, we've heard too many stories." Because all we heard was the bad stories.
Okay.
Yeah. The hot dogs. Yeah, hot dogs. Yeah.
Does anyone remember in the early days of Uber, because taxis were so fucking vile and everyone had a horrible taxi story. Every woman I know had a story of a taxi driver at least attempting to sexually assault them. And then it was like, Uber was the big release. Uber's so much better. And there was this period
Uber
where
was not better.
Uber was better. And no, it isn't. No. It's actually worse. It's worse in every conceivable way.
Calling it the big release was probably a poor choice of words on their behalf.
Well, I use a service called Sheba, which is basically Uber, but there's only women drivers and only women customers. Like they screen you beforehand.
That's awesome. No, there's
it is a little bit more expensive, but a lot more of the money actually goes to the driver as well. Like you can actually earn a livable wage.
Genuine question: What happens when you get someone who calls up and just claims that they don't have any sort of traits, they've made no physical effort, and when you see them, they don't have any of that sort of appearance, but they say, no, I'm declaring myself as female, and you know for a fact that they're not. That. They're just. I'm just saying, like,
never happen.
That's never happened.
Never happen.
That would never
happen.
Why would it? Why would it never? I mean, I can understand
you do
why.
That?
Me?
Would you do that?
I
Yes.
mean, would I actively pretend to be a woman to pay more of a taxi fare?
No.
No.
Sorry. Let me just be very clear on this one. The scenario that you just invited is that I hop onto the Sheba app and I order a ride to go somewhere. I've told the Sheba app that I'm female or whatever. I'm able to get past that part of it. I order a ride to my place. The Sheba driver arrives at my place, and here I am standing there with the full beard and dressed like a man, presenting like a man. Everything about me is man. But I turn around and say, no, I identify as female. That's never going to happen.
That
That is
never
just
happens.
point blank never going to happen.
It would happen.
It just
would
doesn't happen.
with right-wing trolls who are trying to cause trouble.
Oh yeah, it would
Exactly.
happen with like people going out of their
it's-
way to.
It's like that
prove
whole
that it
bullshit fucking
happens.
restroom argument, where,
Yeah.
no, I identify as a woman, therefore I'm able to use the female restroom because I want to abuse women in the female restroom. It's complete bullshit.
Yeah, does not happen. No. And also, interestingly, I saw someone do a really good debunking of the thing that, if you allow trans women to complete, they'll dominate everything. And it's like, trans women have been allowed to complete for decades, and none of them are at the top of the sport. Like, none of them. People will highlight.
You lose that male muscle mass when you
estrogen. Yeah.
go on.
Over time. Yep.
There was one.
The one thing that
a
trans
wrestler in America, one trans woman who's a wrestler, but again, this always ends up throwing cis women under the bus, big cis women.
Yeah.
And like I saw someone try to throw out Caster Semenya as the example, the African athlete. It's like, she's cis, okay? Her body produces more testosterone than the average woman. There may be some intersex element in that we don't actually know, but
it could also be polycystic ovarian syndrome.
Made up rules that are absolutely discriminatory that don't count. Caster Semenya is not trans. Caster Semenya is a cis woman. And that's what always happens when fuckwits try and do this shit. They throw an enormous number of cis women under the bus. It's ridiculous.
The one thing that trans women have less of a worry about in their later years over cisgendered women is the instances of osteoporosis, because their bone density is higher from their genetic makeup at birth. They have
osteoarthritis and all that.
Also staying on hormones longer and not going through menopause.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. So that's the only real, I guess, benefit that you could really call.
Well,
they've got other health challenges, but yeah.
If I can put a counterpoint to what you're saying, I'm really big in combat sports. I like mixed martial arts. I like boxing, kickboxing, wrestling, and that sort of thing.
Yep.
A male physique, someone who has been a male for X amount of years and has transitioned to female and then competing in that, it is different.
No, it's not.
No, this is okay, Mr. Grant Gregory. You are making a supposition, but we have the actual real-world evidence over decades, and that's actual real-world evidence, not thinking, not theories, absolute irrefutable evidence that is not true. We have data for thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of sporting events, and what you're saying simply is not true.
They haven't included combat sports. That was the point of my initial thing. No. Like that, and that was the problem. When you get someone who,
what's the difference between any sport and combat sport, though? Like, physically, trans women have the same characteristics in muscle mass and bone density and like all the same characteristics of cis women. The same physiologies.
What you're saying, Grant, is you feel like that would be there. But what we have is irrefutable statistical evidence over decades that is not true. That's the thing. It's absolutely irrefutable. You're going off feelings, and I can understand feelings, but you cannot point to a single case. You cannot point to a single case that supports what you're saying. I can point to decades of statistical evidence that prove conclusively, irrefutably, the absolute opposite of what you're saying.
I was talking about Fallon Fox, the mixed martial artist who was 28 when he transitioned into female and going out there
when she transitioned into female. Careful.
Okay. Well, when I'm saying transition, I don't know how the correct tense to use it. So
always use what they transitioned into, even when talking about the past. Use their their name and their pronoun as it is now. So it's she, her, and Fallon. That's her name, I guess. I've heard of her, but I don't know much about her.
Okay.
Yeah,
So, Grant, there's one thing that I need to interject here. There's one thing that I need to interject. Just think about bodybuilding. That's all you've got to think about. Think about bodybuilding. Okay, you have a look at your Arnold Schwarzeneggers and your guys like that who pump iron and diet and all of that sort of stuff. Whether or not they take steroids, let's just leave that out of the argument for the time being. But they're able to build up a metric fuck ton of muscle mass. They're able to condition themselves and get up and pose in front of people and all of those sorts of different things through hardcore training and dietary restrictions and stuff like that. There is exactly the same amount of competitiveness in women bodybuilding as well, who were able to build up the same types of muscle mass by following exactly the same training regimes as male bodybuilders. Okay? There is no difference between the two. So if they are able...
Okay, well, I mean, by your own example, there's okay, a female versus a male in bodybuilding. You never who's the closest woman that's ever looked like Arnold Schwarzenegger?
Look it up.
There's no man who's ever looked like Arnold Schwarzenegger. I mean, I also just looked up Fallon Fox. Fallon Fox's professional career was only 6 fights, 5 wins and a loss. There are a fuck ton of cis women in MMA who have a more devastating record than that. They do 20, 30, 40 bouts undefeated. It's again, you're just saying, and I've seen Fallon Fox, she's pretty big, but again, her record is she's only 5 wins, 1 loss from 6 bouts. There are a fuck ton of cis women who have a way more devastating record than that.
Holly Holm, bloody Ronda Rousey. Like, these are 2 women that, like, as somebody who studied martial arts from the age of 7 to the age of 34, and I am heavily into MMA as well, I will tell you this point blank. Holly Holm, Ronda Rousey, I would much prefer to have them on my side against somebody like Colin McGregor or Anderson Silva or any of those male fighters. They are fucking devastating against their female counterparts and would be equally devastating against their male counterparts. But at this point, we don't have female versus male MMA fights. People love to try and say that it's because males have an unfair advantage over females in that sport. It's complete bullshit. That sport is mostly about fucking grappling, not striking.
No, dude, it's not. Like,
oh, come on. Come on. The greatest majority of bouts in MMA are won through fucking submission and grappling. That is the greatest majority of them. And women are just as effective.
I think we're getting past the point. I was making what I was saying. I'd love to talk about this. If you want to talk about this off stream, let's go for it. That's fine. My point was, we're talking about someone who was a male for a while, and then, was assigned male, and then is female, and then come through, and she was breaking skulls, like
she
the
had
muscle
6
density.
fights.
As I'm saying,
so there's no physiological difference.
There is a massive physiological difference between them.
Support what you're saying.
There's not.
There's no evidence she has an unfair advantage over anyone. And like I said, there is conclusive evidence over decades that trans female athletes do not have any advantage over cis female athletes. Because which trans female athlete is the world champion in their sport? There literally are not any. There are none.
The New Zealand lady, the weightlifter.
She did win some medals, I think, but I don't know.
She broke the world record by nearly 40 kilos, I think it was, or something, or 40 pounds. I'm not exactly sure of the number.
Okay, so you're attributing her win to the fact that she was assigned male at birth. That's your assertion.
This is Lauren Hubbard we're talking about.
I'm saying the huge discrepancy between how records have been broken in the past in any of the weightlifting. That's a massive disparity. So yeah.
Very, very quickly before we
It's-
continue on with this level of discussion, Abigail, I'm very, very, very sorry if any of this is upsetting you or getting to you in any kind of way, and I am sorry if I sound at any point like as if I'm speaking for trans people, because I really
No,
don't
you're
want to try.
you're making all the right arguments. So you're cool.
I just want to make that very clear first and foremost. Second to that, that is one person in one sport with one record break. The idea that you can tie that win to the fact that this person was assigned male at birth is facetious at best, and I'll tell you why.
You asked me for one example, and I gave you one example, so
Yeah,
that was
that-
the point.
and-
So
And
I'm
trying
looking
to
it up, and I think your example is incorrect. I'm looking at a Wikipedia entry. She doesn't seem to have any world records, but
So okay, so number one, just to be clear, you're arguing this with a biologist. So I can speak on this with some level of authority. Now, I am not a person that specializes in people transitioning, and I don't have all of those facts and figures at my fingertips or off the top of my brain. But I can speak at a basic biological level with some level of certainty. And here's my assertion. My assertion is that somebody such as Abigail, who has gone through all of the transitions, she started her hormone replacement therapy however long ago. She now, sorry to use this term because I fucking hate using it, but it's relevant at this point. She now passes as female. Okay? There is no difference in her body in terms of her physical ability versus somebody who was assigned female at birth. She has a couple of separate organs that women don't have, and women have a couple of separate organs that she doesn't have. That is the only difference between the two of them. If her and a assigned female at birth friend of exactly the same age, of exactly the same diet, of exactly the same type of lifestyle, were to both get into something competitive, let's say cycling, for instance, they have the exact same level of ability to be able to cycle as far as they do at the speed that they do. Just because Abigail was assigned male at birth does not give her an advantage over any of her female counterparts. Yes, at the beginning, as she is starting to do the transition with the hormones, there is a little bit of an advantage, absolutely. But that doesn't mean that men have an innate advantage over women in anything. It is statistical, because I know cis women who were assigned female at birth who would absolutely kick the right living shit out of me and you without even breaking a bloody sweat. And I'm half decent when it comes to defending myself, but they could absolutely walk all over me. It's got nothing to do with the gender. It's got everything to do with the ability. The difference in their biological states when it comes time in when they're passing as female, when they're going into MMA, when they're going into football or any of those sports, there is no difference between them and somebody who was born, raised, identifies, and continues to be a female. None. No difference at all.
And yeah, I think we could steer off. And I did, again, I looked up. Laurel Hubbard had, and possibly still has, the Oceania weightlifting record. She does not have the world record. She is not a world champion. She's not an Olympic champion. She's doing reasonably well, although I think she's out with injury now. But again, I'm just saying, she is being beaten by cis women in competition. That is the simple truth. She's being beaten by cis women in competition. It's that straightforward.
Again, I'm sorry if I sounded like as if I was speaking for trans people there, because I am not a trans person. I am a huge advocate for trans rights, and I get very passionate, and I kind of get up on my soapbox. So to anybody that thinks that I am gaslighting or speaking for all trans people, I'm really, really not.
On the other hand, I am definitely speaking for every group I mention. I will now speak on the problem with black people. No, wait. Sorry, that came out wrong. That came out wrong.
Fucking Jews. We got to address the Jew.
It's just.
Oh, I
You're
thought I was
probably
going to be the
really
most
attached
hated
at
person
the
on the
moment,
stream,
Grant,
but after
but
that
I just
comment,
want-
I guess not.
I just want to say the simple thing is what you were saying is factually incorrect and can be proven to be factually incorrect.
Sorry, it
I
may
can
have sounded
actually
like as if we.
understand someone having concerns about the unknown, but the fact is trans women competing in elite competition is no longer an unknown. It's been happening for a while, and we have the results. We have irrefutable statistical proof that there's no innate benefit. So some trans women do better than some cis women, and some cis women do better than some trans women. There's no, not only is saying there's no evidence that trans women have an advantage is too weak. What there is absolute, incontrovertible evidence beyond any doubt that there is no innate benefit for trans women versus cis women. We know
Across
that it is a
any
literal fact.
Yeah, and at no point either, just to be clear, at no point either could I walk into an MMA gym and say, I present as female, I want to fight all of you female fighters, and somehow make a name for myself, other than just basically being an ass.
I could make a name for myself. I'd be the guy who got more bones broken in one day than
nor was I even suggesting that. Like that's
no.
That's a bit facetious to suggest that. I mean, I wasn't even suggesting anything like that.
That was. I
was using an example of someone who did hormone therapy, has identified for years, and went through a surgical transition. Not only an emotional and everything, but a physical one as well. That's what I was using. But I wasn't saying they just walk in and say that. I was not even close to suggesting that. I think that's a bit facetious to say that.
About the Sheba service. You said exactly that about Sheba.
And I
asked a question because purely and simply on the basis of someone who has a wife and a daughter, and if they were to use that sort of service, I would be worried about if someone could do that. Not saying that they would. I'm saying,
but no one ever does that.
I don't know that. I literally only just heard about it, and I asked a question. That's literally all I was doing.
And the answer is it doesn't happen.
Can I also can I just make your question clear, because I think we might have missed it before. Your question is, if your wife and daughter were to use that app, the person that arrives might be male. Is that what you're saying?
No.
Okay,
no, I'm saying if my wife or daughter was to be a driver for that, what's the sort of process to know that the person at the other end is who they say they are? That was purely and simply from a security-based sort of thing. That's all I was asking.
Well, let's do a hypothetical. Let's say that Abigail gets a driver's license and gets a car tomorrow and becomes a driver for Sheba. I get the Sheba app, I go through the whole thing, and I order Abigail to come out and pick me up. Abigail arrives at the destination that the app is told, and the first thing that she sees is me. What's Abigail going to do? She's going to drive away, and she's going to report my profile as being bullshit. That's what's going to happen.
Anyway, I want to make another drink and get drunk. So
that was the question I was asking, because I don't know about these sort of things. That's why I was asking.
And it's cool, and I think it's clear the question's been answered. That literally doesn't happen. You ask the question, the answer is it doesn't happen.
Yeah. I was also being ridiculously overly sarcastic with my previous comment, trying to loosen the mood. I wasn't trying to attack. And I'm sorry if I came across as attacking you at any point. I'm just very passionate.
I also want to put it on record that I'm a big fan of the Jewish people.
That sounds suspicious that you wanted to get out front with that.
I've dated Jewish people. They're lovely people.
I agree. So
fine.
if I can talk about this book I read, it's called Mein Kampf. It's a very good.
He put forward a few ideas. And I remember someone. I think it was a pretty good joke. I think it was a joke, but he said like he wanted to know for real. He wanted to actually read Mein Kampf because what did Hitler actually say in it? And the only copy in the library was actually in German. And he tried to get a German phrase book to see if that would help him read it. And he goes, "It's remarkable how rarely Hitler said, 'Do you know the way to the bus stop?' in Mein Kampf."
It is.
I mean, train station. That would be a different story. But yeah.
Oh, trains. Yes, they're all about the trains. Oh, dear.
Very much so. Very much so. Because we are German and very efficient in killing
chemicals in the water that turn the friggin' frogs gay.
Yep.
That's about it.
Do.
That's about it.
But frogs are just weird. Frogs do weird.
I mean, in all fairness, I don't like a lot of chemicals in water either.
Did you see the fucking aftermath of him doing that bloody bit where on his next show he actually came out like painted fucking green and wearing a frog suit and started carrying on?
Did he now?
Yeah, he did. It was.
He's a performer. He's a weirdo.
I mean,
it took the ridiculous level.
Is it odd that Bill Hicks died, and then 2 weeks later, the first appearance of Alex Jones happened? They look identical.
Alex Jones does look like an old Bill Hicks. He
looks like Bill Hicks. He has the same rants. He does the same thing like this that Bill Hicks used to do on stage. Like it's.
Yeah.
I don't
Braylon's
even know
asking
who
how
Bill
often
Hicks
everyone
is.
gets in streams. It's absolutely random, Braylon. Like everyone comes on, we just call it Angry Bunch because it looks like the Brady Bunch windows at the start of the Brady Bunch show. And it's basically I'll just be nattering in a stream, and if someone says, "Hey, we're doing Angry Bunch," 9 times out of 10 I say, "Yes, that's an excellent idea. Let's do that."
And it's usually me that's annoying him to do it.
There's a number of times I said, stream tonight, and he's like, no, I'm going to talk to myself. And then other times he's like, wait, is AZ on? AZ here? Give me a second. Yeah, all right, let's get the group together.
Yeah, it's just like it's all a whim, basically. It's all
the thing is, 9 times out of 10, when AZ comes into the stream, we all just stop and just let it go because we know that if we come in, we're not going to be able to say anything anyway.
We put the rules on him these days. He's only allowed to talk for 90 seconds. I did try to suggest to him the last time he was on.
He misunderstood it. He thought you said minutes.
Yeah. I did try to encourage him last stream and say there's another thing that some people do where they just speak for a sentence and then they wait to see if someone has a response. That's what some people call conversation. So
I mean, I got yelled at for like 10 minutes. So I mean, we can all do it. It's awesome.
You weathered that really well, Grant. I just want to say,
Speaking of conversation, Adam, you haven't said a fucking word.
No, he went a couple of times. I noticed that. So
Guilty's all about the facial expressions.
Yeah,
I'm a less confrontation person, so I backed off.
Yeah. And I'm going to have a quick toilet break.
I was quite happy with you to go off there, Grasshopper, because I don't have the spoons for that kind of debate at the moment.
In all fairness, if I said anything that upset you, then we can talk about it. And that was not what I was intending. I was purely and simply just posing a question and asking about hypotheticals because I like to find out different scenarios of things. I like to talk to people from all walks of life and find out different things, and that's purely and simply what I was doing. And
you just got to be careful around topics like that because it is topics that a lot of right-wing mouth breathers like to use as a way to try and discredit trans people, whether they be athletes or not, and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So it can be.
I'm still here. I've been a part of it, and I've been a part of this for a little while. If you truly thought that I was like that, that would have been the first thing that you called me out on, and you didn't. So you know that's not the case
No,
with me.
absolutely. No, we did.
So
Again, I state, if I sounded like as if I was attacking you at any point, I apologize. I wasn't trying to. I was just being very passionate. Abigail wanted to try and say something there. Sorry, go ahead, Abigail.
Oh, just like with the whole people are always using that kind of argument just as rhetoric, not trying to ask genuinely, but to just throw shit against people. And so like when you get someone like yourself who was actually like genuinely asking with no ill intent, like I've already got my backup. I've already got my shields activated, photon torpedoes online.
Yeah, I was about to say, speaking of
it's a defense mechanism.
No, and I fully understand it, and I expected that. No, I expected that. But the fact of the matter is, if I can't have a conversation without worrying about the potential of offending, I'm not going to learn anything from it, any other perspective apart from a narrow echo chamber that I'm a part of, and I don't want that.
Can I just tell you a quick happening that happened to me a few years ago? Sorry, Abigail, you go ahead first, and then I'll tell my story.
It's not up to trans people to educate you about trans stuff. Like that's not our job.
That's why I didn't ask. That's why I didn't ask.
So,
I just posed a question to the group as general. If you answered,
okay,
that would be fine. If you didn't, and other people answered, that was also fine. Otherwise, if it was something I wanted to ask you specifically, I would message you or I'd talk to you. I wouldn't do it publicly.
Sure.
Okay,
because I don't know
also
where.
A lot of information online about this stuff. If you look,
yeah, but it depends on where you look and what you look at, and if you don't know what the right sources are or what it is, and you're genuinely just curious, it's a quagmire.
I've got a friend of mine who has just started transitioning. Okay, and she's a lovely, lovely lady, and I've known her for years. And when she began to transition, the greatest majority of our friends, because we've got a lot of mutual friends, 100% supportive, all of that. So she's coming out in the right group, as it were. I took her shopping because she didn't have a car at the time. I did. And I knew where she lived because I'd visited her many times, all of that, and I just offered my services of, hey, I'll take you out shopping, because she wanted to get new clothes and all of that sort of stuff. And she was a bit worried about going out, presenting as female and all of that, because anxiety is a thing, and she wanted somebody there as moral support and also as actual support if it became necessary. Now, as her and I were walking through the mall, I was linking arms with her, I was holding hands with her and stuff like that, because that's what she wanted. That's what made her feel safe. That's what made her feel okay-ish in the situation. And we went into a makeup store, and the people there were absolutely lovely, and they helped to try to find all of the different right types of makeup for her. And then we went to a couple of clothing stores, and you could see that the attendants there were a little bit on the confused side, but did everything they could to help her, and they were quite lovely about it. But all of the looks and all of the comments were coming from general members of public who were doing it in a way where if they got called on their bullshit, they would turn around and go, oh, I was just having a joke. I was just having a joke. No harm meant. No harm meant. I was just having a joke. It's bullshit. You are saying that to elicit a response, and when the response happens, you don't want to take responsibility for you being an asshole. But there was one particular comment from one guy that it was something along the lines of, I think that she's got a bigger dick than I do. And I turned around to him and I said, it's impossible considering that your dick's directly on top of your fucking shoulders. Why don't you shut the hell up? And he turned around to me and he just went, oh, yeah, well, if you go back to her place, who's going to be fucking who tonight? And if you fuck her, that just makes you gay. I turned around and said, how does fucking a woman make me gay? That's not a woman. Says who? Says you?
I mean, there's a huge section of the internet that says it is, and I've seen a few videos, so...
There's a huge section of the internet that'll tell you that the earth is flat. There's a huge section of the internet that'll tell you that vaccines cause autism. There's a huge section of the internet that'll tell you that we never landed on the moon, and they're all fucking wrong.
No,
and
okay, that was me agreeing with you. I was using that. I wasn't. Yeah, okay.
Then That's the thing. Anybody that says that a trans person isn't the gender that they identify as they've started to transition, is wrong, period. Okay? Because there are, and this is something that a lot of people have a difficulty accepting, there are chicks with dicks. And it is a real thing. And there are guys with vaginas. It is a real thing. And more than anything else in regards to that whole topic about whether we should refer to them as women, whether or not we shouldn't, and all of that, the thing that trumps all of it, that nobody can get past, is it is none of our fucking business. Period. It is their life, their body. That's it. They've got the same rights over their fucking life and their body as I do over mine, as you do over yours, and everybody does have over their own. All we have to do is respect fucking pronouns. It is the smallest little thing of don't be a shit human being is all that is fucking required. And so many of those issues would disappear overnight. But people keep on, and I'm not accusing you here, I'm talking about the other they. There are people who constantly parrot on about this whole trans women in trans women competing in this, and trans women going into restrooms and all of that sort of shit. They are all fucking idiots, every single one of them, because there is no evidence, zero evidence ever of any trans woman ever in the history of the fucking world going into a women's restroom to abuse a young woman or abuse an older woman. There is zero evidence whatsoever that trans women who have been transitioning for a while, who quote unquote pass, have more or less abilities than their male counterparts or their female counterparts. It is all.
Sorry, what do you mean? What do you
bluster.
mean by past? Do you mean like by the definition or a physical look? Because I was under the assumption from my trans friends, when they use the term pass, it's a female signed at birth who looks like a male after their transition, and vice versa. Do you mean the same thing when you use the word pass, or is it a different terminology? I just want to make sure that the terms are right.
I will give my definition of pass with the very clear thing. If I am wrong about this, or if the one person who could speak on this with any form of authority, Abigail, believes that I have spoken incorrectly or I've said something incorrect, please tell me if I am wrong, Abigail. Please. Passing, in my definition of the word, is if somebody looks at them from 5 foot away, they think female. They don't hear, and if they speak to them, they don't hear a deep bassist type male voice. They hear a more feminine voice with a more feminine inflection. The skin, the hair, facial hair and stuff like that, they've gone through their therapies to the point like they don't grow facial hair as much or at all anymore in certain circumstances, whether or not they've got boobs.
To simplify what you're saying, it's basically when someone doesn't recognize your trans status.
Exactly.
And they think of you as the gender, like they think of you as assigned the gender you're presenting as
Thank
cis,
you, Abigail.
basically.
Yep.
Yeah.
And it sucks because passing in, like, we call it passing privilege, and
Yes.
those who don't pass cop a lot of crap.
Yeah.
It's
it
awful.
fucking breaks, and it absolutely breaks my heart. It absolutely.
So that's why I wasn't too sure of the terminology, because I've heard it used in other scenarios, and I wasn't too sure. Just so I'm clear, when I'm talking, I don't want to misrepresent anything. Someone
Also,
like a Blair White, who
good example, mate. Also,
someone like Blair White and Jessica Yenim. I always get the name wrong.
I know the type of people you're talking about.
Can I just Can I just ask a very quick question, Greg? Are you on like a mobile coverage at the moment, like 3G, 4G?
Yeah,
or are you using
4G.
it yourself?
But I'm
Yeah.
I'm connected to my house Wi-Fi via my headset. I'm on my mobile phone.
There's a little bit of a delay between when you're talking and other people are talking as well, and it sounds like as if we've started to talk over you. I just want to point out that we're not. Like, we actually haven't registered that you've started talking by the time that we have, because there is just a slight, like maybe 3 to 4 second
Oh yeah,
delay
that's dude.
sometimes.
That's StreamYards, man. I understand that. I do.
Yep,
I do movie trivia and streams all the time.
Yeah.
No, I understand that, man.
No
So
worries,
that's
yeah.
why when I'm talking and you say something, I duck back and then I'm like, oh wait, did I? Or yeah, you'll see
Yep.
me go, yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
So I wanted
Yeah.
to say two things. First, Grant, I think you were asking your questions in good faith. I want to make that clear. I mean, I was pretty strident in some of my responses because I think it's important to be absolutely clear. But I do think you're asking your questions in good faith. Like I said, you're able to identify the sort of pieces of shit who do stuff in bad faith. You know who those people are. And second, I'm kind of keen for a topic change, if that doesn't sound
Fox,
rude.
how you doing?
Fox of Fate. Let's just talk about how sexy Fox
Hi.
of Fate is.
Okay, and also,
Not very.
and also the change of location. What happened to the fridge background?
Uh,
Oh,
My
wait a minute.
computer
I think I
is,
recognize that soundtrack.
my computer is in the shop, so I'm on my tablet.
Ah,
Okay, Fox, I am very upset that your computer is in the shop and not in my garage.
So where's the fridge then? That speaks to nothing about the fridge.
See,
How will
Right
I
now.
know if it's open or closed?
yeah, that's it.
No,
That's
It's
it.
closed. Don't worry.
That camera
was the
angle is
last one
too
to use it, it's
widescreen. It doesn't
closed.
work. Hey, I'm finally on stream with Fox. It was I've seen you plenty of times. We haven't actually been on the stream together. So nice to meet
No,
you.
we have.
nice.
Might have been
I
one
think
time we
Nettie's
have.
going to join us too.
No, I jumped on and I was off because my camera kept dying. That was the last one that we were on.
Oh.
Yeah, I never actually got to speak to you.
And
Oh,
speaking
okay.
of Star Trek, this is
Yeah.
called the Kanar Sazerac. Someone was
Oh,
inspired
cool.
by
By Kanar,
Deep
the
Space Nine.
Cardassian.
Yeah,
Kardashians.
speaking of,
This is
It's
quite
It's meant to be a bit. It's meant to be a little bit syrupy, like a bit more viscous,
It's got
I
sugar
am now-
syrup in it.
but
I
that
am
would
getting
make
close
it
to my.
undrinkable.
I'm getting
I don't
close to
know.
my 4th watch through of DS9. I am
Okay.
up to the final season now.
I just finished one a couple of months ago.
My wife and I have just finished off the Next Generation. We're now plowing through Voyager together. But she doesn't want to watch DS9 because she fucking hates the Ferengi with like an avid passion.
Oh.
She hates the Ferengi.
Okay,
Oh, dude,
yeah.
the Ferengi are the best. I love the Ferengi.
The Ferengi are pretty awful.
The Ferengi
no,
are
that's why
exactly.
that's why they're
are
great. Like,
exact-
you literally have the Kardashians. You got like the not
The
bloody that's,
Skywalkers are better.
Jesus Christ, it's been so long since I watched it. The Jebediah, you've got all those, and then you got the Ferengi who you're supposed to empathize with. It's like, yeah, well, when I die, I'm going to go to fucking a gold palace and everything. And Quocky's essentially a good guy. That's the good guy. Like, I love it. It's so good.
No, the
I,
Ferengi are basically what capitalism, like the most
Yeah,
toxic
that was
aspects of
basically-
capitalism,
Yeah.
which is very
Yeah.
much what Gene Roddenberry was trying to
That
achieve.
being said, can I ask you one question? And this needs to be answered the right way. What is
Okay,
the
if it's
best
about Star
episode
Trek,
of
I'm letting
DS9?
Abigail answer this.
What's the best episode of DS9?
The Visitor.
The Visitor.
Oh,
Okay.
I thought you were going to go like the duality. Oh man, I thought you were going to go. Oh,
No,
yeah,
no,
yeah, that's
or
good. That's
in the pale moonlight. It's a close tie.
that's number 3. Yeah.
Very
no,
cute.
oh,
Yeah.
My personal favorite episode is the one where they're on the original Ship Enterprise with Kirk.
oh, we did
Oh,
tribbles
Trouble-
and all that. Yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
That's my
tribbles.
Trials
Yeah.
of Tribulation.
That's my
Tribal
favorite
Tribble, yeah.
DS9. Yeah.
Yeah.
I always call it.
Yep.
I don't know why. I always call it Tribble Fest. I don't know why.
Triple Fest. That's a good
Yeah,
name.
Tribble Fest. That's what me and my
Nice.
friends always call. Yeah,
Where'd my
Tribble
Tribble
Fest.
go?
Yeah.
I have a Tribble.
I like DS9, but it pissed me off that after all that really complex setup with the Dominion, the payoff at the end was this Deus Ex Machina bullshit.
Oh,
where-
that was the end of season 4 or 5.
Oh, I don't remember. It just
It gets a lot better.
Yeah.
Yeah, a little bit, but it was
only
resolved
pissed me off because
in
everything up to that point was so good.
yeah. In in Star Trek Online, which is non-canon, but they do a lot of rehashing of these things. They actually suppose that the 4,400 Jem'Hadar, or the number of ships, didn't just disappear, but they went forward in time. And so there's a story arc in the game where they just suddenly appear out of the wormhole like 10 years later and take over DS9, and you have to go fight them. And it was really great, actually.
Oh, I thought it was 100. That's nice. Yeah, no, I only read
4,400.
I've never actually. Yeah, that's awesome.
Oh. Also, I'm just going to
But
answer
I mean,
some people say hi to Locust Trooper. And Braylon said, how did I learn more about niche liquors? First, by reading books like this. Mrs. Angry got me this book when I started to get seriously into cocktails. But there are a bunch of very good cocktail books. This one's pretty good. Second, how I got to learn about Australian liqueurs was Kirsten, regular on the stream. I went from having no Australian content to Queen Kirsten. It's now like a quarter of my bottles over there are Australian. So
Nettie is asking for the link again. Angry?
No, she asked for it again, and I put it there.
Okay.
She isn't going to be asking for it again. So I don't know if there's some delay with using texture. And there she is, in fact.
Hey,
Hi.
Stella's also just hopped into the chat as well.
Yeah,
hi, Stella.
Hi,
Hey,
Stella.
Stella! Hi, Stella!
Cocktail Angry Bunch happening.
How you doing, Nettie?
I'm good. How do you like my Nordic Noir straight blonde hair?
Nice.
It's new.
Are you
very
the
nice.
suspect or the detective?
Sorry?
Are you the suspect or the detective in the Nordic Noir?
If I was the detective, it'd be up in a ponytail.
Or the
there you go.
beehive?
No beehive. Not in Nordic Noir. No.
Or
no,
you
it's
the
all very
romantic
simple.
interest?
Yeah,
you-
come
are
on,
you
Grasshopper, be
romantic
better than
interest
that. You
in
know
the
that.
troublemaker?
Come on, man.
I've been watching a lot of it since lockdown started, you know.
We've all been doing something a lot. So.
Yeah,
I just finished
and
a
these.
complete. I just finished a complete rewatch of Scrubs and The Office.
Oh wow! Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
Can I give you high five? Yeah, where's high five? There we go.
No, I'm
I
rewatching.
can never get it right. This bloody camera.
need to
I'm just gonna give everyone gets a high five until I get the right person. Jeez, there we go.
High five.
And it's at this
There you go.
at this point that I go, you fucking missed. God damn it. No.
Yeah.
No, I know
Braylon
where to
is-
tickle you.
Yeah. Oi, yeah.
Oi, oi, oi.
And careful where that finger's going, you might just lose
Hey.
a dollar.
Yeah.
Wax on,
Braylon
wax off,
is-
grasshopper.
Hey.
It's 5:30 a.m. where Braylon is. Does that make you an insomniac or an early riser? I always have to ask with the people from really different time zones. Are you
Well,
an insomniac or an early riser?
I go to bed at 5:30 in the morning, so
Wait,
yeah.
where are you from, Grass?
New South Wales.
Okay, that's what I thought. Okay, I was like, it's
No, I-
5:30. I'm like, Jesus Christ,
He's
have
also
I been on the
a
stream that
goth,
long?
so he can't.
Sorry,
he can't
I
sleep
freaked
at night.
out. I thought I was on the
Yeah,
stream
that's
8
it.
hours
I
longer
ended
than
up-
I thought.
I ended up having a relatively early night last night.
No, because
No,
I'm a
me?
goth, I
No.
can't be asleep. I can't be awake during the day because that's not very goth of me. So no, no,
Yeah.
it's no, like ever since I
You're
was a
too-tanned.
teenager. Ever since I was a teenager, and it's always been this way. I don't know what it is. If I reset my body clock so that I'm sleeping during the night and awake during the day, I'm up and down all night. I wake up every couple of hours. I can't help it. I go to bed just as the sun's rising. Babies don't sleep that well. I'll sleep for 8 hours, no problems at all. I don't know what it is.
Babies.
but-
I don't know if you've ever met babies, but
They don't
they
sleep
sleep
well.
like shit. They don't sleep well.
You would know as a mother. I'm just a godfather, so like that whole thing, I was always able to hand them off to their parents. So,
I mean, as a
Yeah.
father myself, my baby is I don't know how to describe it. I must have done some bad things in the previous life, or good things in the previous life. I don't know. There's some sort of either I'm getting all the good stuff now, where she will sleep for 12 hours and not make a noise, or like every second day she will be awake for 98% of the day. So I don't know which one it is. Sometimes she's the perfect little angel, and sometimes she's the perfect little angel, but she's awake. So it's hard to determine the difference.
Thankfully, with my sleeping pattern, I was actually able to carve out a little bit of a niche with my chosen profession as well, in that I am literally the only IT guy in the greatest majority of New South Wales that can be called at 2:30 in the morning and answer their phone.
You were saying that, and I actually looked into my local area, and I started doing the same thing. And you know what? I now have 3 clients because of what you told me about I've literally done the same thing since the last time we were on there.
Yeah.
So thank you very much for that. I appreciate that.
No problems. Yeah, no, it is.
What was that advice?
Basically, there's no legitimate night shift. Well, what the heck?
Well, things are going to be
Nelly.
crazy in Ned world.
Nettie's gone.
What are you doing?
Nettie's gone all in on the nautical theme.
Yeah,
And I mean, just rocking the boat.
She crash tackled it. She thought she was invading.
Put it
I'm
down
already
and don't
seasick.
touch it.
yeah.
I was trying to look. I've got my selfie ring, and
Hey.
Ring light.
Oh, that's not what I thought you
it
meant.
wouldn't-
Never mind.
it wouldn't plug in. Now I'm gonna have to do it again because I unplugged it.
So
I need to know
answer
this technical advice.
to answer your previous question there, Abigail, basically, it turns out that a lot of computer geeks out there are insomniacs. And when their computers stop working at 2:30 in the morning and they can't fix it and there's nobody to call, they love the fact that there is somebody that they can, such as myself. So, I charge about the same amount, a little bit more than a general everyday computer technician if I come out to somebody's house at 2:30 in the morning. But I will do it.
No, I don't. I charge a lot more. Yeah,
I know.
I'm not cheap.
No.
And
Unashamed.
it's. I mean, if I go out for 2 hours to do a job, I don't need to go up to work the next day. So I'm quite happy with that.
This might sound like as if I'm marketing myself a little bit, and I'm not. I charge $60 an hour in labor as a general rule, but if I'm coming out to your place at 2:30 in the morning, I am going to charge $75 an hour. It's not much more, but it makes it more worth it for me to actually put on my shoes and socks and put on a pair of pants and actually get in the car and go out. Because at 2:30 in the morning, I'm up, but I'm not exactly dressed to go out. It's like the lady comes home from the hard day out at work doing all of the things and takes the bra off, and that's it. She's not going anywhere for the rest of the night. She's home, that's it.
Wait,
Yep.
Are you telling me that you don't rock up to your clients with a bra on? I wouldn't pay that. No.
That's just unprofessional, Grasshopper.
Yeah, it's,
Look, if I'm wearing a bra, it's because of comfort. Okay, it is not something that I want to show off. Okay.
I thought it would have been for support.
No, it's all about comfort, I'll have you know. I don't need support for my man boobs because they're not quite that saggy yet. Okay?
We
Give me just a little bit more time.
prefer to call them moobs. Just
No, good, Angry.
Look,
Yours
Angry,
is a bit turkey.
Angry, you were not drunk enough to be doing that. Okay? You need to be way drunker before you start doing that.
I plan to be.
No. You don't tell Angry how much he needs to be before he starts playing with those. Angry, keep going. We need some screenshots. Keep going.
Oh God. Braylon's an insomniac in Texas. I hope the big freeze wasn't too bad for you because there was some nightmare friggin'
Yeah, I've heard
stories
some horror
coming out.
stories. Yeah.
I've heard they've run out of plumbing supplies in Texas because of
all
all
the pipes.
the
Yeah.
pipes.
Yep.
Yeah.
Literally, I have a friend of mine who lives in Austin, and they went to a Walmart, like a supermarket that apparently has everything.
Walmart really do.
And he said, dude, everything was gone. He said, but you know what? He said he went to the vegan section, and he said everything was there. So he said, I just bought everything. He said there was vegan sausages and bacon and everything. He said, I bought everything. It was on special. He's like, no one was touching. He's like, there was no toilet paper. There was no meat. There was no milk. There was no egg.
Vegan sausages are amazingly good.
They can
So
be.
you've
Yeah.
gone vegan for a week.
He smokes everything. So he said, I just throw it all in the smoker. And I'm like, dude, it's not meat. You don't need to preserve it. It's like vegetable based stuff. And he went, I'm just gonna smoke it and I'll put it in a box. And I'm like, all right.
I thought Texans, when they're desperate for food, go out the back and shoot a deer.
So,
but it was snowing. It's not reindeer.
Many years ago, I had a couple of friends come over for dinner, and I was making hamburgers. They're both vegetarian, so I got the vegan meat patties to go on the burgers to make for them, and everybody can eat them, so I just got them. And, we all had a couple of burgers. Everybody was quite happy. But there was one person there that was just like, I really love bacon on my burgers. So I got a vegan meat patty with bacon. It works really well. It is so good. It is better than a regular meat patty with bacon. No, it's better than a regular meat patty with bacon.
Abby.
The vegan meat patty with bacon is so good. I can't recommend it highly enough. It's sacrilege, but it's so good.
You were lacking that meat goodness from it. So like bacon, I mean, you're picking the right protein to absorb with a beautiful, flavor into it. So
some people don't eat bacon because of religious reasons. I don't do religion because of bacon reasons.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, I mean, that was yeah. No, I had the same thing.
I did see someone on YouTube, a vegan cook, and saying using thin sliced carrot as a bacon substitute. They were like trying these, and apparently it's really yummy. But my favorite thing was they basically made carrot as unhealthy as
you add so much brown sugar to it. That's the whole point. I did it. I done that. Like, oh god, it was so good, but like it wasn't crispy like they wanted. It was still pretty floppy. But I'm just like, oh, I'm eating toffee. That's why it's staying together.
Yep. It was so funny watching this person make carrot as unhealthy as bacon. Though it was just like great.
If you don't want to eat bacon, just eat salmon skin and do the same thing. It's more healthier.
It's one of those things. Like I love cooking up really delicious meals, but like I will never try and paint it up as anything that it is. Like one of my favorite dishes to make is my chicken bacon carbonara. Okay, there is nothing fucking healthy about that except that I use chicken breast as opposed to chicken thigh, so there's less fat. But the bacon is full of fucking fat. There's heavy cream inside of it. There's like a bunch of salt and pepper. Like there is nothing fucking healthy about it, but it tastes delicious. The moment that you go healthy, it doesn't taste as good. It can taste very good, but it doesn't taste as good. But if you take something...
So there are a ton of vegan junk foods.
There are.
Vegan does not equal healthy. It just means no animals. There are, and there are a ton of junk foods that are accidentally vegan.
My favorite junk food are the salted chickpeas, which are very vegan-friendly type snacks. I find them so much better than like regular potato chips and all of that sort of stuff. I love them. The problem is like you're supposed to have a small amount of them because then it's healthier. But I'll eat enough to choke a fucking diabetic horse. So I'm kind of offshooting the healthiness by eating way too many of them. Hence, I've got this gigantic beer belly and I don't even drink beer.
Yes, I am 9 months pregnant, but, assigned male at birth type thing.
I have the cocktail belly. The sugary cocktail belly.
I just really like chocolate. I get asked if I'm pregnant way too often. And like, it's really bad. Like,
rude people.
It's rude, but like part of me is like, that's really complimentary. Thanks. Also, I just like chocolate. Can't I just like chocolate? Come on.
How much chocolate do you have? Like that must be a lot of chocolate.
Sorry,
I love chocolate.
The worst take about the Great Freeze in Texas is them blaming the Green New Deal, not a law anywhere in the US, when it was the oil and gas companies refusing to winterize the infrastructure, among other political things they did. A freaking men, Fox. A freaking men.
Yep.
Oh, hi, Robot Man Greg, too.
Hey, Robert.
One of my
No.
oldest YouTube buddies, actually. Jesus, we've known each other through YouTube for over a decade. Yes.
No,
Actually, it's coming
It's
up
a
on
zombie
15
shuffle.
years.
Is this a zombie shuffle, Gangry?
Yes, yeah, I know. Bloody time doesn't mean anything to me anymore. People say, how long ago was that? And I'm going, I don't know. It could have been 2 years ago or 15 years ago. I'm honestly not sure.
It was last.
That's
It was
alright.
last September-ish.
Yes.
September.
That's all right. I've known you that long. I called you on that bloody angry phone all those years
Yes.
ago.
Yeah.
There's an angry phone?
Wait a minute. It's an angry phone?
I bought a burner phone, just, like a really cheap phone, and gave out the number so people could call it if they wanted to. And I could choose whether or not I answered it. Like, if I was in the mood, I'd answer it, and if I wasn't, I wouldn't. But I had that for years.
That's so great.
Yeah. And it also, it actually kept stalkers in check, because there was this real thing certainly in the first 5 years of YouTube, of people sort of aggressively trying to find out how to contact someone. So I gave out a post office box and a phone number, and it calmed people down who were obsessively, I want to know where they live. It's like, you can just call me. There's a number. Here's a postal agent.
Doxing frenzy.
Yeah.
What frightens me about
was
that
that something to do? Was something to do with the whole bearing thing?
Oh no, he's a non-entity.
He's also a fucking asshole.
He's from about 5 years ago. I've been on YouTube for 15 years. I did it like 12 years ago. I had the angry phone. But
what frightens me about
I
that?
wasn't too sure because, as I said, that's how I knew who you were. Yeah.
The instances of parents driving their kids out to YouTubers' houses, like with absolutely no fucking invitation and whatnot.
Yes.
The kids have managed to find out whereabouts their favorite YouTuber is, and the parents fucking drive them out there.
Yes.
Like, what in the ever living fuck?
Yeah,
Here, go talk to the PewDiePie. He'll like to see you. Go get a picture.
Yeah.
It's one thing if you see them out in public. It's a completely fucking different thing rocking up at their front doorstep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's pretty messed up.
Like Angry and I have talked a bit on Angry Stream, but I guarantee you, because he's never given me his address, I guarantee you that if I somehow went on a hacking spree and found out his fucking address and arrived on his front doorstep, he's going to slam the door in my face, quite rightly so. It's a completely
The amount of times he's actually slammed the door in my face, I can't even.
I mean, Grasshopper, you are wearing a Green Day T-shirt, so I understand why he would do that.
Don't you go fucking disrespecting
Hey!
Green Day, all right, Grant?
Ooh.
All right, Green Day.
Green Day.
That's punching on. That's
Yeah, that's fucking
Yeah.
fighting
Oh,
words.
them
Green Day is
words.
fucking awesome.
Oh,
My
well, if I'm
favorite-
the most hated
I've
person
killed
in the
people
stream,
for less.
let's make it about that than anything else. Let's go.
My favorite thing
and-
about Green Day is when they found out there was a town in Australia called Dookie, because they had the album called Dookie, which is like teenage slang for poo in America.
Yep.
And people said, "Oh no, there's a town in Australia called Dookie," and they went, "No, they're not. No, look on a map." And they're like, "Oh my god, there's a town called Dookie. Oh my god."
There's a town called Dummy Doo.
I grew up with Green Day, and yeah, you can't mess with Green Day in my presence.
I grew up
I
on Green
will
Day.
fight you.
On Green Day and
I
Silverchair.
named my cat
and,
Shadow
yeah.
because while I was listening to Green Day, it says my Boulevard of Broken Dreams, my shadow's the only one that walks beside me, and I looked down and there was my kitten walking next to me, so I named my kitten Shadow.
Actually, I'm curious, Angry, who would have been one of your favorite bands growing up?
Oh, we had this conversation the other night. I was country town boy. When I was at school, it was your Aussie pub rock, like the Angels in particular, and Cold Chisel.
Cold
they were
Chisel,
big
yep.
ones for me. Then when I went to uni, I got into more indie stuff. But also I was big into heavy metal in the 80s. Bands like Judas Priest and Iron Maiden.
Gunners?
Nah, Gunners were No.
Gunners were always boring to me. Gunners were always boring. I never liked them.
My older brother was into Kiss before they were cool. Like he had their first couple of albums when fucking no one in Australia knew who they were. So how someone in Dubbo with no internet before they had a big hit in Australia, I don't know, but he was into Kiss.
That's impressive.
I want to have my hipster moment. I was into Korn before they made it big time. I was right into Korn well and truly before anybody had ever heard of them, and it was.
Can I have my hipster moment as well?
Yeah,
then? I was on board with Blink-182 before they made it to big time.
Way to go! Yeah.
Their EP and Cheshire Cat, and then they came out with Dude Ranch and hit the big time, and I was like, hey, someone I listened to has finally made it big.
Yeah. No, I got my hands on a copy of Street Fighter 2, the animated movie, and right at the end of that movie, Bison is driving a truck at Ryu, and at the roll of the credits, the song Blind kicks in. And it kicks in with Jonathan Davies screaming out the "Are you ready?" and then it goes into it. And I was like, I love that song. I've never heard of the band or anything like that. There used to be an alternative music store in a place called Campbelltown, not far from here, called Sector 7G. That was absolutely amazing. And
That's a Simpsons reference.
Yes, it is. My dad at the time had this whole amplifier hooked up to the TV thing, and with that, I was able to record that song onto a cassette tape. And I then took that cassette tape into Sector 7G, and I played that song and said, "Who is this band? Where can I get more of their stuff?" And he was like, "Oh, that's Korn." And he then Grant has had to go backstage apparently. He then handed me Korn's self-titled album on cassette tape to give away my age. I was right into Korn, and all of my friends would come over to like all of Korn's stuff on their self-titled album, and they're all like, "Oh my god, who is this?" And I'm like, "It's Korn. It's the best thing ever." So that's my hipster moment.
I don't think I have a music hipster moment. My hipster thing is selfie sticks. I was using a monopod to shoot videos, so I was in shot as I walked around. I was doing that about 5 years before selfie sticks appeared. So that's my hipster thing. I was into selfie sticks before selfie sticks.
You know how you drown a hipster date you angry?
How?
You drown them in the mainstream.
Oh.
Yeah.
Come on, Abigail. Come on, Abigail. Give me the sound effect. Come on, Abigail. I deserve that. Thank you.
I thought you were going to say like throw a chai latte in a river or something really like lame like that. So.
I remember, I think it was someone from the Smiths had a joke. It was just so oblique in a magazine interview.
How
do you drown a Tory? You drop the toilet seat on their head while they're having a drink. And I was what?
I think Grasshopper is more deserving.
You should also tell them that's not the worm at the bottom of the tequila bowl.
Yep, I'll take that.
Oh, that's great. That's great.
Abigail, did you know how the hipster burnt their mouth? They drank the coffee before it was cool.
Before it was cool. Yeah. Oh my god.
I would also like to point out that I had both of Green Day's first two albums before they brought out Dookie.
Oh, awesome!
That's fair.
Yeah.
I mean,
the oldest.
In all fairness, Abigail, I did the same thing too, and yeah, I'm as happy about it as you are.
The oldest goth joke that I know. I wish my lawn was emo. That way it would cut itself.
Cut its own grass. Yeah.
That's dark.
That is bloody emo jokes. Emo jokes.
Grasshopper. The problem is it only cuts it one way. It doesn't cut it the right way.
Oh, okay. Now Yeah.
Well, yeah, but
okay.
like it cuts it across, not down, which
Not
is
down.
the
Yeah.
way you'd want to cut
Yeah.
grass.
Yeah, you know, don't go across the road, go down the street, as they, you know,
Yeah,
as I was,
remember
as I was taught in preschool, like everyone else was.
Oh goodness gracious.
Oh, jeez.
No. Oh man. No. It was the other joke was how do you get a goth out of a tree? You cut the rope. And, yeah.
I mean, that's pretty committed.
Now
I mean,
we're
that's,
in
I'll
the
give them that.
we're all going to hell portion of the show.
See, that's
I mean,
the thing.
it-
Like, for
half
if
of
it
us
was
were
real
goths
angry, I'd be
back in the
worried.
day anyway. So
Yeah, no, for years I was a bouncer at goth clubs in the city, and like the greatest majority of my time was spent standing out the front of goth clubs cracking off jokes. And the amount of goth jokes that I heard, but there was always going to be a person that would hear one of those jokes and then want to take it to the next level. And some of them, like, I've got a massive repertoire of jokes that I don't say in live stream because I'm a get angry banned. And probably get kicked out of the stream and never welcome back again.
Yeah.
No, I said this
there was
last
one-
time. We need to
there
do a
was-
stream together. Let's do it. Let's just do. Let's do one stream and get banned. Let's go for it.
Yeah.
There was
So
one.
your jokes are so dark that if Anish Kapoor ever got their hands on them, then you would have to tell the makers of Vanta Black.
God, what is it? I'm so goth I make you Happy Meal cry.
Oh, sorry.
I'm so
You know the
goth,
worst
my
part about
black's
it is
blacker than your
that's
black, and I call
actually
it black.
that's actually a Katy Perry line.
Yeah.
That's the worst part about that.
No, we're out the front of a goth club once, and the joke got cracked. You know how to get a goth out of a tree? Oh, you cut the rope. And this guy turns around and he goes, "Hey, I've got black men in my family tree. I'll have you know, they're still fucking hanging there to this day."
Ooh.
Oh,
There was always somebody willing to take it to the next level out the front of a goth club. Always. And
Especially
like,
a Sydney one.
yeah, at the time, the shock factor of that made us all absolutely piss ourselves laughing.
Yeah.
But as I'm driving home that night, I'm like, I'm driving home that night. I'm just going, that even for me, that's a step a bit fucking far. Like, it's just, ooh.
that's a bridge too far.
Yes, yes, it's funny. Yes, you know that you don't endorse that, but you've got to embrace that moment. That's the beautiful moment of seeing of hearing something that's like, dude, that is so wrong, and your only response is, "Oh my god, that's hilarious."
Yeah,
that's the
I
beauty of comedy.
literally
that's what
had
comedy
this debate
exists for.
I had this debate with my teenage son a couple of weeks ago, and like, yeah, the joke he made was tasteless and racist, and you want to laugh, but you shouldn't, and
But you do anyway.
But like, I was trying
There
to
are
teach
more
him that
elements to
please
humor
don't-
than simply.
don't make jokes like that. I know you laugh at them, but don't do it. And I had to explain why. And like, it got really philosophical because it reaches to the heart of what comedy is supposed to be.
A friend of mine.
There's
may I
more
ask
to
you a
humor
question,
than
Abby,
simply the words
that?
that are used. And then,
Exactly.
You know, there's the context in the very moment. And, you know, the whole thing of you had to be there. It's really true. I mean, sometimes it sounds like a cop-out, but, you know, it's really true. You had to be there. You had to know the personalities. You had to know the timing. And,
know your audience.
You know, the stories that everybody knew
more
about one
importantly, you have
another
to know the
sometimes.
intent. Know
Yes.
the
And
intent.
the intent is important.
Like,
Yeah.
If you heard, Abby, if you heard that with a group of your friends and one of your friends said that, and as you said, you found that funny, you would enjoy the humor.
Ugh. There are some jokes that just do not contain humor, and people find it
I
funny
understand that, but
because
you were
they're
saying
racist.
that. Sorry, I'm
And
going.
the joke
going
that
with
my
what you
son
you said
said
that.
was like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
So.
okay.
So I thought I heard you say that you thought you said like, yeah, it's funny, but he can't say it.
Understood the
Sorry.
humor, but there was just nothing funny about it. Like, I understand why he laughed. I didn't laugh. I didn't find it funny. I understood why he thought it was funny because he's a 15-year-old idiot. you know. And him and his mates are all 15 teenage dickheads, and they make jokes about everything. But I was trying to teach him as an adult, because I'm trying to teach him to be an adult. Don't do that. Don't go there.
One of my friends is Jewish.
I don't understand how you could actually understand a 15-year-old's humor. I've tried doing that. I couldn't even do that when I was 15-year-old. So the fact that you're able to do that, I think that's a compliment. I couldn't even do it when I was that age. So
I had a discussion with my friend who is a Jew. Her name is Carrie, who may actually very well be watching this live stream. So if you are, hi Carrie.
Is her name still Carrie? You said her name was Carrie.
So her name is Carrie, K-A-R-I.
Okay, sorry. I thought there was.
So anyway, her and I were having a discussion in regards to all of the Holocaust jokes that are out there and all of the Jewish jokes that are out there, and whether or not they should or shouldn't be told and stuff like that. And she had the discussion around context and had the discussion around normalizing these sorts of horrible things through humor, or the facade of humor and stuff like that, and to be careful. But she told me the one Jewish joke that she has actively encouraged me to tell people. So I'm going to tell you this one Jewish joke that I was actively encouraged to tell people. And it's about an old Jewish man that wins $6 million in the lotto. And
I think I know this one.
The newspaper guy comes out to do the interview with this old Jewish guy about winning $6 million in the lotto. And he turns around and he goes, Ida, you've just won $6 million in the lotto. What are you going to do with the money? And Ida turns around and goes, well, I'm a good Jewish man. And like all good Jewish men, I want to make sure that my family is properly cared for. So I'm going to be donating $2 million to my family, to my kids and grandkids and all of that sort of stuff, so that they can have a solid roof over their head and get ahead in life and stuff like that. Okay, yeah, no, that's great. And he's writing it down. And what else are you going to be doing with your money, Ida? And he turns around and goes, well, again, I'm a Jewish man. And like all good Jewish men, I go to my synagogue quite regularly. My synagogue is in bad need of repairs. So I'm going to be donating $2 million to my local synagogue so that they can all get repaired and get all fixed up and be lovely to go to. Oh, yeah, no, that's great. That's great. And what else are you going to be doing with the money? And he goes, and with the last $2 million, I'm going to be donating that money to the Nazi Party of Germany. And the journalist stops writing and what the hell? Are you serious? He goes, absolutely. I'm donating that to the Nazi Party of Germany. But Ida, you yourself were kept in a concentration camp and you're Jewish, and how could you possibly want to support their cause? And Ida just smiles and goes, they give me my lucky numbers.
No. Yep, as someone who has Jewish heritage, I appreciate that, because you know what? I've used relatives' numbers to maybe win 3 out of 12 lottos. Maybe that's besides the point. Like, it's nothing normal, but like, yeah, maybe I have, maybe I haven't. Oh shit, this is live. Never mind.
That's her favorite Jewish joke, is that one, and she actively encourages people to tell that joke because she thinks that it's a bit more of a shit take of the Nazi Party than it is of Jewish people and stuff like that. It's sort of
that's the beauty of humor in that aspect, because you're not making fun of the people who suffer. You're taking something out of it. Like, I don't like jokes about adults who do anything to children, but there are a few of those ones that have been funny and I have laughed at. I don't remember them off the top of my head, and I'm not going to try and recite them because we're on air now, and I'm probably going to mess it up, and Angry's going to get.
Pause.
Yeah. So
pause. Yeah. Abigail, go for it.
Adam hasn't spoken for ages.
Get everyone's
okay. So the joke my son said was a joke about Jewish people, and it was completely tasteless and wasn't funny and was awful. And I tried to teach him punch up, not down. You can make jokes about Jewish people if it's it's not like making fun of them dying en masse, or like one of my favorite Jewish jokes is about the lottery. But like this joke he had was just completely just the punchline was Jews died, and that's not.
No.
That's like, and he tried to make the point. Well, we should be using humor to like talk about these issues, and I'm like, well, pick a better joke because that's not funny.
Absolutely.
And he didn't get that. He didn't get it. But my favorite Jewish joke is the Jewish guy who how did it go? He prayed constantly, please let me win the lotto. I need to help my family. I need to help my I need help. My synagogue needs help. And he prayed every day, please let me win the lotto. And he ended up dying, and he went to God, and God said, you could have met me halfway and bought a ticket.
Yeah.
Oh,
No, there was one other Jewish joke that Carrie actually found very funny, and she was like, it borders, but I still think it's funny, so you're allowed to tell it. And that is, why are all Jewish men circumcised? After that sound. Wow.
Sorry, Grasshopper. Can you say that without the?
Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah. So why are all Jewish men circumcised? Because Jewish women go nuts for anything 20% off.
All of these jokes are equally applicable to the Scottish people, and I fully endorse that.
Yeah.
Scots have been known as frugal for just as long.
You know, the copper wire was invented by two Scotsmen fighting over a penny. That's how it was invented.
Christ, I knew you were going to fucking bring that up. God damn it. Fuck you. Sorry, no offense, but yeah, fuck you.
There was a whole bit in one of the.
No, I've got that my whole fucking life. That's what it is. Yeah.
Yeah. In one of the young
episodes. Hey. You know how to make two Queenslanders fight? Chuck a Forex beer in the middle.
Hey, Shieldsy.
I was going to say something about their sister, but
Shieldsy. What has 152 teeth and holds back a monster? My zipper.
Oh!
Sorry, I missed that. What has 152 teeth and holds back a
monster? A monster.
And holds back a monster.
Oh, monster. Okay, sorry.
Right. I'm sorry. I just want to answer. I want to answer one of Raylan's questions. Has anyone ever told me that I remind them of Jack Black? I think they have. Is that something people said? That sounds like
that's actually funny because that was my first comment to you. I said, Jesus Christ, Jack Black's let himself go. That was literally my first comment on you. That's hilarious. Who said that?
I had somebody actually say to me once that I look like Jack Black, and I turned around to him and I said, thank you. Jack Black's kind of awesome. I've got no problems with Jack Black.
And Braylon also asked Dr. Abigail, what is your doctorate in?
That's an interesting question. I did actually start a PhD in computer science, but I didn't finish it. But doctor refers to the fact that I'm like the science chick here and will answer all the science questions.
So it's an honorary
unless
title.
It's biology, in which case I'll refer to Grasshopper.
Thank you.
Computer science or astrophysics, chemistry. I do actually have a chemistry degree, but it was from the 90s. But I don't actually have a doctorate. So
yeah. I like the way you said you've got a chemistry degree, but it was from the 90s, because nothing from the 90s is real. It's like
but because I forgot most of it. I ended up hating it. And so I finished it just to finish it, and then started programming.
I mean, Shieldsy forgot that teal T-shirts aren't really cool anymore, but it's all right.
I have just.
That's a thing from the 90s.
I have actually just applied to do a doctorate.
Hypercolor T-shirts. Sorry, what was that?
I've actually applied to do a doctorate.
Hey, nice.
Cool. Well done.
In
what's your topic?
Sexology. No, that's not a joke, Adam. That's actually serious.
So just out of curiosity, Gus, will you be called Sexy Dr. X Cop? Like how would we word you?
So the thing that really piqued my interest around evolution was sex and sexuality, as I was a very confused bisexual young man. And when we started getting taught evolution in high school, the thing that kind of triggered in my brain was then if everything evolved, then surely sex and sexuality evolved along with it. How did that happen? Because that might help explain why I have these urges that none of my friends have got, and all of that, because I was completely confused. And when I went off to university, I understood sex and sexuality at a much better level than what I did when I was a younger man, of course. But I still wanted to understand human evolution with a emphasis on sex and sexuality. And it's been the area that I have done most of my studies in. My master's thesis was actually on the evolution of homosexuality in sapient species. So Homo sapiens and stuff like that. But
can I ask you a question? This is something that I've pondered for a while. Do you think the reason why the essentially the growth of homosexuality and everything is due to overpopulation and everything, or is it because we're more connected with people?
Okay, so
do you think that...
I'll answer that very succinctly, in that there has been no increase in the rates of homosexuality ever. The rates of homosexuality have basically been the same throughout most of human history. It has been so many homosexual people lived and died in the closet completely because of the societal pressures and responses to somebody coming out as openly being gay. Second to that,
I don't want to sound like. How do we know that someone had died that was in the closet? Like, I think that this is definitely an evolutionary step forward. With what you're saying, I was a little confused.
I can answer that.
Okay. Thank you.
In a lot of so these studies have gone over the better part of anywhere between 100 to 150 years in the past, looking at evidences given from family members about other family members who had passed away that may have been gay, but they found out after the family member passed away by finding love letters from their boyfriends or girlfriends, finding photographs that they had never seen before. You know, Uncle Roy never got married and never had kids, and I never understood why until after Uncle Roy passed away. I was helping cleaning out Uncle Roy's house, and I found all of these love letters from his boyfriend, and that helped to explain that. There were a lot of instances of that. So that's how we know that a lot of people...
The level hasn't changed.
It's also completely valid to use just like a sample size that's statistically relevant. Instead of sampling an entire population, you only sample a certain percentage.
I know you're never going to be able to. No. I'm only asking because I think that, for myself, I think that I have a lot of friends who are Southeast Asian Indian, and a lot of them are now coming out as gay and everything, and they're saying this has been growing for ages, and this is one of the most booming populations in the world.
So
and the rates from them, the rates are going up. So I'm like,
no, they're not. No, they're not. No, they're not. Those rates are exactly the same. What the difference is now, acceptance. They are now in the age of the internet, in the age of the world being connected in the way that it is. There are a lot of people in various, have a look at countries like fucking Saudi Arabia, Iran, and Iraq, where a lot of these people are refugees to Western countries because they're gay. That's the entire reason why they want to get the hell out of that country. And quite fucking rightly so.
One of my closest friends was from Syria.
It is just about acceptance.
And it was the same reason.
So the rates are exactly the same. It is about acceptance for people to be able to come out as gay nowadays. That's all it is. Now, in terms of why people were able to be born gay as an evolutionary concept, because they can't reproduce and therefore those genes don't get passed on, blah blah blah. There is no such fucking thing as the gay gene to be passed on.
No. I wasn't saying that.
No, I'm not saying that you're saying that.
Think of Earth as
it's an interesting question though.
if Earth is an organism and it's an it's a thing that's constantly evolving. We had an ice age, we had hot age, and everything's going around. We were one island, now we're multiple islands. I'm saying the idea that we're something on the surface of it, the idea that non reproductive attraction is the thing. I can understand that from a overall biological sense and that makes perfect sense to me because I'm like we have a ever growing population and everything like that, and I was wondering if any of that sort of stuff is stuff that you've encountered with your studies.
I have.
Yeah.
Before I start going down that path, I just want to ask, is everybody okay if I go down this path? Is everybody okay if I kind of hijack to talk about this?
I'm sorry, about what specifically?
About coming in regards to what Grant was just talking about in regards to
Okay.
So what's the evolutionary advantage of being gay, of having gay people in your society? What's the evolutionary advantage?
I believe that gay people are the next evolution within I think my brother, he's going to be my he's going to be my wife's bridesmaid at our wedding. I believe that this is the next step in human evolution, and from
evolution
a
doesn't work that
perspective,
way.
I know it doesn't. I'm using that as a base. So I'm wondering from your studies if that idea has come on, and if it has, what's your answer or your solution to why it's right or wrong?
Okay, so in terms of biology, I can answer that question. But what you're verging towards now is more of a sociological, anthropological answer, which I have got some knowledge in, but I can't speak with as much authority in regards to the biological aspect. Sociologically, before mainstream religion really kind of had its grips on the fucking world, we lived as small cliques of people. Nettie's going off to make a drink. No worries, Nettie. We small bunches of tribes or whatever it is that you want to call them, all around the place, and we worked. Through the anthropological evidence, we know that we work together as a village in order for everybody in the village to be lifted up, because the rising tide lifts all boats. So there were groups of men who were dedicated to hunting, and there were groups of women who were dedicated to food cooking, and there were groups of these people dedicated to that and the other and blah. Now, there was an evolutionary advantage to having gay men being inside of these cities. In that, now this is anthropological and sociological, not biological evidence, to be very, very clear. Not to mention that homosexuality also exists in thousands of other animal species. Exactly, Abigail. I was actually going to get to that. The evidence suggests that the men who were born gay in those times were accepted more readily than after religion took a hold, because religion is the main thing that said that homosexuality was bad. They had a more driven personality of staying at the village as opposed to going out with the hunters to help with things like raising the kids and all of that sort of stuff. They would help with the more manly tasks that were needed inside of that village. Things like helping build, helping move heavy objects, helping carry heavy pots that were being cooked with a bunch of things inside of them from one area to another area and stuff like that. There were still advantages to having those men in the villages, and therefore it was more widely accepted. But there was no reproductive force that was in place to make gay people. It is a fluke of your birth. that you are born gay, bi, straight, A, whatever the case may be. It is
I agree,
literally
100%.
just a fluke of
Yeah.
birth.
Absolutely. But
Yeah.
I was
I want to tell
asking
some
if I
Jewish
think
jokes.
from
Sorry.
an overall sort of thing, like look. I was looking at it more instead of a micro, but like a macro sort of level.
I had a tab open from when we were talking about Jewish jokes before. I just did a Google search on best Jewish jokes.
Oh.
And there's a site called My Jewish Learning. So it's run by Jewish people. And some of them are hilarious. And they're very Jewish. There's one, a joke called Top Hat. Schwartz is sitting alone in his room, naked and wearing only a top hat, when Steinberg strolls in. Why are you sitting here naked? It's all right, says Schwartz. Nobody comes to visit. But why the hat? Maybe someone will come.
Okay.
Fair.
And this one, a woman on a train walks up to a man across the table and says, "Excuse me, but are you Jewish?" "No," says the man. A few minutes later, the woman returns and says, "Excuse me, but are you sure you're not Jewish?" "I'm sure," says the man. Woman's not convinced. A few minutes later, she comes again and for the third time says, "Are you absolutely sure you're not Jewish?" And he goes, all right, you win, I'm Jewish. He goes, "Oh, that's so funny. You don't look Jewish."
Oh my god.
I thought that was going to be like a fly
Jewish humor
joke.
is great.
The
I
weirdest,
fucking love it.
weirdest fucking experience of my life. This is God's honest truth. One of my best mates in the world, a guy by the name of Matt, is a locksmith. Has been ever since he got out of high school. At the time, I taught kids martial arts as a living. That was my job back then. And you know, we went out to this social gathering of back in the IRC days when IRC was the height of the internet, multiplayer notepad. We were in hashtag Sid Chat back in the day, and we all organized this meetup out at a club out in the city. And so Draki, everybody calls him Draki because his online persona was Draconis. Draki and I went out to this meetup, and we met this random guy. We'd never met him before, didn't know him from a bloody bar of soap, had no idea. He was some random guy from the Sid Chat thing, and he turns around and he goes, "So what do you guys do for a living?" And Draki says, "Oh, I'm a locksmith." And I said, "Oh, I teach kids martial arts." And he goes, "Well, that's odd, because you look like a locksmith and you look like a martial arts instructor." What the fuck does we did not know how to respond to that. It is the weirdest fucking thing that anybody has ever said to me. And that was the feeling, Abigail. That was the feeling. Both he and I were just kind of like, thanks.
You look like a grasshopper.
Yes, I am just here for the drinks. And you're asking if I encountered furries. I have a lot of online friends who are furries. And I've been... I don't think I've ever been to a furry convention as such, but I do have a lot of friends who are furries. You think it's growing, Braylon? The furries have been there all along. Sorry,
someone has something about furries.
No. I was just going to say I'm tapping out, guys. Good night.
Okay.
Good night, Adam.
Thanks for coming in, man.
Good night. Live long and prosper.
It's getting a little bit late for me now. I'm not a night
on the
person.
topic of furries, you never know who's a furry. We could be anywhere.
Well, you all have a good night. Angry, keep hydrated.
I'm hydrating.
Good advice.
There's water.
That means I'm not going to refill this again, all right? And I'm being fucking
I'll see you next week in the chat or whenever Angry decides to come on.
Good night.
Nice to be on chat with you, buddy.
I have met 2 furries in my life. Very interesting, lovely people. A little bit off-putting with one of them because he had a bit of a superiority complex around being a furry. He was weird. To say the least, he was weird. But the other one was perfectly lovely. So yeah, it's another one of those instances where it has zero effect on my life, so I just don't care.
I mean,
You're not
if they want to dress up as a wolf and hunt, like, go for it. Have all the fun to it. Like,
Yep, they're not hurting anyone, so
everyone
it
has
doesn't
their
matter.
thing. Everyone has their thing that there's other people will look at that's weird. You know, some people will look at, like, I don't want to talk to people online, and every word that I say is going on there. Yet we do it.
Yeah.
That's our thing. Some other people have, like, well, you know what, I don't want to do this because someone's going to try and hold it. Like, enjoy your life, have fun. You know, because at the end of the day, nothing that you do that you enjoy can ever be held against you.
Yeah.
I've
And I mean,
been
some people just want to dress up in a rubber
Unless
suit.
you're hurting someone.
Someone wants to dress
Yeah,
up
I
in
mean,
a rubber suit.
yes.
slap the
Obviously,
other person with a
there's
fish,
that.
scream that my mother never loved me. I mean, apparently, I don't know anyone. I don't know. I don't know anyone like that. Okay, but that's not. Don't. I want to change the subject now. Sorry.
But now I want to ask Mrs. Angry a couple of questions.
Angry, you bring back a lot of childhood trauma. Like, my father sitting on the desk, going,
I've been a
never
card
loved your mother, you know that, and then smashing a glass.
I've been a card carrying,
It never happened.
card
But let's
carrying
pretend it
member of
did.
the kink community for as long as I can count. But when it comes to bedroom activities, I'm very meat and potatoes. I'm just very kink friendly. And yeah, my
don't say kid friendly when you say bedroom activity. That's a
Kink.
It's a very bad.
Kink.
Bad
Microphone over the internet can lead to all sorts of confusion.
Yeah.
KINK, kink, 100%. No, my thing.
I
on
know
it
it's a
has
kink,
all-
but I'm just saying, just don't
Oh
mention
fuck!
it.
The kid has stolen my ciggies. What the hell? Have to go buy a packet. You don't smoke, Nettie.
She does apparently.
Okay.
I love that you said you've been into kink for as long as you can count. It's like, yeah, me too. So like at least 3 years. I am not good with arithmetic.
No, I've always had my view on it that basically, provided that they're not hurting anybody, doesn't involve kids, doesn't involve dead people, I don't care.
Or poop shouldn't involve poop.
Consensually hurting people. is
Come on,
fine.
Angry. Don't be dismissive. Don't be kink shaming.
Poop's not healthy.
Kink shaming is my kink.
Damn it, Abigail, you beat me to it.
I've never been into poop, but if I had a friend that was, I would not shame them for it.
No, that
I just probably wouldn't shake their hand a lot. That's all I'm saying.
That and purgists, I have a tendency to kind of go a bit like, yeah, no, let's not talk about that.
I'm unfamiliar with that one.
Purgists.
Don't look it up.
Yeah.
They're into vomiting.
Don't look it up.
Shouldn't do bodily fluids like that.
Don't.
Sorry.
Have you ever played like suck blow with a card? It's very similar to that, but they do it with
vomit. Okay.
What is that?
Another Jewish joke. Sorry, I'm just for no reason. I have to say this one. In a small village in Poland, a terrifying rumor was spreading. A Christian girl had been found murdered. Fearing retaliation, the Jewish community gathered in the shul to plan whatever defensive actions were possible under the circumstances. Just as the emergency meeting was being called to order, in ran the president of the synagogue, out of breath, very excited. "Brothers," he cried out, "I have wonderful news. The murdered girl is Jewish." That's a joke about the Jewish fear of pogroms. But anyway, okay, that didn't work. I thought that was funny.
I also have a Jewish joke. I'm not going to say it because I respect Angry's ability to be able to have a YouTube channel. So I won't say it because I have no idea. I legitimately have no idea if it's offensive or not.
Yeah. No, it's God. There's one. Yeah, I'll tell it anyway. Why do all Jewish men have such long, thin dicks?
Oh God, you're saying it.
Because they're such tight-fisted wankers.
Okay.
That's it's a horrible joke, but it's not as bad as a lot of them out there.
Dude, you're messing with the money. You don't mess with the money. Never mess with the money. That's the number one rule.
Yeah, this is an innocent one. Schwartz, an elderly man, is resting peacefully on the porch of his small hotel outside Boca when he sees a cloud of dust up the road. He walks out to see who could be approaching. It's a southern farmer with a wagon. Good afternoon, says Schwartz. Afternoon, says the farmer. Where are you headed, says Schwartz. Town. Oh, what do you have in the wagon? Manure. Oh, manure, eh? What do you do with it? I spread it over the fruit. Ah, well, says Bernstein. You should come over here for lunch someday. We use cream.
Oh.
Wow. I'm going to be honest, Angry. When you were saying that, I went way darker with it. Like, way darker than my heritage would have expected me.
Actually,
Especially when you said there was like dust and clouds. I'm like, oh god, I know what this is.
A quick funny story. A friend of mine, whom I love to tears, she's actually from Arkansas originally, and her parents came over to Australia because they're both preachers. And her mum is your very typical Southern American Christian housewife type lady. Very, very prim and proper and all of that sort of stuff. So there were many times that I got in trouble for being me. But there was one night there where I was cracking off jokes with her daughter, Melissa. And she cracked off a joke that absolutely floored me, because it wasn't the joke in and of itself. It was because of the person who told me the joke. Now, I'll tell the joke, but I'll omit the horrible part of it, because it is, like, if you think about it in the context of this prim and proper old Christian lady telling you the joke, you'll understand why it was so funny. And she was, there's this guy driving down the road, and he sees that there's this like truck down the road, and it's flipped over, and there's a bunch of bodies all on the ground and all of that. And he pulls over to the side of the road, and he gets out of his truck, and he has a look, and all of the guys that are lying on the ground, they're all black guys. And he thought, oh, I've got to do something about this. So he digs a mass grave, and he gets all of the bodies, and he puts them into the grave, and then he puts the dirt back over them, and he, gets the truck back up onto its wheels, and he pushes the truck off so that it's not on the road anymore, and he clears it all up, and he gets back in his truck, and he starts driving home, and he's really parched after he's finished doing this job. He's really, really thirsty, and he sees a bar down the road, so he decides that he's going to pull into the bar and get himself a well-earned beer. And he sits down, and he goes, yeah, I'll get a beer, thanks, barkeep. And the barkeep turns around. He goes, mate, you look absolutely destroyed. Are you okay? Oh, look, I'm so tired. I just had to dig this absolute mass grave. Oh, what happened? And he tells him, I saw this truck, it was overturned, all of these black guys on the ground, and I had to dig a grave for them and all of that. And yeah, it was just absolutely tiring. And he goes, what? They were all dead? And he turns around and he goes, well, some of them said that they were, but you know how them lie.
Yeah, that's the sort of joke that got told where I was growing up. Yeah.
Now,
like no, not that type, that literal joke. I heard that joke multiple times when I was at school.
That was the only reason why that was funny. Wasn't the joke in and of itself. It was because it was this old, prim, proper Christian housewife, wife of the preacher lady telling me this joke in this thick Arkansan accent. It was just the person who delivered it is what made it funny, not the joke in and of itself.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I mean, I got yelled at worse tonight for that, but it's all right.
She's a really, really, really lovely lady, but that was her.
I mean, she sounds grand, man. She really does. Like, have you asked how she feels about gay people? Just out of curiosity, like.
So her husband, may he forever rest in peace, wasn't very. He did the Christian, I'm okay with gay people, but behind closed doors, I hate them type thing. Hers was more of a progressive attitude towards homosexuals, especially considering that her other daughter is now married to a woman. So, that kind of forced her into the 21st century a bit.
Yeah, that's fair.
There's nothing like conservatives who are forced to be progressive because of family members.
Like, I mean,
such a trope.
Isn't that like the most beautiful thing ever? Like, if you've got someone who had this whole mindset And the fact of the matter is that they love their kids that much that whatever their preconception was, they completely change it.
Actually, it breaks my heart
For
that
me,
a daughter had to.
that's beautiful. I
No,
love that.
See, I
breaks-
think they should have been decent human beings in the first place.
See, that, I
yeah,
think
no,
that's
I'm
where
there with you.
that's where
It
we
breaks
differ,
my
because
heart.
I don't think they weren't bad people. I just think there was.
They were just bigoted people.
They were
I mean,
influenced
it's easy.
It breaks
It's easy to say that
heart.
when you're in an area where there's more thing. Like, I'm from a local area. We don't have a lot of homosexuality. Yet I'm going to brag. We are the lesbian capital of Australia.
Awesome.
In Uralla. That's where I am, Uralla. We have more lesbians per capita than anywhere else in Australia. We don't have a lot of homosexuality, like men with
gay men.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know how to say, because my brother-in-law says that if I say homosexuality for lesbians, it's wrong, and that's what I've been in the last 6 years. That's what he said. Okay, and this is my introduction to it. So I'm only going by. This is the reason why I like to talk to people, because if there is something, we can talk to each other.
Welcome back, Nettie.
I'm not being.
Speaking of someone being lesbians with, hi Nettie, how's it going? Love your work.
No, it breaks my heart that that the daughter who recently got married had to live in the closet for as long as she did, because Daddy would have flipped his lid. That absolutely breaks my heart. But I will also say this: my father was.
Sorry, there's a really bad background noise coming in.
That's sound from. Yeah, there we go. My father was raised very blue collar lifestyle, military man, SAS, legit tough guy type thing, all of his life, and was progressive because he was an actual human being. He was 100% for gay rights back in the days that gay bashing was an accepted crime. He was completely anti-racism back in the days that you could be overtly racist and for the most part congratulated for having that type of mentality. He had some misunderstandings around homosexuality, in that he thought that it was a choice back in the day. But when he found out that it wasn't a choice, that more to the point, he got educated that it wasn't a choice, which was through talking with me when I came out of the closet. He completely changed his entire tune in regards to it. He was always more progressive, and it is a thing that people can be if they just don't want to be a shit human being. But where religion is concerned,
I disagree with the shit human being part, because you've also got to understand there are a lot of good people who just don't know or don't get involved with a lot of it because of the area. It's not that they're bad people, and it's easy to think of people that aren't in your area.
Then we need to define what I mean when I say human being, I think. Sorry,
no,
Abigail, I cut you off there.
I think that's a really disingenuous thing to say. Oh, I got to redefine what human being is.
No,
because you're basing something on your own assertion. It's the same thing as if someone who was, I'm using this as a hypothetical, someone who was a hyper-religious person says, well, I'm basing you on what you're doing because what I view as a human being is this versus what you're doing. It's not that. I think the fact of the matter is that we need to get together and understand that the differences that make everyone, the things that make us uncomfortable within ourselves and different things, are the things that make us better people.
Okay, if you want me to answer the question, I will. Now, when I say being a decent human being, I am talking about being a person who is good. Okay? Like, do I refer to somebody who is a fucking racist prat a human being? No, because I don't believe that they are part of the human condition. I don't give a shit what their upbringing was. I don't give a shit if their parents were fucking card-carrying members of the KKK and all of that sort of stuff. I don't care. You can get away from all of that shit because so many people fucking have. Angry was raised in an area like fucking Dubbo, back in the days where being anti-homosexual, being overtly racist and all of these sorts of things were accepted and encouraged, and now he is one of their greatest fucking champions. Okay, you do not have to be a product of your environment. You really don't
that's
have
the point.
to be.
That's the point that I'm saying.
And
I'm
if you
asking
are
when you
going to
say
be,
that a bad person. I'm saying there are people who aren't as progressive as you are, but do agree, but aren't as yet. Like, and you're saying like, well, anyone that doesn't agree with this is bad. I'm saying there is a difference between being a bad person and you're saying doing it for the good. And I'm saying you're using words like good and everything like that. And I'm saying that other people use the same language that you're using right now.
And they're wrong. That's fine.
No, but here's the thing. They told me the same thing. They say that when you're using that word, it's wrong. And that's what I'm saying. This is the beauty of conversation. Because we're able to bring it. I don't believe that if you're homosexual, if you're homosexual, you're wrong. Never believed that. Never have. Nothing has ever been in my vocabulary about that. But I also agree on certain aspects of parties. Not me, but I also agree. If I agree on 1% of a party that has a similar aspect to other things, I'm lumped in with it. I don't want that. I want to talk to you as a person.
It depends on what that 1% thing is. Like I said before, Hitler had a whole thing about quitting smoking for his troops. That's a great thing. Doesn't mean I support Hitler. Okay.
No, and you hit the nail on the head.
Exactly, and it depends on that.
Perfect.
Now,
that's exactly what I'm talking about.
My point.
That's a beautiful analogy.
The fact of the matter is,
Hitler never hurt dogs. He loved dogs.
Yeah, great. Let me get my point in here. Sorry, I need to get my point in here. Okay. At this point, what we're talking about is old religious people, such as the instance that I just brought up, still being anti-homosexual just because that was the way that they were raised. They may have been great people in every other way. They may have fed the homeless and clothed the poor and took, all of the homeless people. Because
that's the way that they were raised.
Fine,
I'm saying
no worries at all.
The ability of change is the most beautiful thing about it.
They may have done those right things, but it does not mean that overall that makes them a good human being, because them still being no, it doesn't, because they're still being anti-LGBT.
No, it's
they
not.
are
I'm saying if they've changed
along with everybody else.
I'm saying if something's happened, I'm saying this is the way that they were raised.
So,
and I'm saying if they were raised in a certain Christian type sort of way, and they've changed their ways, that's a beautiful thing.
Yeah, that's a good thing.
That's what I'm saying. And you're saying it's not. I'm like, no, it is.
No, I am saying before they made that change, they were a bad person. I used to have abhorrent fucking views on the dynamic between men and women. I'm not afraid to admit it. I was an abhorrent human being when I had those fucking views. I was a bad person when I had those points of view.
What was your intent with those abhorrent views? That's the point. Was your view to purely simply to hate these people, or was it for another reason? If your view was purely simply for hate, intent is huge issue, and that's the beauty of it.
Grant, I just want to point out the flaw in that. Well, there are several flaws in that reasoning. One is if you go around killing people, but you didn't do it with malice, it doesn't fucking help the people that you killed. And if someone you're saying, and I actually get where you're coming from. My problem with people who have really regressive views is when they're willfully ignorant and they won't change. People to an extent are definitely a product of their environment, which is what I think you're saying. But
and that's what I agree. I'm talking about the after the fact. You're saying these were bad people. These were bad people, but the fact of the matter is that they changed their mind. They're now good people. I'm like, no, they were good people. They just didn't have the necessarily information or the knowledge or whatever it was. I don't like labeling people as bad people because
No,
No,
if you're a
they
bigot,
were
you're
a
an
bad
inherently
person.
bad person. You are an inherently bad person if you are a bigot. You can have all the trappings of being a good person and you can be doing good. And again, the way that it goes highlight, and it's going to an extreme, but I'm going to an extreme to highlight why that line of reasoning is wrong. If someone is a child rapist and murderer, but does good things in all other aspects of their life, they are not a good person. They are a
That's completely
despicable,
facetious.
worthless.
That's a huge overreach, man. Come on, like a child fiddler compared to
and I'm
someone
going to
who
turn your goddamn fucking microphone off if you don't let me finish a sentence, okay? My
do what you need to
goddamn
do, man. That's
motherfucking
fine.
live
That you
stream,
don't.
and
You
I'm going to
can't.
do it, okay? I'm pointing out why your line of arguing is absolutely 100% incorrect. I am not being facetious. I am telling you this is why your line of reasoning is incorrect. If someone is a child rapist and a murderer, but then goes out and does charitable acts and preaches Christianity and love and is good to everyone else, they are not a good person. They are a vile and heinous person. If someone is
I've
a
never
racist,
said anything like that.
No, shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. If someone is a vile and racist and homophobic and transphobic person, but they say, oh, but I'm all good in these other areas, they are not a good person. They are a horrible, awful, wrong person. They can learn from their mistakes. They can learn.
What does that have to do with what I was saying? I never said that.
When they are a bigot, they are wrong. They are wrong. They are not a good person. They are a fucking bad person. They are a bad person, and there's no ambiguity in that, okay? You can learn, you can grow, you can become a better person, but someone who is a bigot is not a good person because they try to do some good things, okay? They are not a good person. They are a bad person. They are a fucked person. They are a shit person. Okay, you can learn, you can grow, you can become better. But if you are a fucking bigot, you are a piece of fucking shit, no matter how much you dress up other aspects of your life. Okay, absolutely, unequivocally, bigots are bad fucking people.
As I said earlier,
Did I disagree with that? I didn't say bigots weren't bad people. Like, I don't get that. Like, telling me to shut the fuck up. Like, what did I do? Like,
you didn't let me say what I wanted to fucking say, okay? And at a certain point on my fucking live stream, I will fucking say what I want to fucking say, and anyone else will shut the fuck up. And I mean anyone else, when I say shut the fuck up, will shut the fuck up simply because I say so. I don't need a reason. I can just fucking say it. And you were not letting me make my point. You were talking across my point. So I wanted to make my point and make my point in completion, and that is fucking important.
I'm sorry, Grant, I'm sorry, but I've got to go with angry on that one. There were several times that the middle of my sentence interrupted the beginning of yours. Okay? We're trying to get across our points, and you're not letting us in order to keep on going. Now, I understand the points that you were trying to make.
You mentioned there was a lag. I'm just saying, you said there was a thing earlier.
There was, but sorry, Nettie's trying to say something. Unmute Nettie and go for it, darling. Nettie, you're muted.
I didn't realise I was still muted. Look, I understand where Greg's coming from because of my anthropology degree. He's coming from a cultural relativity point of view. Cultural relativity has been used by conservatives to justify all sorts of awful things. But I think I can see where he's coming from. When someone is in their cultural bubble.
We're not saying you are.
Oh, no, I'm not saying that.
He was saying that he's not conservative.
But I can understand why it's really triggering for lefties like us, because when people are in their cultural bubble and they don't get the international liberal point of view on things very often, they are bricked in. One of the big thinkers on religion, Weber. Was it Weber or Goetz? Okay, no, sorry, it was Goetz. And he wasn't talking about religion, but he was saying that human beings are caught in a web of meaning. And this is how we understand the world. And when that web rips, we feel enormous tremors through our being, through our mental construct of the world. And it's very upsetting for conservatives and for the left. So I can see that Grant is saying people who don't get a lot of words. They don't get a lot of input
Exposure?
from the outside world. They
Exposure.
see things very much. Yes, exposure. That's the one. They don't get a lot of. They don't get the opportunity to open their minds, and they do become afraid. And well, for example, all of us would pretty much support any Indigenous community throughout the world, you know, their rights to be heard and all the rest of it. Some of these Indigenous communities, for example, there is one that I know of, definitely has been documented meticulously and in horrific detail, that definitely fucks little boys from the age of 7 onward. They rip them away from their mothers because they hate women, and they see women as these weird bleeding creatures of evil. And they think it's much better for little boys to learn to suck their dicks at the age of 7 onwards. Now, this would be absolutely reprehensible in our society. And I have deep gut-churning feelings about this. But it exists. And it exists for a reason, because human beings have always, in every society, small and large, had a name for people who are, they look like us, but they're not as good. Those guys over there in the other valley, us, but not as good. And we should probably kill them.
Okay.
Oh no, Grant's left.
Okay. I don't know why Grant left. I don't know.
Drop out.
But I think that I just need to make 2 points here. Number one, the point that I was trying to make to Grant earlier is that if I could bring my past self forward in time and be a completely separate entity to me as of today, that previous person of me is a bad person, regardless of who I am today. That person was a bad person. That's all there is to it. When I had those views, I was wrong. Now, in terms of what you were just talking about, there are documented societies where children are taken as brides still to this day. They are fucking reprehensible, abhorrent people for doing that. I don't give a shit about accepting and respecting people's cultures when it comes to those sorts of levels. If they came to any built civilization and attempted to practice that same fucking thing, they're wrong. I don't give a damn what they do on their own island. If I could stop them from doing it, I would, but I'm powerless to stop them from doing it there. But I absolutely have a fucking voice here, and I would absolutely use it. I don't give a damn what they do on their own island. It does not make it right here just because it's part of their culture or whatever. There are lines that you will not fucking cross. I have got no problems with walking into a Muslim's house and not eating ham and not eating pork or bacon or anything like that. I've got no problems if I walk into a Japanese household with taking off my shoes. If I sit down with a bunch of people who are Christian who say grace before they eat dinner, I bow my head, I close my eyes, and I say amen because it's a matter of fucking respect. But if I walked into somebody's house where they thought that sacrificing a baby to the fucking devil god something or other and wanted me to be a part of that, not only would I stop that, I would also actively stop them from doing the same fucking thing, because there are lines that you just won't cross.
Yeah. There are, exactly, yeah. When you're learning to do anthropology, you have to learn that you have your own standards from your own culture, but not to, in order to do the work, which is to understand another person's culture and to understand it at a personal level. We do something called, I'm sorry, the amaretto and the whiskey is getting to me and I'm losing my words.
Me too.
What's it called? Participant observation. When you do participant observation, you are learning what it is like to be a person within that community, knowing at the same time that you can't, that there's always going to be a certain barrier because you're not in reality. But you got to get there as yeah. And I found that studying this was enormously, deeply rewarding in learning something that I would not have otherwise have learnt. I grew up as a North Shore girl with a reasonably affluent family and, you know, some pretty damn snobby ideas about life. This has really, you know, anthropology really helped me with my own personal growth. And I do like to share it, evangelically perhaps, sometimes.
I've got friends who actively tell other friends, Shannon's coming over tonight. When he does, don't mention politics because he'll start and he won't stop. I've got other friends that turn around and say, we've got Shannon coming over tonight and this guy over here, that conservative fucktard that we don't like, we're going to mention politics in front of him and Shannon and see what happens because the fireworks are always entertaining. And, you know,
That's fine if you're all into conflict, but I personally can't, like, I cringe and run away.
I don't get into fights with them. Like the way that Angry just blew up at Grant, I think is completely acceptable, but it made me feel uncomfortable because I don't blow up in that level. But
well, try and talk across me, and that's what'll happen.
Well, yeah, you know, there were boundaries being crossed, but I think, you know, Grant. I think Grant is just not at the same level, so to speak, and that sounded a little bit matronising, even not patronising, matronising.
No, I understand what you mean. No,
this takes a lot of thinking. You know, it takes a lot of thinking, a lot of experience to.
The point that I was trying to make. There are topics that we can get very, very, very passionate about and become a little bit evangelical about. I will get into debates with people over moon landing conspiracies and all of that because I'm very passionate that people should let go of these conspiratorial bullshit ideals, because it leaves them open to other lines of bullshit like vaccines cause autism, which puts people's lives in direct fucking danger. When people turn around and say, oh, it doesn't matter which political party you vote for, they're both just as bad as the other. That is completely fucking incorrect. Their vote can and will make a fucking difference if they vote in line with what they believe. Now, if they want to believe conservative ideals and vote conservative, that's on them. But their vote still fucking matters, and that's the point that I always try to get across. I don't tell them that they're right or wrong or anything like that. When I have had the quote unquote debates at parties with conservative fuckheads that have come into these parties, they will always sprout out the same three word fucking slogan bullshit that we have heard since the beginning of the fucking Abbott era of politics, of stop the boats and the economy's in crisis and all of this bullshit. All of it is completely demonstrably false, and you can demonstrate it. I am never going to stand there and yell and scream at them. I am never going to stand there and say, oh, no, you're a fucking idiot if you believe that. I will tell them point blank to their face they are wrong, with absolutely no issues at all, in the hopes that not that they're going to change their voting to the left, but in the hopes that when they do go to the voting polls the next time, they do so with actual fucking information as opposed to bullshit slogans, because it makes a fucking difference.
You're definitely an actor for the Western liberal morality, tribe.
I
For
I
sure.
am
And look, the conservatives and the rest of us, we all have to live together, and we are all part of one society, one mega international society. However, I do, I get really uncomfortable because, I did my undergrad thesis on conspiracy theories, and yes, they were always conservative ones. And they are very, very similar to the ones coming out of QAnon and all that shit. Now, I lost a friend who I'd had for 15 years because he didn't bother to look at my full Facebook stream. All he saw was me talking about a few rare good points about Timothy McVeigh because I was doing a chapter on Timothy McVeigh, and I had said that that Folau fella, the footballer,
Israel Folau.
Yeah, Israel Folau. The way I see it is there are always going to be gay people and there are always going to be religious people with funny ideas. And if our progressive society is going to keep progressing, I would like to see some way of being able to have a dialogue without ruining someone's future, someone's life. And yes, I know he's a rich fella, or has been reasonably rich, but he's also from Tonga, which is a tiny little country. And most of the Tongans who come to Australia, the vast majority of them, send a huge amount of money back to Tonga to look after them. And you could say it's our settler culture with our missionaries who taught them all this hardcore Christian nonsense. Well, you can say it's nonsense, but professionally, I'm not supposed to agree.
Look, okay, I'm just gonna put this out there. Israel Folau deserved to have his future ruined. Israel Folau deserves to have all of his fucking finances ripped away from him because his views are that abhorrent.
And if you pay him millions of dollars, you are at least tacitly endorsing what he says. You are saying this vile shit he's saying is an acceptable thing to say.
Because there are a lot of people out there that tried to use a similar argument with that fucking horrible piece of shit Jeffrey Epstein. When the whole hashtag Me Too movement thing started up, they were like, yeah, but we wouldn't have all of these wonderful movies that we can look back on if it wasn't for his efforts inside of the movie industry. And therefore we probably shouldn't.
You got the names mixed up. You meant Harvey. You meant
Harvey Weinstein. Sorry, Harvey Weinstein. Harvey Weinstein.
Right, okay,
yeah. Sorry, my bad.
Yes, Harvey Weinstein's a fucking American.
Yeah, sorry, my bad.
I'm sorry, but it's also got something to do with boundaries. There's so much that's intersecting that, it makes my head spin. Harvey Weinstein is an American, and his movies are part of the American way of the soft empire, the cultural empire that America has exerted its influence throughout any culture that it can get its hands on. Oh, well,
I enjoy a lot of
movies.
Its
way into.
I enjoy a lot of movies that he was instrumental in making happen and all of that sort of stuff. But he does not deserve now or ever again any of the royalties or any of the positiveness that comes from any of the projects that he was involved in because of his abhorrent behavior towards the greatest majority of especially young women that were subjected
There would
to
have been
his.
another. Yeah.
There's already others, and that's the problem.
Yeah.
There are so many people out there that are saying that and it's a point that I think that Grant was trying to touch on earlier. I may be incorrect, and Grant's not here to defend himself on that one, but I think it's the point that he was trying to make earlier, is that we shouldn't be painting somebody with the same brush for what they did in the past. For the most part, that is true, but it depends on the crimes of the past. Because as I said before, I had abhorrent views, but I never hurt anybody with those abhorrent views. Okay, I may have hurt people, but not in the same way that Harvey Weinstein fucking hurt people. I learned, I became better, and I've stopped all of that bullshit.
And something must have been holding you back. And here we have this.
It was exposure that held me back. It was just to do with exposure. That's all it was.
Yeah. Well, you're open to new experiences and new thoughts. And some people are simply, I don't know if it's psychological or if it's an inherited ability or lack of ability. But some people, I'm sorry, I'm looking at Fox of Fate's cat's tail and it's looking excited.
It is a little bit distracting. Yeah. No, we are taught entirely too often that we need to defend what it is that we believe with a fucking religious fervor that you know, we are right and that's all there is to it. And this is something that is drilled into our heads, especially as young fucking men. It is driven into our heads so fucking hard that it is hard to get around that. But the thing is, the moment that you go to higher education, and this is why so many women are more progressive than men, because more women are open to higher levels of education. The moment that you get into higher levels of education, the one thing that you were taught more often than not, everything that you believed about this subject is wrong. And here's all of the right stuff that you need to know.
Because you're a dumb little bastard at school, and we taught you a really simplified thing that isn't actually true. I want to answer a couple of things. After Grant Lever was booted, I think he voluntarily left. He had been having some technical problems, but I think he got sick of me shouting at him. The last time that he dropped out unexpectedly, it was because his phone ran out of battery, so it might be that as well. Might be.
Yeah.
But I also want to point out, when I was going at him, when I do that thing, it's an argument tactic I often use, bring up the thing of a child murderer. What I'm trying to point out to people, and Grant's willfully blind to this, and a lot of people are, you have a boundary, you have a limit. There is a thing you will not forgive. And hopefully with most people, it's child murder. I don't know. Sometimes some people are okay with it. But
hey, can I tell you something really interesting?
Can I
if it's like Damien and like the reincarnation of Satan?
I want to finish this point.
Baby Hitler.
The reason I bring up the child murder thing is I'm illustrating everyone has limits. And that varies from person to person. And so when I point to person, if you're saying it's just an opinion, if their opinion was child rape is not a thing, the age of consent is false, I should be able to have sexual interaction with children of any age, you're going to reject that. And they go, yes, I reject that. But you're not rejecting people who say homophobic things or racist things or transphobic things. You find that forgivable. Okay, but what I'm saying is you're forgiving things you shouldn't forgive, and you have when I bring up extreme stuff like child murder, I'm saying everybody has limits. And when people go like, "Oh no, it's just opinions," everyone's over. No, there are opinions you will not tolerate. You're just willing to tolerate these other bigoted opinions, and I want you to look at that and realize you are tolerating a bigoted opinion that you really shouldn't.
Yep. There are members of my family that I was very, very close with in my younger years that I have absolutely nothing to do with now. And I miss them because they're my family. and I was very close with them when I was younger. But it was their influence, it was their lessons that taught me all of those wrong things. And when I turn around to those people and said, "You are wrong with those opinions," their response was to tell me that the best example that I can give was the first time that one of my friends came out as trans, and it was the main thing that sticks in my mind. She came out years ago, and I was thoroughly confused. I was very close with her before she ever came out, and when she did, I didn't understand any of it. I was like, "What they were this person, but now they're not," and like I didn't know. So what I did is I sat down with them, and I sat down with a few of their friends and said and asked honest, open-ended questions. None of them, I was very careful in the questions, in the way that I worded them, to make sure that I didn't come across as some sort of right-wing mouth breather or something like that, to make sure that the conversation flowed. And they taught me that my views were wrong. They taught me that my confusion, while maybe partially understandable, wasn't completely forgivable. And they gave me reasons that made complete sense as to why. And I went home and I thought about it and did some more study. And it took a little while, but I finally came to the realization that all of my views around trans people before that were wrong. And I needed to stop thinking that way. So I did. When I got back in contact with those family members and I said, "My friend has come out as trans, they now identify as she, her, they have this name now," and I won't say it on a public live stream just to be on the safe side, they were like, "No, that person is still wrong." And I'm like, "No, that person is right. That person is still my friend, and I still love them, and I still want to hang out with them, and I still want to do all of the things that we did before. The only thing that I need to do now is just say she, her, and call them by a new name. That's the only fucking difference in my life. The idea that they're wrong because I need to make those small fucking changes is wrong." And they basically yelled and screamed and called me an idiot and called me a libtard and all of that bullshit. They're abhorrent people. So I don't have anything to fucking do with them. And that, like Angry said, there are certain things that you just will not forgive. And that is the level I stop forgiving the moment that you say that any person is better or worse than another. Because we are better than anybody that says that homosexuality is wrong, that homosexuality is a sin, or that homosexual people are going to hell for eternity. We are better than those that say that trans people are wrong, that they have a mental illness, or whatever other bullshit thing that they want to sprout out. We are better than the people who say that vaccines cause autism. Okay? We are better. But to say that we're on the same fucking playing ground as them, bullshit. That is completely bullshit, and in my mind is unforgivable, because these people need to be kept down as the pieces of shit that they are, to be displayed as that piece of shit, as don't be that.
Can I just say, like, you see, I look at societies, big and small. They say that sociology studies the West and anthropology studies the rest. So I look at the big and the small, and I see all of us as, we're all reasonably well educated, and we have a natural tendency towards being open-minded, open to new experiences and new understandings. We're not the template for humanity. That, I see the people who follow Trump as, just frustrating. And some of them are really quite dreadful. And others, though, we don't know what they've been through, and we don't know the small lives that they may have lived. and we don't understand what happens, the decisions made far away in big, beautiful towers and big, beautiful cities affect them down on the farm that that they've actually had to sell and then ask for a job back on their land, that sort of thing. That how these circumstances look, they're not really all that different from other fucked over hurt populations.
Yep.
I
agree with you, but I'm sorry. I hate cutting people off, and it feels like I'm doing that, and I apologize. But as I said before,
stop doing it.
Sorry?
If it feels like you're doing it and you hate it, you can stop doing it. I'm just throwing that out there.
I am. It's just one of those things. Like it just goes in the brain, and I can't shut it off. When I don't care about what brought a person to those points of view. At the end of the day, if those points of view were wrong, those points of view were wrong. There's a guy. I was best man at his wedding. His best friend has some absolutely ridiculous conservative points of political view, and is still actively campaigning for Scummo right now. Now, he still says that the reason for his is because apparently the left don't support the farmers properly. He's wrong. That is completely and demonstrably false.
Yeah.
I don't care how he came to that point of view. The fact of the matter remains is that point of view is wrong. And what he needs isn't for me to yell and scream at him, but point out to him that it's demonstrably false. But for the longest of times, he's refused to accept the facts and the fucking evidence that show that he's wrong. And that's another point. Like, a lot of Trump supporters out there, a friend of mine who was an expat from America said it best. He gave the best analogy on this. He said a lot of Trump supporters are like the guy that sticks his finger into the light socket and starts getting fucking electrocuted. And for some reason, he doesn't want to pull his finger away. He knows that it's hurting him. He knows that it's killing him. He knows that. But he's like, oh, yeah, no, this is fucking great. The entire time that he's supporting Trump. And that is the best fucking analogy for Trump supporters that is out there. Because there is nobody with any level of real fucking intelligence that thought that he was good for America. There may have been some, and a very fucking few, some small arguing points that Bush may have done some good things in the overall political spectrum of America. But you can't make that fucking argument for Trump. You really can't.
And yet he's more popular than any other president.
Because people are idiots.
More Democrats came out this time than ever before. But look, I mean, think about it. We're on the other side of the world from those bastards. Why does it matter so much to us? What happens over there?
Because Trump's decisions affect the world. America is one of the strong houses of the world economy. And his decisions have direct impacts on the rest of the world.
That's right. They're an empire. Yeah, they're an empire, and they have power. And we decide on a personal basis whether we are going to be on the Trumpy side, the conservative side, or the other side. And this is how the power of an empire splits people even thousands of miles away from their center of power.
I am sorry, but I need to just interject this now. I actually have to get going, I am afraid. I've got to get some work done before I actually go to bed tonight. And I just realized the time. I thought that it was Nettie's hung. Sorry, Nettie. I thought that we were still at around about the 11 p.m.-ish mark. I didn't realize that we're at a 1:15 midnight mark. So I really do need to get going. So I apologize profusely to leave in the middle of a conversation. But thank you for having me on, Angry. Abigail, pleasure as always.
Bye.
Nettie, when you can actually see this, thank you for the discussion. Would love to continue with you, but I do need to go. Fox, love
Send
you
my
more
love
than
to
that.
Eleanor.
I most certainly will, my darling. And yeah, you all have a terrific night, and peace to everybody watching as well. Bye now.
And
Bye.
yeah, Nettie's got out. Hopefully she's rebooting or something. At least that was a flattering freeze frame for Nettie just going, I always worry about when I get freeze frames and I'm going,
Yeah. Your eyes half closed. And,
oh,
yep.
You get used to it with video editing, and having been editing videos of myself for 15 years, when you're just scrubbing back and forth and pausing and you're just going like, what the fuck is wrong with my face? Why do I look like that? Because you get these things where your eyes are rolling back into your head. And,
yep.
Freeze frames are so unkind. It's kind of like
because we needed kitty therapy.
Yeah,
kitty therapy.
Yeah, it's like a friend was posting on Facebook about that apparently truly awful film Sia is behind. That's has actors
I've heard about
playing
that.
autistic characters, and it kind of seems
endorsed
bad.
by Autism Speaks as well.
And they suck terribly. Every autistic person I know sucks terribly, and everyone keeps using that picture of the actor sort of with the eyes rolling back and their front teeth protruding, but it's a still photo. And it just bothers me. That's a still photo. If I saw a video and they were doing an exaggerated, I'm a strange autistic person, I'd go, bit on the nose. And autistic people who've seen it have said, no, that's what it's like. But something with me, I'm just going, it's a still photo. And I'm so used to seeing myself look like that when I edit and I pause. It's just, no, I don't like it when people try and prove a point with a still photo. And I went, no, still photos lie. Still photos and screen grabs lie all the time. Even there's one I was really cautious about. There was a while back, and it was almost definite. And in fact, it came out down the line. It actually was definitely true. But people were posting this thing. A woman said this creepy guy on a bus or a tram was incredibly aggressive to us, and then just posted a picture of the guy, very clear photo, so you could see the guy. And I think Nettie's coming back. Did Nettie ring?
Nettie's back.
My computer went whoop.
There was another. I was going to say it was a flattering freeze frame of you that stayed up for a while, Nettie. You were just doing this. It was a very nice, making jokes about how often the freeze frames are terrible. I'm saying this thing. People were sharing this social media post where the originator was someone they didn't know, and the person in the photo was someone they didn't know. And I was just like, oh, there's just something a bit unsettling about sharing something that you can't verify. And it's just unsettling. And this one turned out, and it was a very plausible situation, turned out to be totally true. But particularly the ones where, people are whipping up an internet mob like, oh, and it's just a still photo. This person did this terrible thing. Let's make them famous. And I was like, you've got no fucking idea who that person is. Or I know plenty of people malicious enough to just stick a photo of an ex or a family member they've got the shits with and say, oh, this person spat on a black boy at a shopping center and said, oh, they all deserve to die and whatnot. Let's make them famous. And people share it. And it's like, you have no idea. You have no idea if that's real. I just find it really unsettling.
Yeah, that's gossip. That's in anthropology, that goes under the heading of rumor and gossip.
Yeah, definitely.
And that gets people killed.
Yes, and it ruins people's lives, and
Mm.
and it's like how no one appreciated my Jewish joke from earlier about the dead Christian girl, and then they were happy it was a dead Jewish girl. But it was. I thought from the
I think
Jewish,
I might have missed that one.
I think from the Jewish experience, that's hilarious because it's like they're so used to being persecuted. When something bad is about themselves, it's a relief. Because if the bad thing was about a Christian person that could be blamed on the Jews, the entire Jewish community might suffer a pogrom. And it's the fact that they specified
what?
Pogrom. Don't you know that word? Sorry. It's I'll get a dictionary definition. So
it's basically lynching of Jews.
Well,
in Eastern Europe.
It's an organized massacre of a particular ethnic group. And I think it's a Russian word, and it comes from when there was an attempt to exterminate Jewish people in Russia in the Middle Ages. But yes, so I just thought that joke was about the Jewish experience. I've still got the Jewish jokes page open too. Like a poor man walks in the forest feeling close enough to God to ask, God, what is 1,000,000 years to you? And God replies, my son, 1,000,000 years to you is like a second to me. The man asks, God, what's $1,000,000 to you? And God replies, my son, $1,000,000 to you is less than a penny to me. It means almost nothing to me. And the man says, oh, so in that case, God, can I have $1,000,000? And God said, yep, just a second. And
nice
one.
Yeah.
I like it.
Oh, yeah, this one deserves a drum roll too. An old man is struck by a car and brought into the hospital. Nurse enters his room and says, sir, are you comfortable? The old man says, yeah, I make a nice living.
Oh, God.
Again, Jewish jokes told by Jewish people are funny. And again, a lot of them are dad jokes. A lot of them are definitely dad jokes.
Yeah.
Jewish dad jokes. It's just like, oh.
Yeah, there's one Jewish joke I know that it just seems really Scottish. It's this fella, Jewish fella, keeps praying to God, please, God, let me every week he goes down to the synagogue, please let me win the lottery, please let me win the lottery. And eventually God answers him and said, I will let you win the lottery. Just buy a ticket.
Someone else told that joke earlier.
A similar version
I actually
of it,
told that joke.
That was your one,
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I know you told the joke earlier. I also remember there was an early episode of The Young Ones where they were in a cemetery, and it was like, and they're going, what's the prisoner charged with? And this wee guy, who I think was a comedian they knew, is an older guy, and he's got a Scottish accent, and he goes, and he just picks up a microphone and starts doing a routine. He goes, what are you charged with? Being both Jewish and Scottish, which is two racial stereotypes for the price of one.
You remember when Peter Capaldi's playing Doctor Who,
and
he discovers he has a Scottish accent, and he goes, "Oh, I can complain now." Oh, what can I complain about?
And I loved what he used to say stuff about his eyebrows, and he said, "Have you seen the eyebrow? They're attack eyebrows."
Yeah. But look at his name, Capaldi. He's actually Italian.
I know,
his dad's Italian. But he was in a punk band with Craig Ferguson. Do you know that? That's so awesome. I want to see that band.
I also love his last movie role before being Doctor Who was in World War Z, where he was a doctor with the World Health Organization. So he was a Who doctor, and then he became Doctor Who.
I've got to see that movie. My
It's kind of okay.
It's mediocre at best.
Yeah, but
is
apparently,
it?
Capaldi is in it.
My
apparently,
ex loved that book. You know, he was
Yeah,
constantly talking
it has
about it.
no relationship to the book. It has no relation. It's like they bought the
Very
rights to the book and they got the name, and the movie has literally no relationship to the book.
Because it sounded like a great book.
It
I
does
never
sound
did
like
get
a
around to
book.
reading it. As usual, I was busy doing all the work while he was reading things.
Apparently, they were going to do a sequel, and they were going to do a bunch of stuff from the book because the book's diary entries. The book is different people around the world relating their struggle to survive. And they just decided to make it a Brad Pitt movie, which is fine. You know, I don't mind Brad Pitt movies.
Is that what happened? Yeah, that happens.
But it was all the classic tropes, like the news story that everyone's ignoring at the start. Like the TV's on and the news is on, and they're all ignoring it. But the news story just is coincidentally vitally important to the plot of the movie. That's such a funny trope from movies. I love that one. It's just like, no, pay attention to the news. They're telling you something.
The best zombie movie was about. Look, I'm sorry, but I think I see a piece of mouse. I have to go and investigate.
Okay.
No.
My favorite zombie movie is the.
Slug! Holy crap! What the hell are you doing in here?
Oh god.
My favorite zombie movie is the remake of Dawn of the Dead.
That's Zack Snyder, isn't it?
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah.
In the mall.
Yeah. From what I remember, the opening of that was one of the darkest fucking like when the little girl's been turned into a zombie and attacks her parents. That's fucked up in a good way. That's one of the darkest bits from a zombie movie I've seen.
Yeah, it was pretty good.
Yeah.
Have you seen the original George Romero Dawn of the Dead?
Yes.
It's so awful.
It's product of its time.
Yeah.
Oh,
don't show us.
Don't show us mutilated.
What is it?
It's a slug.
It's a slug.
What? Oh,
slug.
Okay.
That's much less bad than I thought. Oh God, I'm just muting Nettie while she shouts at her cats.
Sure.
What I'm trying to think. What other good zombie movies? I mean, I really like 28 Days Later.
Yeah.
The introduction of fast zombies was pretty cool.
Yeah, although I didn't like the bit at the barracks with the soldiers.
Oh, they do all sorts of. It's not.
Yeah.
You muted me.
Yeah, because you were shouting at your cats.
I was shouting at the slug. How dare it invade my territory?
Okay. I thought you were blaming your cats for tearing a slug to pieces or something.
Gross. I don't know why do they invade my territory? I don't understand where they're coming from.
Maybe you're not salty enough.
They probably just want to be warm.
They're slow but persistent.
And gross. They look like just moving boogers.
Yes, that's a fair call.
Snails and slugs are a delicacy to ducks. Ducks love to eat snails. They go. Yeah, especially snails because of the calcium content of the shells. I used to get a dinner plate and pile it full of snails and feed it to my pet ducks, and they'd be gone in 10 seconds.
You had pet ducks?
It was a massive. I used to have pet ducks, yeah.
Where? Where were you living when you were allowed to have lots of ducks?
I was living in Ringwood at the time and had a backyard.
I don't know where Ringwood is.
And Ringwood is near Croydon, past Box Hill, eastern suburbs. Yep. And yeah, I raised them from 1 day old ducklings, and I was their mama. And
Aw.
yeah, we used to hang out, and yeah, I had lots of fun with my ducks, and I loved them very much. But I had to, I became homeless, and I had to find another home for them, which was very
shit.
sad. Yeah.
Oh, who's been homeless? Hands up, all people have been homeless.
Twice. I've been homeless twice.
Technically?
It sucks.
I've been homeless
Yeah,
while
technical
pregnant.
homelessness is a thing. Like if you're couch surfing for a significant amount of time, or like between constantly moving, that's a form of homelessness.
Yes.
Okay, then.
Yeah.
Yep.
Some people like to refer to it as insecure housing, as in you've got somewhere to stay, but there's no stability behind it.
Yeah.
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 And
It comes with
you.
a lot of stress as well.
Oh, it's horrifically stressful.
Yeah.
Oh,
It's
Yep.
horrible.
can confirm.
When I was pregnant with Ali, I was homeless. It was just terrible. Like, there's a certain point personally where I get to in stress where I start magical thinking.
Yeah.
And yeah, I was definitely magically thinking really hard at houses. Like, I am going to get this house. I'm going to do runes and shit. Yeah, none of it worked.
Yeah, I hear that.
But yeah, it's an understandable thing if you're that stressed as well.
For sure.
Yeah, it's like if when I had something going tits up and someone gives me this positive thinking mantra thing, and I'm like, cool, thank you. It's great. That's really good.
Yeah.
So you just kind of feel like putting a cleaver in their head, don't you?
Yeah, it's like I'm $20,000 in the hole and no one's helping me, but thank you for the affirmations book.
Yeah. That's really going to help. Just give me 20 grand for fuck's sake. No, that's when I was doing that thesis, I learned so much. One of the things that I learned that is so obvious now to me, now that I've learned it, there are two types of religion, really. There's the religion of people who have things, and the religion of people who need salvation, the poor. And the religion of people who have things tends to see people who have not got things as being damned. You know, they've done something. They fucked up. This is the consequence. They didn't think far enough ahead or some shit. Because good fortune will do anything to justify itself.
Yeah. Laura's come in to say hello. Hello, Laura.
Hi, Laura. Hello.
Lauren and I had a really good chat after the after party, I guess.
Oh, cool. Excellent. Excellent.
Hi there. Hi, everybody.
Hello.
Hi.
Do you want to know something funny? It's gone 1:30. I only got up about 10 minutes ago.
Living your best life. That's what I call it.
That's nice. Yeah. That's look. I when I had kids, I discovered that it's really important to get sleep when you can, because the baby will wake up at God knows when, you know, and you have to step up. You have to be there. There's no bullshit. There's no negotiation. You got to be up and you got to deal. So you sleep when you can. And now I sleep pretty regularly at 2:30, 3 o'clock in the afternoon. And that's going to be forever.
That's a siesta. That in many cultures, that's just the thing that they do.
Yeah, so clearly I have to move to Spain.
Yeah.
But,
well, even like in Japan, in Japan, they have like there are a number of offices that have sleep rooms with like bunk beds for people to have a nap during the day. Like it's really good idea for productivity.
Okay.
Yeah, they also have it at schools as well.
Cool.
Yeah, my uni when I went to Swinburne, they used to have one of those, but the health service had a funding cut and they had to do away with it, unfortunately.
You know, Latrobe, my uni, has fucking bean bags everywhere. You can just sleep where, you know, if hopefully other people are being quiet, you can sleep wherever you like.
We used
even on
we
the
used to use
stairs.
the women's room
Sleep.
for sleeps and naps.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's all good.
Oh, there were rooms that people found for sexy times too. There was that.
Yeah.
I knew of a couple from first-hand experience.
Hey.
The postgrad room in the library at Latrobe University, sexy times.
Yeah.
Yeah. You just kind of move and let them get on with it.
Not gonna leave it until the Christmas party.
Yeah.
Or you offer to join in. Either way.
Postgrad is too stressful to leave it till the end of a semester.
You know what? Thinking about it actually makes more sense because at the Christmas party you get drunk and make stupid decisions, whereas a little bit more thought goes into it.
Yeah, but like when you're really stressed, then you also
you
make
don't think
stupid
very much.
decisions.
Yeah. When you're really stressed, you make bad decisions, and then you drink to be less stressed,
Compound it.
and you make different bad decisions.
Yes. I made bad decisions because I drank too much, and now I drink too much because I'm ashamed of my bad decisions.
And then you make new ones.
Yeah. A little bit of a cycle happening there. Yeah.
Just a bit.
Yeah. Let's just not shame the bad decisions. Okay.
Yeah,
No.
they're
We'll leave
learning
them be.
experiences.
They're learning
pretend they never happened.
opportunities.
Yes. Learning opportunities.
Yes,
Yeah.
it's like
Sure, let's go with that.
working in corporate world. Some people get upset if you point to problems, and they say like, "No, you have to call it an opportunity for improvement." And you go, "Well, like, the opportunity for improvement is the guy running that division is a fucking moron, and the opportunity is to get rid of him." And it's just like,
No, just move into special projects.
I've had to do
Manage
that.
special projects.
I've had to do
Man
that
with
so many
allergies.
times. Not use the word problem because people get upset. And it's like, well, it's a fucking problem, you know. No, we'll call it an opportunity. It's like, okay.
Yeah.
I've been having a little bit of a back and forth with a YouTube video, and it's basically a American Catholic priest who's talking about transgender stuff.
Yep,
and it's
this is going well.
Yeah, that's made of it.
Oh my gosh,
Here we go. Get on the knuckle dusters.
Starts off, with an analogy of a kid who's pretending he was I can't remember, it was grasshopper or something.
Okay, what's my sword?
And he's like, I'm not pretending. Then you've got this girl, and I'll read out this, and something to note. Someone who is accepting doesn't use the wrong pronouns. They sort of like, okay, I need to. You might use language to say, I tell you what, I'll just read it and then explain it maybe. My sister just came out as transgender, actually a girl, but says she's a boy. She's 21, I'm 17. So she's a fucking grown up. It's been very tough on my parents and just some on me. I don't know how to tell her these things without putting our relationship in jeopardy. Any tips? She keeps saying things like she feels unloved because we're not as accepting as she was hoping for. But I feel like if I were to leave it ignored, then it would be an act of me not loving her. I care for her and I don't want her suffering. And then goes on to talk about how there's a lot of suicide, and it's like I care about the fact that trans people have a 40% suicide rate, and I don't want them to be in any danger than they have to be. The reason why that suicide rate exists is because of the mentality that this girl's showing about not accepting.
Yeah.
And
mixing up cause and effect.
Yeah, and I basically had to try to say, look, what's going to happen is your sibling doesn't feel they're being treated as they would like to be. And they will be counting up every single one of those times where they're misgendered. And that will be the justification one day for us to walk out the door and never come back.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's, I'm mother of a transgender child.
Mm-hmm.
It's, even though I've been accepting of transgender people all my life, I didn't have a big ideological wall against it. It is, even with that advantage, I suppose, it has been very hard to understand. It really is because you're brought up with a certain way of thinking, and it's very strongly reinforced throughout your entire life, throughout the whole of society.
Oh, yeah.
And I was surprised at myself at how hard I found it to get, to really grok it, And as a mum, the fact that my beautiful, beloved child was going through something that I couldn't grok, that hurt. That was an extra hurt. It's really, I feel kind of lucky that, in a way, that it only took a few months for me to get around to grappling with it. And also on top of that is shit that was going on in my life, with my ex stalking me and dumb shit, and some dumb shit with dating someone who I wasn't dating, because he's ADHD, whatever the fuck. And somehow queer issues came into that as well. And it was, for someone who has been brought up with a very simple understanding of gender identity, having someone close to you come out as different from what you expected, there are some hurdles, and you're going to fall on your fucking face. I got to tell you, it's
I think it's the willingness to learn and develop and adapt. And this is go back to when I was shouting at what's his face earlier. It's like, no. When someone is a bigot, they are a piece of shit. When someone is willing to learn and adapt and whatnot, then you encourage, and that's a good thing. Acknowledging difficulty, and people change, and because Grasshopper brought it up. Because I've often said I grew up so fucking racist and so fucking homophobic and whatnot. So particularly with kids, I try not to judge teenagers too hard, because teenagers are fucking morons. And they think they know everything, and they really don't. And because I look at myself as a teenager and go, yeah, maybe someone should have slapped me. I'm just thinking like bang, no, bad, Andrew, bad, bang.
But on the other hand, would it have helped or would it have shoved you further into your convictions?
No, and of course it would be a negative thing. I'm joking. Physically,
Okay.
What helped me change?
Sometimes people don't joke.
Yeah, exactly. No, I know what you mean, Eddie. I got beaten up as a kid and I'm fine. More kids should be beaten up. I don't think you're fine if you think kids should be beaten up. What brought me, and it's like a lot of people say, it is very hard to stay narrow-minded and bigoted if you travel. And it wasn't even traveling to another country. It was moving into another environment. It was going from stupid fucking bogan country town to university, and really interesting people who I really liked were really open-minded, and they were also much nicer to me than anyone in my fucking hometown. And then it was like, oh, Jesus, maybe these people are onto something.
Dubbo's a tough place, isn't it? It's a bit tough.
Yep.
Yeah.
There was.
I mean, I didn't spend much time there, but what I did spend there, oh God, they were always giving shit, you know?
Yeah. It's also what we talked about earlier about, the number of gay people at certain periods in history and certain cultures today who aren't safe if they're open. And so you go, well, there's no gay people here. Like Bob Catter saying there's no gay people in his electorate and that sort of thing. But I'm not joking. There was apparently one gay guy in Dubbo when I grew up. Because
the only gay in the village.
He was the only gay in the village. He was the only person that everyone kind of knew, he's publicly, openly gay. And it was like,
man, he had balls of steel.
Exactly.
It's
one guy.
But it's not just that, of course. Who did he sleep with? There obviously wasn't one.
And that was the joke. And we'd even say that, like, well, he's not the only one, is he? He's keeping quiet about who the others are.
Good boy.
Yeah.
He deserves a medal. Honestly, to be openly.
Sorry, go on. No.
Openly the only one. Gosh.
Yeah. It's wild. But yeah.
I mean, this Catholic priest kind of makes me chuckle in a kind of cynical sense. Because other videos are about sexuality. This is a guy who has a vow of celibacy.
What the fuck does he know? I have to admit, there's a couple funny lines. It's Clint Eastwood's movie, Gran Torino, is like very flawed version of a conservative person's idea of how to solve racism. But there was one line in it that I just thought was piss funny because he's a grumpy old widower in that. And his wife used to go to church regularly and he didn't. And they had a very young priest. It's like a 27-year-old priest. And the priest said, your wife asked me to come in and check on you. And he just does that grumpy Clint Eastwood face and looks at him and goes, you're a 27-year-old virgin. What can you tell me about life? And I was just like, oh, damn. So it's like, yeah. Yikes.
Can I just say, Kitty?
Kitty.
Oh, it's Kitty. Kitty therapy.
Oh, Safa's asking, did I have international students? Okay, without exaggeration, when I was younger, there were 2 Italian families, and they were cousins. There was one Greek family, and there were about 4 family. Well, again, they were multi-generational Australian, but there were 4 Chinese families in town. And yes, predictably, they did run Chinese restaurants. And but that was it. That was the cultural diversity of Dubbo when I was a kid. 2 Italian families, 1 Greek family, and 4 Chinese families. And Later on, some Indian people moved to town. There is a much bigger mix of nationalities in Dubbo now. But when I was a kid, there were Aboriginal people and there were white people, and not much else.
You know, it does make me chuckle when I hear the, you know, sort of the what do we call it? The racists? Let's just call them the racists. You know, like, oh, you know, now we've left Europe, we can tell these black people to go away, kind of stuff. You know, it's just,
No, you can't.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, that too. And yeah, it's like, do you realize that you can go to a shop on Christmas Day and buy the thing that you forgot to get?
Yeah.
And do you remember that those times where everything was shut between Christmas and New Year, and on Sundays hardly anyone was open at all? And yet now, because, you know, you got like Pakistani guys who've got a local shop, you can go pretty much all day long.
Yeah.
And get food and stuff and beer and so on.
No, they've all got Alzheimer's and they can't remember shit.
Yeah.
Well, let's be fair, they can't go to the shops and buy things they forgot anymore in the UK because the borders are closed.
Yeah. It's like the old New York joke about Jewish people going to Chinese restaurants on Christmas Day, because to the Jewish people and the Chinese people, it's just another day. And so that was the big day for Chinese restaurants in New York.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
I was in Thailand.
I'd love some Chinese food right now.
Over the Christmas New Year period, and it was just business as usual. You wouldn't have even known that it was Christmas.
Yeah, 'cause it's just
I mean, they had
day.
New Year's Day for, like, I went to some of the local nightclubs on New Year's Eve, and they were a bit busier. But Christmas was just another day. You wouldn't have. There was nothing Christmassy about it.
Yeah. Oh,
it was actually quite refreshing.
I'm going to go and get some Chinese food from my freezer.
Well, you've got Chinese food in your freezer.
Nice.
Okay. Nice. Sorry, Safa's clarifying. He was asking me about international students at my uni. Yes, there were international students at the uni. There was a lot of international students at the uni. Not so much. That was because I am really fucking old. And so that was uni in the 80s. And the unis weren't as dependent on money from international students then.
Oh.
We had a lot of international students, but, you know, for the last 10, 20 years, the universities have been basically completely dependent on money from international students.
Yeah.
And didn't they hit the fucking wall when COVID hit? Oh, geez.
Yeah.
Out of curiosity, how old are you?
How old am I? I am 54.
Oh, wow.
I know, right?
I wasn't expecting to be a bit more than I expected, I think.
Well, most people are surprised, but I can't be bothered hiding it. Like if
I thought you were 48. I thought you were 48 the last time that question got asked.
Maybe the last question was asked 6 years ago. I don't know, Fox.
No, because I wasn't here 6 years ago.
Yeah. If I was, you know, God forbid, cast back into dating, I'd probably lie on dating profiles and say I was mid-40s. But but that's a terrible idea, because if you meet someone and it goes really well, at a certain point you have to tell them the truth, and it's like, no. So
you just don't risk that. Don't risk it.
Yeah, funny how honest. Funny how lying isn't very sexy.
Sorry, we're just getting back into the kink shaming is my kink thing. But oh dear.
There's been an amusing, and I say amusing again in the cynical sense, thing about reporting in the media of the last couple of days, and that's been Hasbro are banning Mr. Potato Head because they're going gender neutral. And the reality is they're not. They're just using Potato Head as a brand that encompasses Mr. and Mrs. Potato Head, and they're going to have new characters that they're adding to it. but
Cool.
you know, the media and
Tell
conservatives
that to the
and
right-wing
transphobe
pundits.
and things like that. Oh, this is them political correctness, and you know, because those horrible trans people. It's like, no.
Yeah.
There was another one in the UK last week, or the week before now, actually, where a university hospital decided to add new language to the maternity department to you know, basically so that they could encourage transgender people. So it's chest feeding instead of breastfeeding, you know, parent instead of mother, that kind of thing. And you know, like everyone's like, oh, these transgender people, you know, they're banning the word feeding and banning the word mother. This is not true. And
That's how the rhetoric goes.
Yeah, and it's not limited to
what they do.
Yeah, it's not limited to
Sounds like Murdoch bullshit again.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's in the Times, and you'd think that would be a bit more respectable, but no.
I think that Murdoch owns the Times. I seem to remember when he purchased it, it was a bit. Oh no, he attacks the Queen, so we don't want him owning the Times, but he does. So
I think he owns the Sun.
He owns the Sun. I think he might own a bit of the Daily Mail. Well, the Daily Mail acts like he owns them.
Yeah, the thing is, the Daily Mail has been sort of bigoted for a long time since Murdoch started trying to take over everything.
The Daily Mail is a weird entity, isn't it? It sometimes it comes up with how can I say it? A popularized version of something I can get behind. You know, and then other times it's just dreadful Murdoch crap.
Yeah.
The Daily Fail.
My friend calls it the Daily Hail.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
That does go well with what I don't call them the alt-right, I call them the alt-right.
Yep.
Yep.
That's nice. I like that. I'm going to use that.
Yes. Also call them the pieces of shit. Yes.
Yeah, that's accurate.
Yeah. Oh, Safa wants to know, have you had a vaccine yet, Laura?
I have. I was fortunate though, because it's a bit of a weird story. I've got agoraphobia, so I don't like going out. And when the first lockdown happened, everybody and their mum wanted to get their groceries delivered from the supermarket, which meant there were no slots available. So I had to go out more from the first lockdown than I did any other time. I mean, on average, I go out about every 10 to 14 days. And let's have a look. Actually, I haven't been out since I had the vaccination last. So there you go. And that was like nearly 3 weeks ago. There are less excuses to go out now. But so what happened was I contacted my doctor and I explained the problem. And I said, look, there's a group of people where you can called clinically extremely vulnerable. And if you're on that list,
I'm just sitting on your tail, am I?
There are some preferential slots that you can have. They've got a handful of slots for people who need to shield. And of course, it's not just like, for example, a local councillor of mine. She had chemotherapy. She just finished chemotherapy as lockdown has started. So she's been shielding ever since, and her husband. So they have to get everything delivered and so on. Anyway, so what happened was I got on this clinically extremely vulnerable list just so I could access the these preferential slots, so I could eat, and so what happened was, first in the UK they've been doing this tiered system. So they start with the old people first, people in old old people's homes and things like that. So they started off with the 80-year-olds, and then they moved to the 70-year-olds and people who are clinically extremely vulnerable. And I had a real quandary about it. I had a real, sort of, guilt problem because, in terms of the clinical side, I'm not extremely vulnerable. So it's like, oh, what do I do? Do I get it, or do I just wait and just let it go? And I put it to a couple of people, put it out on Twitter and on Facebook, and sort of wanted opinions from people. And a lot of people just get it, peace of mind type stuff. And but I'm not one of those selfish kind of people, so that didn't seem like a good justification. But one person gave me the best argument, and it simply is down to cost. So none of us know what would happen if we got COVID. We could be asymptomatic. We could come down really badly. If you're overweight or you've got asthma, or, I got a bit of a thyroid thing and I'm overweight. So who knows how it will hit me if I get it.
Yeah.
And so the cost of the vaccines, the two jabs, that's about £15. Whereas the cost of me being really sick and having to go to hospital and, stuff like that, that's tens of thousands of pounds. So effectively, it's a preventative measure. And that was a good justification for me. Sorry,
that is the essence of vaccines. That's what they are, preventative.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I have to say, I've been off and on very scared about catching this thing because my mother has Alzheimer's, my kids have special needs, and I'm basically the strongest one in my family. So if I go down, if I catch that thing, and it either kills me or it has rolling on problems, for the rest of my life. It's a massive problem.
It's not just that. It's not just that, of course, because, for you, obviously, that's your problem. Sorry, that made it sound like it's like, oh, that's your problem, not
Sounds
mine.
like a you problem, Nettie.
Yeah.
No, I'm saying, when people are considering this disease, you don't know how it's going to affect you. As you were saying, you don't know if it's going to affect you, if it's going to kill you, if it's going to give you these on-rolling for the rest of your life fuck-ups, if you'll be disabled for the rest of your life, or if it'll just, be like the flu and then be gone. You just don't know. It's the unknowable aspect of it. That's,
one of the problems that we have today is, despite what it used to be like in the past, where dad went to work and mum stayed at home and looked after the kids, to enjoy a reasonable life these days, both parents need to go to work most of the time.
Yes.
And so when you have dad who dies from COVID, that's terrible upheaval for the family.
Yeah.
Your main breadwinner in the, the classic, system is gone. I could destroy a family.
Well, you think about things that take dads away from their families, like war. Well, COVID is one of those things that will take mum or dad away.
Yeah.
As well. So governments have to really, grow up. Sorry, I think of Boris Johnson with his silly, messy hair. And I think, grow up,
that's
little boy.
by design he does that.
Yeah.
Oh, he's fucking stupid to do so. Honestly, he looks like a little boy. And he behaves like a little boy.
It's a strategy.
Yeah,
it's to distract
It's a
from how
dumb strategy.
Yeah, the term is roguish charm.
Yeah,
No, it's not.
It's a costume. It's a costume.
Yeah.
It's
It
to
might
appeal
be.
to
It might be,
the
but it doesn't work on
masses.
It's like
it's the same as
thing.
it's Clive Palmer and his cheap shirts and
Clive
like
Palmer is not a standard. He's not a standard at all.
well,
Sorry.
it appeals to some people. Like we might not be able to understand it.
That's the point you're making. It appeals to
who
enough people, just not me.
Yeah.
It also, it's a deliberate strategy he used to distract from how awful and incompetent he is. And the media fall for it again and again and again. They've gone like, oh, okay. Even before he's PM, there was this famous one where he's like, because he's tied up in this thing of being a racist, and the media are outside his house to say, you know, how do you answer these charges? And he came out with his hair all over and wearing daggy clothes with tea and biscuits and just going, oh, does anyone want tea and biscuits? And it's like, oh, look at this eccentric duffer. And that became the story. Isn't Boris an eccentric duffer? And the story was supposed to be Boris is a racist piece of shit.
He messes his hair up before every TV appearance on purpose. Like it's a costume.
Yep.
Yeah.
Ah, Christ almighty. What's happened to Britain?
I don't know.
It's not great anymore.
Do you want the long list or the short list?
Yeah, it's not exactly brilliant.
There's no glory in being an Anglophile.
And the other problem that we have in the UK is that the BBC, which is basically the communication channel for the government, so to speak, they do not challenge the government. They just don't do it. You know, there's always a limit, and they always seem to sort of toe a pro-government thing. And of course, the reason is quite simple. I mean, I don't know if it works in the same way as in Australia, but when the BBC system is purely funded by a license fee, and the government have the ability to say, "Yeah, we're going to do away with the license fee." They're going to have to raise their own money, and of course, if they do that, we'll have advertisements. Well, that's like every other bloody channel, and on top of that, you already get adverts because there's three things about BBC shows between one program finishing and the next one starting. So you already practically have them.
I think my food might have microwaved.
Yes.
That's making me hungry too.
Yeah, it is actually seriously making me think of food. Try and be strong. Justin, hello in the chat. That was fucked up. And someone on Twitch, Stickin' to Sticks. I don't know what you mean when you say I'm hosting your stream. I don't know.
On Twitch, you can host other people's Twitch streams. So it basically restreams it to your Twitch stream.
Okay. I don't know a damn thing about. So thank you, Stickin' to Sticks. That sounds like a positive thing that you're doing. But I don't know a goddamn thing about Twitch. I literally just restream to it from StreamYard. My main focus is YouTube. But I just thought I can restream to Twitch, so what the fuck?
It's brought a few people here.
Yeah. And I'd like to point out for the viewers, this is what we call old fogeyism.
Yeah.
It's new and I don't want to learn it. I'm being Grandpa Simpson. What used to be cool and hip was what I was into, and then it changed, and now what's cool and hip seems weird and scary to me, and it'll happen to you.
It's not that Angry can't learn it; it's he doesn't want to.
I refuse to.
What were you saying before about willful ignorance?
Exactly. It's worse.
Effectively, it's cognitive dissonance but in a kind of like, yeah, I know, I really shouldn't be like this, but I am.
Yeah.
And I'm just late.
No, in all seriousness, I know I can only concentrate on about 3 forms of social media. Ooh, there's Nettie with food. Nice. I just can't keep up more than about 3 streams of social media. The YouTube bartender crowd have started up a Discord where they try and do things, and I always forget to check.
Geez.
I always forget to check. It's like, and they're getting really into it, and I'm going, I miss all this stuff because I always forget to check Discord because it's just one more thing and my brain doesn't want to deal with it. So
even I'm like,
Discord is for the cool kids.
Discord is just so
why am I on it?
chaotic to me.
It is quite chaotic.
It really is. And it can
I'm
get
not allowed on there
so
because my kids are on there.
I'm on Discord.
Discord is how I.
They let me on.
Noises.
Nettie, they let
when,
me on Discord. You'll be fine.
William often convinces me to play Fortnite with him, and we use Discord for chatting.
Yeah.
Even though Fortnite has its own chat mechanism.
Yes.
Fortnite.
Discord's better. Yeah, I know. He's still playing Fortnite.
Yeah,
I thought Fortnite was dead, but he's...
What is he, a 15-year-old boy? Oh, wait.
He is a 15-year-old boy, yeah.
Remind me, there was like a Tumblr meme from years ago when Fortnite was new, and I don't know if it was real, but it cracked me up. Someone saying like, well, I got a note home from the school. Basically said, little Sally was really mean to little Johnny today and made him cry. She called him a Hanzo main, and I have no idea what that means, but it's clearly bad because he's really upset. Please talk to her about bullying. I just love the idea of someone going like, the kid
This
got
also
really
happened
upset.
to me.
The kid got really upset when she called him a Hanzo main, and the teacher is like, I have no idea what that means.
I have no idea what that means.
Yeah,
Well, I know what that means.
My older one called some kid a weeaboo.
Yeah.
And
Them's fighting words.
drama, like you wouldn't believe.
Yeah, weeb is a bit it's kind of like the N word in that some people have reclaimed it and they'll proudly call themselves weeb, but it's a bit of an insult. No, well, see, Hanzo is one of the that's Overwatch, I think.
Yep.
Yeah. So yeah, I brought that up because you were talking about the other one, and my brain got mixed up. But Hanzo's in Overwatch, and it's regarded as a very unsophisticated choice to play. It's basically easier to play effectively than some of the others. So it's regarded as a really unsophisticated choice. So if that's the main character people choose for Overwatch, they think you suck as a player because you're not using one of the more challenging characters.
See, I wouldn't care because I'm old.
Yeah.
I go with what I like.
There's a game, Call of Duty or whatever it is, various online shooter, first-person shooters.
Call of Duty,
and, Call of Duty, yeah. And I play something called PUBG, which, some other people playing it's like, oh, this looks like good fun, I'll get that. And I enjoy it. Unfortunately, I suck at it. And when you're close to someone, you can talk to them. So when you get killed and they're over your dead corpse now, you can say, yeah, good game, guys. Shit. I've taken to saying, hi, my name is Laura. I'll be your victim today.
Nice.
But that also has that PUBG is hard compared to other games. I was like, was it? Oh, I don't feel quite so bad now.
Yeah.
I just thought
PUBG is the adult version of Fortnite, even though PUBG came first.
Yeah, no, PUBG came first and was popular, and a lot of people argue Fortnite is a dumbed down version of PUBG. Player Unknown Battleground.
Yeah. Yes.
I do enjoy it. I do, even though I get killed all the time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I haven't been able to bring myself to play online games because in my brief experience with them, they're only as enjoyable as the most toxic person allows them to be. And there are a fuck ton of toxic people online.
That's why you get a group of friends who play those games and you all sit in a Discord channel or TeamSpeak channel together and mute the in-game voice chat.
Yeah.
Funnily enough, that I think the most amusing one, I had Call of Duty Modern Warfare on the Wii. And I enjoyed that. But the main thing I enjoyed about it is you couldn't hear anybody else. So you couldn't hear some 12-year-old screaming obscenities about your mother.
Yeah.
Because they were like being shot.
I think I did see someone, this is a comedian, was like, being yelled at by 12-year-olds and guy just saying, motherfucker, I'm 30. I will find out where you live and I will pick up your mum and I will fuck your mum and then I will call you and tell you about it.
Nice. I used to watch videos. Have you ever heard of the game Rust?
Yeah,
I've heard of it.
It's a survival game. It's kind of awful, and it's full of awful toxic people. But one of the best things I like going on YouTube binges is watching toxic 12-year-olds getting owned and like listening to them cry. And it was just it was just like a video game. Like, who cares? It's nothing important, but like hearing them cry about my stuff.
Yeah, I've seen that as well. The thing that I hate about Rust, because I've got it, a friend got it for me because they played, and it's like a brilliant game, and I tried it, and it's like, I don't really like this. And the reason is because basically it's like one of those, you got to build a base and go and gather stuff and store it.
Yeah.
And then you go to bed, you wake up the next morning, and it's all been destroyed.
And it's gone.
You're like sleeping in the dirt. And it's like, what the fuck happened? Those 5 hours that I spent doing that thing last night is now toast. It's gone. And I don't really see... I do like to actually achieve things in a game. Even if I achieve getting killed all the time on PUBG, at least I enjoy, sort of gathering and, shooting some people here and there. And then, but my favorite tool is basically I get to I often get into the top 10 of people, but then I get killed by people who can shoot because I end up looting and then hiding and suddenly jumping up and shooting people. That's my way of surviving, and that is the goal.
Sure.
There's a guy I watch on YouTube called Choco Taco. He plays that, and he has some friends as well. And one of his pals is like Hollywood Bob, and he's got one of those like disc jockey kind of voices. And the one I watched last night was there's this armored car. They got this armored car. And they were driving around and saying, "We are the COVID police. We can hear you out. We can see you outside. Go indoors. Go inside." It's so weird and funny.
Did people listen to them though?
Yeah, well, because they're in close proximity, they can hear them.
Yeah, but did people actually go inside into one of the buildings when they?
Often, because they're afraid they're going to jump out and shoot them.
Oh yeah.
So it was really entertaining to watch it. Just like, oh my God, there's the enemy. We better go inside because that's safer because there's less, avenues to be shot at. You don't have to worry about 360 degrees. You only have to worry about, the sort of 10 degrees through that door.
And that window and that door over there, and there's a staircase leading up to that floor from the outside, so you got to worry about that.
Yeah. Or the grenade that gets thrown through the window, or Molotov cocktail.
Don't remind me of those.
Yeah. But
See,
I mean,
all this stuff you're
game,
missing out on, Angry.
Yeah, there's one game that my friend, and I've got it. I bought it because I'm into Star Trek, and it's Star Trek Online. And
I
I
I
realized
wonder where we've heard mention. I wonder where we've heard mention of that before. Abigail, any ideas?
Yeah,
I've only mentioned it once today.
Yeah, today.
Now, I don't have a problem with the game at all. However, I do recognize that it is a leech of time.
Like
It's
all
an online-
MMOs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's an
And
MMO,
so
yes.
I have not an addictive personality, but I can get addicted to specific things. You know, so I'll just sort of like, yeah, I really enjoy this, so I'll just do this forever. I mean, only last night before I went to bed, I was playing Red Alert 2, and that dates back to 1999.
That's
so
cool.
I used to love that game.
I love the game. I can
Well,
just
I've
sit
got
there
the
and play it.
remastered Command and Conquer on Steam, so
Yes.
Yep.
You know, but
I stopped playing Star Trek Online when Perfect World bought it because it turned grindy and paid it in and awful.
Perfect Worlds. What? Oh, what's some of their other games? Because I know I've seen their thing recently.
They're a Chinese maker of MMOs, and
Okay. Doesn't narrow it down.
Well, I mean, they're pretty huge, but I'm not surprised you haven't heard of them because their main market is China.
I mean, as I said,
I've definitely heard of them.
my difficulty is that, as I said, I have a somewhat addictive personality, and I know that if I get into it, I will spend weeks playing it, and I've got too many other things that I really want to get done, and I spend too much time playing video games as it is. So, you know, I just have to say, I effectively have to say, no, I'm not going to do that. Not because I think it's bad. It's just that I know that I am sucker for these types of things.
Well, I am currently seeing a therapist for video game addiction, and on top of that, I sometime late last year, I answered a survey about video games, and I had recently a Four Corners reporter answering that survey, saying that they're doing a story on video game addiction, and I'm like, oh, okay, yike.
Yeah, the only problem you get with things maybe of that nature, I don't know what that 4 points is. Or, did you say 4 points?
Four Corners is it's like a current. Oh, sorry, it's like 60 Minutes, but it's on the ABC.
Yeah. Yeah, the problem you get with stuff like that is, do you know that they're going to be sympathetic or basically try to say video games are dangerous, which is bullshit.
Well, it's the ABC, so I tend to trust it more. To be like somewhat fair on that point, rather than some of the free-to-air channels here, some of the other commercial channels.
Yeah, I really do struggle with TV today because they enjoy the sensationalism, and that's, I don't want to pander into the negative stereotypes that often they want.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah.
Oh, I'll say hello to Inner Deviant, who's come back to the Twitch stream. I don't know if you're surprised.
Hello.
We're still here, 5.5 hours.
We are still here.
Don't have to get up early tomorrow, so. And I've also stopped drinking alcohol, so I'm sober now. So.
For how long?
So as a judge.
What, for 2 hours? That's all I mean, Laura. I was
okay.
I'm thinking it's time for some Canadian Club. Good stuff. It's the only rye whiskey. Oh, is it rye whiskey?
It is a rye type of whiskey, yes.
It's
Okay,
the only rye whiskey I like because I don't like bourbon.
I apologise for
Um,
interrupting, but what on earth was Nettie doing?
Oh, stretching, I think. Having a good time.
I missed it.
Oh, legs were everywhere, Abigail.
I think. Do you know what?
I missed it too. Damn.
Oh, really?
It reminds me of something from several years ago. So, got a friend who's a little Scottish lady, and she said she was, she's a bit of a arachnophobe, and I pointed her towards your video, Angry.
Okay.
About the huntsman and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Oh.
But that was just after I was sort of talking about it, and you could see her sort of cringing on the screen. And then I posted a link in the side, and and one of the things you have to be careful of, don't always click on the thing on the side.
Yeah.
Because sometimes people put things like, 2 girls, 1 cup or whatever, and which I've fortunately never seen. But it's like, so basically what happened was I was talking about it, and then I posted the picture of a huntsman, and next thing you know, she'd clicked it, and the next thing we saw was the bottom of her feet as she went backwards.
No.
I felt so mean, but at the same time, it was so much fun.
Yeah. A friend of mine on social media today posted this video of a huge spider that was like on her back garden wall behind some plants, and I don't know what it was, but it was fucking huge and black with these long legs, and I'm just typing, what the fuck is that? It's kind of like huntsman size, but not huntsman body type or color, and
An
it was
orb.
no, it was like a huntsman, but like it was like bigger than a hand, like that, and it was black, and it had a different body type to huntsman.
Was it an orb? Did it have a really huge abdomen?
No, it was a bit more like a huntsman in body type, but it was different. It was just like,
that sounds spooky.
It did not look good. I didn't like the look of it at all. It was...
Sounds like some very far north Queensland shit.
Yeah, they get the scary ones, definitely.
Yeah, they do. Yeah, a little bit Papua New Guinea-ish.
My favorite little quote of yours, Angry, was in that video. It's like, talking about the huntsman, their special ability is to stop you being constipated by scaring you.
Yeah.
And then you went on to sort of, one of their favorite tricks is to go on the sun visor. So when you pull it down, it jumps into your lap, and and it's like, hey buddy, how you doing? Why are you driving off the road like that? I just want to be friends.
They just want to be your friend.
Yeah. That's what someone's saying to me once. Like, those huntsmen are so scary. You sure they've never killed anyone? I go, they did kill one person because it was in the sun visor on their car, and they put it down, and the panicked and drove off the road and hit a tree. So technically, huntsmen have killed people, but just by scaring them to death, basically.
I did find a huntsman in my car while I was driving down an unknown freeway. That was
good.
Terrifying. And I spied it in my review mirror. And boyfriend at the time, who I think now in retrospect might have been a bit of a sociopath, used that as tried to use that as a way of telling me that I was a terrible person. I can't drive. I can't do this. I can't do that. Oh my God, you're a terrible person. You're just incapable of everything. So for fuck's sake, it was a fucking huge huntsman on the back of my car. I mean, on the inside of the back of my car.
Oof.
Yeah, fuck that shit.
No, that's bad. I had one appear on the outside of the windshield while I was driving. That scared the shit out of me enough. It was this initial, and then I went, wait, it's come out from like under the hood and it's on the outside. Okay. And then I was like, I'm going to drive faster in the hope that it actually like blows. It was like, oh. But just the initial thing.
That's what it makes. That's what it makes a parachute out of its web and just flies off.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, Christ. Fucking.
Yeah.
Sorry.
What, Nettie?
Spiders in cars and boys with shit up their ass. They're just like a bad combination. You know, boys who just like, well, you can't cope with this unbelievably terrifying thing. You must be completely inadequate as a human being.
Oh, jeez.
I avoid boys at all costs.
Well,
not really.
I think that's fair enough.
It makes sense.
In a dating sense. Not my thing.
Unfortunately, I do mean it. Unfortunately, I am hetero, and so I just don't date.
Yeah. Look, the number of heterosexual women in the world is positive proof that no one gets a choice on what their sexual preference is.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
I've tried to be a lesbian and it didn't work.
Yeah.
I tried. It was, if it was a choice, it would have worked.
Yeah.
But it didn't.
Well, at least you'd have something in common.
Yeah. I'm pretty annoyed about being hetero, actually.
Yeah. It's the old joke from that sitcom that's been on forever, with Modern Family. I thought I was going to call it Mixed Family. But there's one from the early seasons with the gay couple in it, and they're going like, God, people think gay men and lesbians must get on. We've got the least in common with each other. It's like, gay men, straight men, crossover, we're both men. Gay men, straight women, we both like men. Gay men, lesbians. It's like we have nothing in common.
Which is why lesbians found it very hard to break into the gay Mardi Gras in Sydney.
Back in the 80s, the really misogynist gay dudes were a real problem. There's some really creepy stories. Again, that's always the trouble when you think you're, in a progressive space and whatnot, but for some reason you're outside the circle of what someone else in that space accepts, and it's like, fuck, okay.
Yeah. Well,
there's a term. The term for it is the gaytriarchy.
The gaytriarchy.
The gaytriarchy. Yeah. They are a real thing, and they think they're because they're gay, but and like they've been oppressed for so long that their shit don't stink. Yeah. And it's always cis white dudes.
Yes.
They are the gaytriarchy.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. Very, very big problem. Well, it's less now, but I'm old enough, as you're saying, the problems with the Mardi Gras in the 80s and into the 90s was very noticeable. Cis white guys controlling everything.
Yeah. Well, we won't have trans, and we won't have this, and we won't have that. Oh.
Well, last week, lots of people, including Ted Cruz and I've forgotten his name now, the crazy Republican lady. Marjorie something.
It doesn't narrow it down.
Yeah, Marjorie something. I've forgotten her name.
Oh yeah, she put that transphobic sign outside her office. Yeah.
Yeah, but it's like there was a report in America about how Generation Z are, the amount of trans people has risen a lot, and the number of lesbian people has risen a lot, of course, as well. But the transphobes got really upset with this because, of course, they don't look at the actual numbers. They just, have a sort of mental soundbite of something that fits what they already want to believe. And so lesbians are being erased, which is why the number's going up, of course, because trans women are saying that they're lesbians.
Right.
Bum,
Right.
bum, bum.
How dare you use this thing that I count myself as,
Yeah. Well, that's another thing. I'm old enough to remember a lot of the hardcore feminists from the 80s who became the core of the TERF movement now.
Yeah.
Because, and I remember their view of what it meant to be trans was drag queens. And yes, an enormous number of drag queens were incredibly insulting to women, and a lot of feminists were very upset, and a lot of drag queens were just horrifically misogynist.
Mm-hmm.
And their thinking never evolved past that.
It happens with age, I hate to say. Like, I think that a lot of people past about the age of 60, and I don't want to be ageist, and maybe I'm wrong. But around about the age of 60, it does seem to me that people can't intellectually integrate new movements within the progressive agenda.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of historical evidence to back that up. Like, not just now, going back, centuries. When people get older, they're less open to changing their view of the world. It's just a thing.
Oh, do you mean like using Discord and stuff?
Exactly? fuck that nonsense. Yes. I'm not prejudiced. I just can't handle it.
Yeah. There was one of the.
You're not prejudiced against OBS either.
No, it's just too difficult. That was okay. I've got to get you across for another tech visit, and you got to show me how it would be set up. Also, my computer's doing a weird thing that at some point.
No!
It does thing like when I'm scrolling through social media, it will do like this weird reset thing. The screen will go black, and then it'll come back. And like if I'm scrolling through Twitter or Facebook and a video has been playing, it will usually crash the video. And it's just started doing that. And I don't know what that is.
Okay. Nothing really comes to mind what could be causing that. But
I've never actually seen this before. So
I'll do some Googling.
Yeah.
Abigail, can I ask a big favour? Will you look at Ali's high school laptop? Because she's pretty sure that the problem is the jack where the cable goes in to charge it up.
Okay.
But the guys across the road won't look at it.
I can get my multimeter out and have a look.
Thanks. Thank you.
I can even solder a new plug on if it's the plug.
Cool. Thanks.
It could also be if it's okay. So with laptops, sometimes there's a little board that regulates the power coming in, and sometimes it's a separate board, and sometimes it's integrated into the motherboard. And if it is, and the board is like the components are kind of fucked, then it can be a write-off. If it's a separate board, it's easy to replace. If it's the plug, it's even easier. So I can diagnose that.
Okay, cool. Yeah.
Just tell me that it's not a Mac.
It's not a Mac. It's a Dell.
Oh, thank God. Thank God, because I don't work on Macs. Macs are the worst.
Okay.
But yeah,
I mean, is
At the
Dell any
moment,
better?
she's forced to use a Mac.
Oh, sorry.
She's forced to use a Mac until her
Oh,
Dell
no.
gets fixed.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
That is
Well,
a
I'll
punishment
message you
no
on
one
Facebook.
deserves.
Yeah.
Okay. Sounds good.
I've
Cool.
never understood.
Yay.
I've never understood that Mac PC war thing. That is in some people. It's the weird sort of prestige of, well, I use a Mac, therefore they're better somehow. I don't know.
Yeah. See, my perspective of it is from like an IT professional point of view. They're a pain in the ass to fix. They're literally designed to not be fixed. So, I was actually saying about this before, maybe 4 or 5 hours ago.
Yes.
I have friends who Macs are perfectly suited to, and I would recommend them to get a Mac because that's just their style of computing. The thing I hate about Macs is that they force you to do things in a way they want you to do it. That they are a pain in the ass to fix, and the company in general is the worst on many levels. Like their stance against right to repair, their business practices that promote e-waste and replacing, not fixing. That's why I don't like Macs. I am a member of the PC Master Race, having said that. And I will fight Mac users, but only I only fight fans of Macs, the type, the rabid fanboys.
Yeah.
Yeah, I used to do desktop publishing, so I know the Mac fans.
Yeah. The funny thing is that anything that a Mac is meant to be good at, PCs generally are just as good, if not better, on so many levels.
Yeah.
And yet people, I have a friend, one of my best friend in the entire world is a Mac fangirl, and she has every iDevice, has bought every Mac, and just loves Macs, and we're constantly friendly bantering about it. So I have nothing against Mac users, except that Macs are just clearly the worst option. So I tell people, don't buy a Mac, buy a real computer, unless you're a Mac user, in which case buy a Mac.
There's an interesting thing that Mac has managed to sort of get itself embedded with the idea that if you're doing media stuff, if you're doing artwork or movies and things of that nature, then you should get a Mac. And this came about in the 80s because, and it goes back to George Lucas. Basically, what happened was he was getting divorced and he needed some money. So he sold the the computer animation department, and that company went on to become Pixar. But while they were sort of struggling to get, themselves established on their own right, a guy called Steve Jobs got fired from Apple. And he invested a load of money in it, and because he already had stocks and shares in Apple, he got them to get Macs for that, and so that's how the whole creative element is highly Mac users.
I think it used to be true that a Mac was a noticeably better media computer than a Windows computer was.
It used to be.
Used to be. But last 10 years, that's changed.
Oh, sure. Yeah, you're right. I'm just saying that there is still that kind of establishment mentality in there with Mac users.
Yeah, and that's what I think was Abigail's point. They're the people who still say it. They still assert that it's better, and it's just not.
It's just not true.
Yeah, used to be, isn't anymore.
Yeah.
Can I ask a question that is completely off topic before I go to bed?
Sure.
Yeah, go for it.
Should I buy the boiler suit from Gorman?
See, I don't even know what that means.
That was English word?
Suit. Huh? Sorry?
You got a picture?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay.
And I don't like the term pantsuit because it implies that like a suit shouldn't have pants.
No, it's not really a suit. It's a jumpsuit, and it's not a suit. And
jumpsuit
it's not
I can get behind.
anything like Hillary Clinton, which is what pantsuit always makes me think of. Okay, I put the link in the private chat.
On the private chat.
Look, I'll share a screen because I just put it into search and Chrome tab. So there's this.
No, that's not it. Oh, hell no.
Well, that's a kid one. That's a kid's one.
Hell
That's certainly a look.
Fuck no. No, how did that happen? Holy shit.
I've got it on here.
The one in the middle? That one. Oh.
The denim one, yeah, that's the one.
Yeah, the denim one.
That one. It's stylish. I like it.
See,
it's $124, so that's why I'm asking for consensus.
I don't like that style myself, but is it going to be comfortable? Probably.
I hate the idea of going to the toilet in one of those. Actually,
having to get undressed completely.
Yeah.
That is something that puts me off.
Yeah, because I've actually got a jumpsuit that I had made because with one of my old Angry Aussie artworks on it. So it's basically a giant cartoon of my face on this one-piece suit. It is a look. Like when I've worn it, I wore it for things like VidCon, and people just thought, that's a cool outfit, because all they saw is I'm wearing this silly jumpsuit that has very bright colors on it. And I go to them, no, take a couple steps back, and then look. And they went, is that your face? And I went,
That is so weird. That is really super weird.
I've got something weird, because I did it just to get weird things. I've got a weirder one. Hang on, and I'll get it.
Oh, God. Well, I'm going to take this moment to say good night, everyone.
Good night. Good night.
Bye.
Night.
Night. Live long and prosper.
Without me.
Yeah, I do like jumpsuits. Unfortunately, I can't really make them work yet because boy bumps, as I call them.
Yes.
I'm too much of a lover of chocolate to make jumpsuits work.
I think the jumpsuits can work if well, it depends on where they land their the waist. If they land the waist low down, well, that's where we all get a bit round after a few years. But if the waist is a bit further up, then like the pantsuit I wore to the Empire line, as it's called.
The Empire waistline is very flattering to my figure.
I have a really cute play suit, which is the shorts version, and I find that incredibly comfortable. It's like black, but with blue flowers all over it. It's got a Peter Pan collar, you know, and it fits pretty good. I mean, the problem with such things like that is that because I'm 6'4", I've got a long torso. And the difference between something that's comfortable and something that's, you know, cutting me in half between my legs, you know, isn't very big. So the waist of this one is slightly higher, which means that it does sit at a good, comfortable position for me. And you know, you put it with tights, and it looks great and feels great too. You know, so I've got because I'm tall again. Tights, they all want to fall down. So so basically, I can have the tights wanting to go down, the play suit wanting to pull it up, and so I don't really have the problem. The only thing that's sort of awkward about it is it's got a zip at the back, and that is a bit harder to get into because when I wear a dress that zips at the back, you know, I can just sort of you know, push it up as far as I can going up the back, and then over the shoulder I'll just pull it up, and then I can reach the puller to pull it all the way to the top. Whereas with the play suit, there's not much ability to pull it up because it's going under your legs.
Yeah.
But the backs, I must admit, I do like the back zip type. I think the aesthetic is really, really cute.
I like that, like with a good dress that fits. The pantsuit is one color all the way down. And so it's doing what the designer wants. However, I'm a short ass with a big bum. And so very few designers design for a short ass with a big bum. They design for a 5'8" with a pretty small ass, you know. So I have to take it to the old seamstress up at Northlands here, and she does what she can with it, but sometimes it just ends up looking weird. Yeah. So that's why it's hard to make a decision on a pantsuit. Well, on a jumpsuit like this. It looks really, I don't know, maybe not exactly chic, but sharp, you know?
Yeah.
Know what I mean?
I think the thing to bear in mind is when it's, you know, when you go to a store and you try something on, at least you have a good idea of whether it's going to work. Something just bought on the internet, a little bit harder. The thing is, look at the site. Can you try it and send it back if it doesn't work? Because as long as that's the case,
yeah, it's a bit of a drama, but it is possible.
Yeah, you're not stuck with something that will never fit.
Half my wardrobe comes from Gorman now.
Right.
And I bought a dress that was quite expensive a couple of months ago, and I got it changed, you know, because being short with a big bum, I had to have it shortened, and in order to accommodate the big bum, it also assumed a really big torso and chest size that I don't have. It just looks dorky as fuck now. It just looks dorky, and I don't know if I'm going to wear it at all, really. It looks weird. So, I mean, there are Gorman stores around, but I have to go all the way into the city to try one on. And I don't like leaving the house much unless there's alcohol.
I hear that.
Yeah. Unless there's alcohol at the end.
I do a lot of my shopping on at Dangerfield.
Yeah, because it's just around the corner from your house, isn't it?
Around the corner for me. Yep. Yeah. And I found a style I like, and so I can buy it online as well and just pick it up from the store.
Nice.
Nice. Yeah.
Yep.
We should have a shopping trip to Dangerfield together.
That'd be so cool.
Because doing it with my kids is
after
not
I get
the same
paid.
experience.
After I get paid, though, because I tend to spend a bit of money there. But it's gotten to the point where, like, if I'm walking past there with Will, he knows just how dangerous it is for me to go there. Because, like, he'll say, no, don't go in, no.
Yeah.
Yeah, and like,
my kids do the
I'll
same.
end up, like, spending an hour in there easy. He gets so bored, bless him. It's so fun, though.
Yeah. Mum life.
It's actually great that you mentioned, like clothes, because it occurred to me I had an eBay bid that I'd made, and I won! Hooray!
Hooray!
Hey!
Yay!
Sniped it.
I like eBay.
Yeah,
it's
eBay's great.
Yeah, you can find things on there that aren't too expensive, so that if it doesn't fit, you just put it in a box for things that you will sell later.
Yeah, I mean, this is something that I hope will fit. It's let me show you. Angry, do you want to share this for me, please? If you don't mind?
Let's do that.
I've got two items, but it's a long shift dress, and being long means that it's going to be a good length for me, because a dress, a normal knee length one will be thigh length on me, because you always have to take about 3 inches off the hem when you scale it to my body. But another thing I bought recently was this.
Oh, that's
cute. That's so cute.
Yeah, I have a retro 50s thing that I like, and so I've got, I think it's about,
and that at that price too.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Oh God! Look at the price. Yes.
Yeah, absolute bargain. I mean, I bought one a couple of months ago as well, and I bought that one this week. That arrived yesterday. Where is it? Is the blue one here? That one's a gorgeous one, and there's another one, another linen. So yeah, it doesn't go back that far. Where is it? There you go. That one.
Oh, nice.
Super comfortable.
Nice.
A little bit big in the bust for me at the moment, but we'll see what nature does once I get hormones in a couple of months' time. Boogie boogie.
Buy some chicken fillets.
I already have some, and they, they're a C cup, and now that I'm growing my own as well, thanks to a reaction to what's it? But there's the other one.
Oh, that's cute.
And it's flowers and butterflies.
Butterflies. Oh, that is cute. I like that.
3/4 length sleeves, which means it just goes to just under my elbow. A little bit tight on the elbow, but it's comfortable enough.
I just push it up a little.
But gosh, you see, I look at this one, I think, oh, that's gorgeous. And this is one that I really would like, but I'm not really prepared to pay that amount yet. Wait for it to open. Oh, it's stuck. But yeah, it's basically where is it? No, it was the red. There we go, that one.
Yeah. Oh, I like the bag too. Oh, I know that. Yeah.
There we go.
Yeah, I know this style.
Yeah, it's
really in this season.
Yeah, but the nice thing that I like is that Pretty has been cute for quite a while. There was a time where it was like boot cut jeans everywhere. See, that's cute. Oh, unfortunately, I see it and I realise, size 8, which means it's tiny. Oh, but it's from Australia.
Yeah.
Either of you size 8?
I am not a size 8.
My daughter is.
But
well, the younger one, the littlest one.
Yeah. So, like I say, I mean, I have a really nice style. A kind of classy, maybe. The I've got.
I know this.
If you saw that red floral one I showed, it's a dark red. I've got a pink one. It's like a dustyish pink, mid pink, with flowers on. I've got a blue one. It's like a turquoisey blue with pink and sort of yellow and green flowers on. So it's just a style that really works for me. And the thing that I love about the Lindy Bop stuff is that when it says size 18, it's the same every time you buy it. Size 18.
Yeah, that's good. Mm.
I mean, a couple of years ago, I bought a pair of dresses on eBay, different auctions, but I won them both. And when they arrived, one fitted and one didn't, and they're almost exactly the same. It's just the fabric.
Yeah.
Yep. So the same size from the same brand, and yet one fitted, one didn't. One was like 2 inches too small.
Unfortunately, that's such a common story.
Yeah.
I hate to say it, but
there's no standardized size.
I can feel my headbanging injury giving me a hard time.
No.
It's time to go to bed when it starts to do this.
It is 2 a.m. I think it might be a good time.
It's addiction. Fuck you.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh God, it's 2 a.m.
And boy.
Okay.
Good night, everyone.
Night.
See you another time.
Long and prosper.